I'm here once again, and I'm dealing, I'm feeling the pain. So who takes the fall again? Come with me. Come with me. Wrong. It creeps on back through color glass, through color glass.
Set, go!
And you feel it, yeah, you feel it, shake it off right. Just a little too late, just a little too late. And you breathe it all right. I keep singing the name, yeah, I'm singing the name. And you feel it, yeah, you feel it, shake it off right. And you need it, yeah, you need it, shake it off right. And you scream it, yeah, you scream it, shake it off right. And you breathe it off right. And you feel it, yeah, you feel it, shake it off right. I can't shake this feeling away. After all this time, I still break down. You're a piece that falls to a memory now. I know I can't keep you from running away. Gave it all, but I called just a little too late.
Heaven is a place on earth when I'm with you, babe. I think you know what I deserve, and I want you to say, I'll play the fool you wanted to. Why do you keep spinning my wheels for you? I toss and turn, seem so absurd, but is this real love, baby? Is this real love, real love? Is this real love, real love, real love, real love, real love? and turns seem so absurd, but is this real love, baby? Is this real love, real love? Real love, real love. Real love. time that you don't own. You leave me waiting all alone. Breaking words you said in fear, promises that felt like tears. And when I'm waiting all alone, I need you to take me home. Promises like broken bones, I've been holding on to you. And when I'm waiting all alone, I need you to take me home. Promises like broken bones, I've been holding on to you. Fighting battles we can't win. Can't you see the mess we're in? Choking up on every sin. Your promises don't mean a thing. And when I'm waiting all alone, I need you to take me home. Promises like broken bones, I've been holding on to you. And when I'm waiting all alone, I need you to take me home. Promises like broken bones, I've been holding on to you.
falling on the ground. Long day, but we won't back down. One thing playing on our minds. Long wait, but we won't give up now. You crave the love I gave, and we'll do it again. A cold night getting warmer now. The ground shakes as I love gets loud. We are the champions of the night. We are the champions of the night. Yeah. We are the fighting tide, the ones that burn so bright. We are the champions of the night. Tell if we're dreaming now. We watch as the fire falls down. One thing playing on our minds. Time stops and we don't make a sound. You crave the love I gave, and we'll do it again. A cold night getting warmer now. The ground shakes as our love gets loud.
I close my eyes, the moment I capture, I feel alive. So hold on, I'll never surrender, and our love strong. This is forever. This is forever. So hold on, I'll never surrender, and our love strong. This
the synapse rest over the world where you're hanging weightless on the precipice. I'm going out on a limb where the clouds start to fail, where in my heart like a stupid grin. Out on a limb, out on a limb, I'm out on a limb. Used to think I was someone special till you knew my name. Open the doors to invade my castle. Don't you feel it strange? I'm going out on a limb where the clouds start to fail, where in my heart like a stupid grin. Out on a limb,
to the end. Follow you to the right there in front of you. I've been right there waiting on you to see the sign and recognize what the rest of your life looks like. Right there in front of you. I've been right there waiting on you to see the sign and recognize what the rest of your life looks like. Looks like.
Oh my god, is that a lobby with players in it? Do we have Dota? Nah, we gotta wait at least 30 minutes, guys. We'll be back. We'll be back. 30 minutes. Stay tuned. All right, folks, we have Dota. Here we go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to WCA 2014. It's day number 2, and we're into the winner's bracket now, our second winner's bracket semi-final. This will be Alliance versus BO3 Gaming, best of 3. The winner moves on to play newbie. Yeah, I did spoil the earlier match. If you didn't watch it, sorry. Yeah, so we've got 2 more matches coming up today. We'll get into the loser's bracket round 1 a bit later on, but well, with that said, of course, I'm LD on the summit, and the draft is underway. I will be joined here for this one by, well, a rare beast. A wild Fear appears. Hey, Fear, how you doing?
Pretty good. Yeah, I haven't casted in a long time, but I always come out for like the good games. I'm just like hiding.
Yeah,
when a good game appears, I pop up.
You're poaching.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. So, Fear, I guess what I want to kind of start the conversation with is, I cast iLeague, right? And that was, they released 6.82 in the middle of the tournament. Then, a day or two later, they released 6.82b. There was like a 6.8 or 6.81.5 almost. Like, there was like a half patch, and wasn't enough, so they reduced the bounty gold quite a bit more. But to me, this is like, and there were also some lesser-known teams of that tournament, Power Rangers, Rave. They actually kind of impressed me, but that being said, this is, I think, what most people would consider the first, like, truly top-tier, premier international tournament in terms of the quality of the teams and the expectations for the level of play. So, with all that kind of the stage set, how have you felt overall about, like, where 6.82b is, and I don't want to turn this into a balanced discussion, but more like, what are you seeing out of these teams, and is there anything that kind of jumps out at you overall as we get into this draft as far as like how teams are playing right now?
I think of this patch in particular, there's a lot of different stuff you can do. Like, for example, I think they nerfed like Death Ball a lot with the glyphs and the more armor on the tier 2s and stuff like that. But they also nerfed split pushing a bit too, in my opinion, as well, because like the shared bounty. So if you do catch someone out that's farming when they're ahead, you get a lot more gold for that as well. So I'm not exactly sure where the state of the game's at right now. I still think Death Ball can be very strong. And I still think that hero that they have right now, Death Prophet, is still one of the strongest heroes even in the game, regardless of some of the nerfs. Same with Razor. I think they hardly got touched. So I don't think the meta's changed that much, except for it's a little harder to push now.
Wow. I mean, Death Prophet didn't, like, on paper, she didn't get touched much. The ult went from 115-second cooldown to 135. You had, I guess, Bottle getting a bit more expensive, which is it's not a big deal for anyone with 2 runes. And then on top of that, Towers, it's harder to take the tier 1s. But Razor on paper did get some bigger nerfs, so at least he had more nerfs. I guess the question is if they're really bigger.
More, but he's still like he's still the same hero in my opinion.
Okay.
Like the link cost, that doesn't matter too much at all, and the plasma minimum range nerf, it's not really a big deal. Not many Razor players cast minimum range plasma fields anyway. It's still the same damage at max range.
That's true.
I forgot what else. Oh, the Aegis not triggering his ult. Sure, that can be kind of annoying, I suppose, but the hero is still very strong in my opinion. But regardless, these teams don't think so because it's not picked or banned, and DP gets through. So, and I think the 2 big heroes of this patch are Death Prophet and Terrorblade. That's just my opinion. I think they're top 2 material.
You know, one of the heroes I've seen teams try to pick, I wouldn't say it's like necessarily to counter Terrorblade, but he's definitely picked often as a semi-response, is the Lich. So they actually ban Terrorblade and then still go for Lich. And well, what do you think of the draft so far, Fear? Death Prophet, well, first, Naga first overall pick for Alliance, so it's something Loda, from just conversations I had with Winter and some of the other players, they wanted to run this more at TI4, they didn't get to, but they have turned to it more recently with the new roster, and in reply, there's a Death Prophet Lich, Rubik, the second pick from Alliance. Like, what's your overall thoughts on the draft, and just this Naga first pick? It's not something many teams are doing right now. Cloud9 occasionally will pick in the first phase, but yeah, what do you think?
I think Naga in the first phase is fine, but you have to be versatile with the hero. You have to know how to run it as support and as a carry. So as the draft like advances, if you just pick you're stuck on a core Naga and the enemy team knows it, it's so easy to counter that if you first pick it. So, but if you can rotate it to support, it's a lot better as well.
Is it Drow Visage time? Is it Drow Visage time? Do you think, Fear?
I think.
VG Gaming in 6.81 with the new roster, they ran one of two strats for like 80% of the games. Drow Visage, Tiny Wisp. That was pretty much it.
Profits, it's not they're old. This, so that's interesting. Anyway.
Okay, I'm not sure if it's just me. I'm having some lag with you. Let me.
You lagging?
Real quick. Yeah, it might be me. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. We may need to switch the communication method here with Fear, but in the meantime, we'll see a bristleback ban. Actually, that's the other thing I wanted to ask him about in the second stage of the bans here, and how Brewmaster picked up for her Alliance. So pretty heavy team fight from them, and that said, let's see if we have any luck getting him back on the line. In the meantime, just bear with me while we're improving our appearance. Sorry, guys.
Reserve time. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Alliances turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, no old man left behind. Hey, Fear. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what's going on, but I think that's on my end. So, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Am I good?
Yeah, I think you're fine. I'm hopefully not a sign of things to come. But okay, so we see a Chen ban in the last phase here from Vici actually. A hero that's largely been ignored despite what looked like a pretty, I guess you'd say, sexy change with the Ancient takeover, but not necessarily very impactful, maybe lacking substance, and Doom was removed. It ends with an Arcane Enchantress for Alliance, an Enigma for Vici Gaming, so get the Visage Drow Enigma Death Prophet, like the push combo. A little bit passive in the laning stage from Vici, and Alliance go for something more, I guess you'd say, well-rounded with this Arcane Enchantress. Something we haven't seen much of lately, and well, with the draft complete, we missed your thoughts on the last few picks, but what do you think?
I don't know why they picked Lich. Normally you'd see this lineup with like a Vengeful Spade or something instead, just for the bonus damage. But in Lich kind of like he's not a pusher, he's like a D pusher, so just for the purposes here. But I like Vici's lineup more than Alliance's, I have to say. But they do have the Naga Siren, and they don't have the best answers for really farm Naga, but they do have the ability to end the game really quickly before Naga comes online. So it's going to be up to Vici Gaming to apply the pressure. But they're definitely going to have a strong laning phase, I think.
Okay, so you think even with the 5 ranged heroes, the Drow Visage and the Death Prophet and the Enigma, they still should not try to take this late?
No, Alliance should take it late, for sure. Like, they need to take it late, because they have very weak heroes against the split push of Naga Siren. Like, Drow Ranger's not that good against Naga, for obvious reasons. Like, she doesn't have much AoE. She does have good damage, of course, but that hero kind of falls off late game, in my opinion. Easy to pick off. And Naga's just, like, going to be one of those heroes that needs to come online. So Alliance has to hold for super late game, and I think they might be okay. But Vici Gaming has very strong pushing heroes as well, which is why I was a little confused about the Lich pick. It kind of seems like an oddball pick here.
They also have the double deny strike, the Lich Enigma. Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to do that against the Naga, just deny all the farm from her.
Okay. Do you think that's worth it, or like obviously it could slow down the Enigma's jungle depending on if he actually stays top for any amount of time, or if the Lich stays there. Or Ice has been running mostly off-lane Enigma, I would say. Out of the games I watched him and the drop of the new patch, and especially in 6.81, I guess it's very flexible what they could do. We haven't really seen an off-lane Lich solo in a long time, though.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I think the Enigma should stay up there for, just a few minutes, just deny a lot from the Naga, and then go to the jungle and catch up. Because, like, if they have that double deny, she's going to get, just maybe a couple creeps. But it looks like they're lane swapping. They're expecting this, so they just put Bulldog up there. So I expect the Enigma just to go straight to the jungle once they see the lanes shape out.
All right, well, with that, guys, the horn blows. Get underway. We'll run through the lineups very quickly. For Vici Gaming, you've got FY God on the Visage. That puts in the bottom lane Black standing in for the old B God in Burning on the Ranger, of course. Solo mid will be Super on... Here we've seen him a lot on the the Visage. Visage, Jesus. Death Prophet. Hero names are hard. Fenrir is your support Lich in the offlane. Ice. We'll be playing the core Enigma, not a jungle Enigma. Admiral Bulldog handling the Clockwork in the safe lane. Over for Alliance Ake on the Enchantress jungle. That puts Chessie mid, the new solo player for this odd Misery, as the support Rubik, currently dual laning with Loda as the offlane Naga. So it is the double deny strat. This was something teams used to do more back before smokes were a thing. As you couldn't really punish the passivity in lane as much, but haven't really seen it too much as of late.
It's been, well, in most cases, it's not worth it, because you can get so much out of the jungle with Enigma that sitting here and denying a few creeps doesn't do too much compared to how much farm you can get out of the jungle. Get at level 6 at 5 minutes, with the mech at like 7 to 8 minutes.
Oh man,
that brings a lot more to the team.
Ake's already smoking. We're not even 1 minute in. This is like your classic Ake jungle. Used to be known for his very early ganks. And we'll see if he brings it back here.
Looks like they're rotating Lich down too as well, and they're just going to leave Enigma solo.
FY's going to get caught out. He's got the 0 base armor. Ake does have the slow ready. The net to start, the slow to follow. And the skeletons might do the work, but with the Grave Chill, he will be able to retreat out. So he gets up that hill, which often is the tough part with the offensive jungle Enchantress. Nobody here to greet him or try and keep him out.
Yeah, I think this is a really good decision by Alliance to kind of go aggressive here, because if they would have just stuck the Naga up against the double deny, she would have had a really hard time. And in this situation, Naga might be able to get a lot of farm here, because she's a pretty strong tri-laner. She has high armor, not easy to kill, and if they get the Enchantress rotating over too, they can find some easy kills.
How do you feel about the other lanes? Like, obviously this jungle, the Enchantress is going to be applying a lot of pressure. With the Naga, they have some kill potential and supports in the woods, but what do you think about the two solos, since those seem to be the fairly static lanes thus far?
I'm pretty sure that both of Vici solos have a slight edge here. Like, Enigma should probably beat a Clockwork. I've never seen this matchup too much, but it's a melee hero, and he just gets 6 conversions, and Clock can't really step up. Even if he wants to cog him in, there's no chance for a kill there.
They'll just kind of spit the battery assault, I guess.
Yeah. And then mid lane, I give Death Prophet the edge over Panda, but Panda does pretty well as well against Death Prophet because of the dodge and the clap span as well. So mid's kind of a watch, but I give both the solo lanes a little edge to Vici Gaming. Okay, so and on paper the solo lane should go their way. At the same time though, they are running the Visage in a tri-lane against Enchantress pressure, and this was something we actually saw a lot of when Visage first started getting popular, where he is pretty weak against these jungle creeps. Can't really do much except like Grave Chill and run away. And I know Winter told me that the Chinese teams felt it was kind of the solution to Visage was, before he gets the birds, was just run a jungler and constantly pressure the tower. Don't let him get his level 6. Don't let him have that early killing potential, and just keep him off the lane. And for now, FY is level 1, 3 minutes in. Yeah, and I think bigger problems as well is not Visage, but Lich is against junglers as well. Like, they can just press this tower, and there's nothing they can do. It looks like they're going to get on him.
Oh, the lift into the stomp. That synchronization from Alliance. First blood easily claimed. Loda was already retreating out from this, even before the kill was claimed, and he hits a tango. He looks to go around the tree line, and, oh, he's out of tangos now. He's blocked in by Fenrir. Oh, there you go. Ake's ready to pull him out of a bad situation. These old friends working together, and Fenrir will pay for it. It's already 2 kills going the way of Alliance. Ake slowed down, but they can't kill him off. Man, that is... I mean, you should appreciate that. That is some serious old man Dota right there.
Yeah, that was good. FY TP'd in instantly and thought he had charges on his W, but he didn't, so ended up shooting out a soul assumption on Loda there, and it did 0 damage basically. So they weren't able to even get a rebuttal kill at all there. But yeah, they can't do anything in this tri lane. Like, they have a message and a lich, and they can just pressure the tower and just dive them as much as they want.
They're looking to rotate on. They're going on super mid. It's already nighttime. Ake doesn't have a creep right now though, and it'll just be boots for super. So he's got a little extra move speed to work with, and kind of back off as Loda gets pressured a bit bottom lane, but he does have that early 2 points of mirror image, so he's gone for an unusual build. Normally you see the Riptide early
top
on.
lane.
Yeah, lift onto Ice, drop back down to Admiral Bulldog, and he tries to run the other way, but well, this was conversions which he can use to push this lane out, but not able to escape in the end.
Are you even trying?
And some good rotation from Alliance here. I'm not sure if this rotation was necessary instead of staying on the bottom lane. As you can see, both the solo lanes were winning though until that point, so I guess they wanted to release some pressure, but I believe if they stayed bottom, like, this Lich Visage can't do anything against their tri lane. And this is giving much needed space for their supports and their Drow to get levels.
Yeah, and to be honest, I mean, it's a level 3 Visage with no boots. He just has the gold for them now. It's a level 3 Lich with 1.8 skill. If they wanted to come right back to this bottom lane, they still could, but, well, Misery true to form. If you watched him play for Mouse Sports, he loves to get aggressive in the laning stage. Same for LGDN, where perhaps the dual roam was their downfall as a team, but well, for Alliance, they look to keep that pressure up in the laning stage. And Super currently really focused on his body block mid, which is working out quite well. Gets the creeps pulled way back, and it still might not be enough. Misery, now revealed, but it is nighttime. And do they have a ward?
They see it.
They
yeah,
just got vision.
But regardless of that, he was playing like he was being ganked because there's been no one bottom for so long, so the team told him to just be careful. They're probably ganking mid.
So since they've backed off of bottom, like what's... I mean, obviously you think they should have stayed bottom, but what's the best alternative, I guess, given that they've kind of relieved the pressure there?
Well, I guess the first thing they had to do is do what they did. They need to get Nog out of that lane. Looks like they just abandoned it completely here. So looks like they're doing what they need to do. Make sure just this Naga gets farmed. It's really imperative that Naga gets farmed because it is a 4 protect 1 lineup they're running here. And if you don't have any farm on your Naga, kind of defeats the purpose of what they're trying to do. So they switched lanes for there, which is good. And I think they just keep doing what they're doing. They got a good start. Now they're just content on just free farming here.
Yeah, that's what you call 4 protect 0, as the Bulldog gets caught up bottom lane, but not really much to follow that up. They're still waiting for Ice. Zap to start, Lift to follow. They go in top lane, but yeah, that's Loda just not ready or not willing to go into that. So simple harassment for now. Ake, he wants them to push this lane in so he can wrap around, but this is still going to take a couple more seconds for creeps to march through. And there was a freshly placed Radiant Ward down, but that was placed after this rotation. So he does have that potential element of surprise. But I think that was an Ice ping. Or was it?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, he's pinging in. The Hellbear doesn't have much time either. It looks like they just want to go for the tower.
Yeah, meanwhile, mid lane pressure from Super. He's diving Chessie. He's got another nuke just a bit short of the kill, and Chessie will clap the wave, but Ice having trouble keeping this pressure off the tier 1. Ake now hits level 3. Loda continue to summon the illusions, actually maxing the mirror image first, not even going for the Riptide max at all. And, well, the tower dropping pretty low. In fact, it'll be in deny range now, and they're going to try and turn this one around. Ice marching in. Level 7, he's got this already. Pops it looking for the black hole. Misery slowed down, and that should be the death of your Rubik. Soul Assumption, just enough to get that kill. But the tower does go the way of the Dire. They didn't get the deny. And perhaps that's worth it in the end.
They're the ones pressuring towers instead of the other way around, but of course, Drow Visage lineups, it's not like they push towers in. They get their levels, a little bit of basic farm, and then they start pushing really hard. And what's going to be really hard for them is Panda's getting close to Blink. Once he gets Blink, teamfights are going to be very hard for Vici.
He's kept up with the Death Prophet completely. He's 41-9, 43-3 on the Death Prophet. There was the one rotation mid, but Super even dodged that gank, and, well, yeah, he's still falling a bit far behind.
And not farm, but yeah, for the most part, Panda is one of those mid heroes that does decently well against Death Prophet. A lot of heroes don't do well against Death Prophet, but Panda's a super strong mid.
Chessie and Viz now. He's level 8, and if he fights Fedra, that... Oh, yeah. Clap. Ultimate could follow this. He's going to go for the crit. I think he wants to save the ult, but yeah, if he wants this kill, I have to use it. Boulder Toss coming through, and just an ult for an easy Lich kill. that should secure the Blink Dagger, and on that sense, well worth it, as they will Cyclone the Death Prof in the air, and he makes his retreat out of the lane.
Yeah, I think you should build like that to get some kills against a lineup you know is not going to Death Ball until a certain timing is fine. But obviously, if he's playing against, like, say this is old patch, and like Pugna and stuff, getting a kill for Panda ult on a support would have not been worth it.
Yeah, but the tower's being a lot tankier, and also the fact that he does get Blink off of that, so it does somewhat mitigate not having the ult for the next potential big team fight. Yeah, you get a clap on 2-3 heroes, that can make up for it. Fenrir is still just blocking this creep by mid, denying wherever he can, and Alliance with the Blink up. I mean, I guess the question is, do they try to do something with this, or do they just wait the next ult? For now, Chessie just farming mid. Off-lane Bulldog, he's level 8, so he has secured quite a bit of experience this game, and they will rotate 3 in. Smoke gank from Alliance, walking towards the middle lane. Misery in the front lines, Blake, clap, and that should be the Deathless. The Death Prophet in a lot of trouble. Tossed back, netted up, and brought down. Chessie, low, but shouldn't fall here, as they steal the Frost Armor. That's not the most exciting spell, but hey, Rubik's just happy to hit level 6.
If they can get that spell later on in the game, it'll be very good against like the Death Prophet ult and the physical damage from Drow, but that's actually a pretty good spell to have, because it slows ranged heroes now for the same as it does melee with the new patch.
Yeah, especially against Terrorblade. I feel like that spell is really underrated against the ranged illusions.
Right, so that's not a bad spell to help, but it's not what he wants right now, of course. He wants the Frost Arm to get leveled up a little bit before he steals it.
Yeah, and like you were saying, against 5 range heroes as well, it's going to be very valuable. But meanwhile, it's still a better spell for now. Level 4 Crypt Swarm, that will be much more useful in these upcoming engagements. Ake making that wraparound top lane, perhaps, and Ice, not really in a rush to retreat out, but just the Centaur that comes in. He'll get the stomp off to start. There's really no follow-up for this. And Bulldog chills bottom lane, so... Well, Fear, I mean, we've kind of seen the early movements. They look like they're going pretty well for Alliance. They're up 3k gold. They're up 1,000 experience. Not the biggest lead, but what's step 2 if you're Alliance? Like, where do you go from here?
I think they're just, the name of the game for them is just going to be played defensively for as long as they possibly can. Like, as long as they don't lose their tier 1 towers. Of course, they can play aggressive if they want to get kills, but I think they just want to hold all their towers and just let Naga free farm. And if they can keep doing that and maybe apply a little pressure, get some ganks off, they're just going to keep doing that.
And on the side of Vici, they've gotten familiars at a pretty good time. FY, he's got his not on the way to a fast Ags by any means, but at least has his level 6. The Drow Ranger didn't go Midas, which is, at least for me, what I've seen like 8 out of 10 games on Drow Rangers. Even in this patch, it's been most games is the Midas rush. And you're off Enigma working towards a mech. How much pressure do you feel Vici is under? Like, can they sit back and farm for 10 minutes? Do they need to force the issue? And where should they be going from here?
They need to sit and farm for a little bit. They need basic farm before they can take fights. Like, maybe right now they can go for some tier 1s, but it's really hard because Panda has a Blink Dagger, and their supports are kind of under level, so I guess they need Chain Frost for the most part. But playing against Panda as a DP, you kind of don't want to fight into Panda until you have that level 2 ultimate, so they might just farm up until that.
How often do you see a support Lich, not even level 6 at 12.5 minutes, man? Like, a lot of
that
Lich support get this fight now.
You just sit there and deny and you get that almost.
Delete that hero from Dota, Ice Frog, please.
There's 2 heroes to delete.
Yeah, for those who didn't see it, at the NA Hub we had a heated debate about which hero should be deleted from Dota, and Fear was very adamant that Lich is the one. If you have to delete one hero, it's got to be the Lich.
Well, it's techies now, but...
Well, yeah, but back then.
Yeah,
back in the good old days, before the Dark Ages that came. That's the classical era. Now we're into the Dark Ages. Oh.
Yeah, they have Blink on Panda now. Looks like they're going for something mid, but they're 5-man mid now. Looks like they wanted to push, but I really think they should wait till we get level 11 on Death Prophet. It won't be too long, and that level 2 ultimate is a huge upgrade, especially when you're playing against Panda, because you can actually kill the fire spirit.
Yeah, Chessie wanted to make that move towards mid lane, but just doesn't find a good opening, and I guess the biggest issue for Alliance is they really don't have the follow-up there right now. For just farming his own woods, Loda has not gone back for the Riptide max. He didn't actually finish maxing Mirror Image, but he took it to level 3, and so his jungle has been a bit slower than what you normally see out of Vanaga. Still, because he's rushing this Radiance completely, no rate of a kill picked up, no drums, just straight into the Relic after the poor man's shield and bottle. He will have it around like that 16-minute mark or so. So it's still pretty good Radiance timing. And only now does the pressure begin for VG Gaming.
Looks like Alliance doesn't want to defend because I'm not sure why, but they just don't want anything to do with that tower, and they're just going to split push instead. What I'm really surprised is Bulldog is very silent this game. It's 14 minutes in. I don't think he's even attempted a hook yet, which is a little surprising. They're not getting too aggressive. But Clock is a really good hero against Drow Ranger in the early stages of the game, just for getting pickoffs. You just need to bring one more hero with you, and you can kill her pretty easily. But so this Drow is going to be forced out of lane entirely because this Clockwork pick now, and they're just probably going to end up fighting everything from here on out.
Well, the Drow Ranger for the time being has been mostly off the map. Like, she just hasn't any engagements, and Black has gone in for an early Yasha, so working towards a Manta style here most likely could go back for a straight BKB, which there aren't too many answers for an Alliance. The hookshot's not bad, the net's not too bad, but their physical damage will be lacking for like the next, I don't know, 8 to 10 minutes at least before Naga gets farmed. And, well, Loda, Relic timers officially cooled down. They managed to deny the tier 1 bottom. Still, it is a tower down, and in good news for Vici Gaming, Alliance don't rosh that quickly. They've got the Enchantress to tank it, but they don't really have a lineup that sneaks it, and if they want to sit back and farm, they're not necessarily forfeiting that objective. But here comes Chessie pushing him mid. Point booster online, and tier 1 now glyphed. Question will be,
Double glyph.
does Vici defend? They've got a Yule Scepter up on Super.
He's 11 now too, so this is the phase where Death Prophet gets really scary. And we haven't seen a single exorcism this game. We haven't really seen anything. We saw one primal split. Nobody's just casting like any big spells. No black holes.
That's
no
the
hooks.
summary of this game. We really haven't seen anything.
Like Saga doesn't even have her ult skilled.
Yeah, give us something. Well, don't give us Bulldog dying in the... I think he might. He's walked in here. I believe the Radiant team saw him coming. Oh, he's got a Force Staff. Okay. Yeah, he'll Force Staff out. Without that, he was dead. Maybe he could hook shot away.
Farmed. Like, Dro has to be off the map because you can't really lane down here, so Bulldog just free farm down here instead of looking for ganks, and he has a pretty early Force Staff.
Yeah, that Crypt Swarm steal is definitely helping Alliance to hold these towers, though. Misery just keeps on spamming out the waves, and Super just forced to auto-attack. Does not want to commit an Exorcism too soon, and meanwhile... Oh, Chessie, does he go for the Courier? It's carrying an Ogre Club. Not the biggest deal, but wouldn't be a bad kill. He doesn't even want it. He wants to get the jump on the team. Maybe thinking he won't kill it off. There is still a speed burst ready.
Oh, he would have definitely got it. Didn't remember with the new patch, melee heroes do 50% more damage to couriers.
Yeah, well, I guess they felt they could take a
Oh, he
fight.
can get on the way back. He's gonna get on the way back, probably.
It's still a speed burst. Let's see. Oh, yeah, no. Well, one shot it. That's not going to matter.
Yeah.
But it was carrying an Ogre Club. He could have prevented that from being delivered at least.
Yeah, I mean,
Not
would
the
have been
biggest
nice.
deal.
Wouldn't really done much, I don't think, though. I mean, maybe in some small instance where Drow like gets initiated on and barely lives, that may have made the difference. But seeing as how they played, probably wouldn't have mattered much.
Well, Naga Radiance, it's about to come online, and it's been really quietly just given away by Vici Gaming. So clearly they either feel they just can't do anything to stop this, or are very confident they can deal with it. And I guess the question is, which one is it?
They don't want to be in this position, I'm certain, but they don't really have a choice. Because they couldn't like fight because their supports were so underleveled. Like Lich just hit level 6. They were in no position to fight at all.
I'm just admiring the fact that a support Rubik is pushing harder than a Death Prophet, basically. Like, he's spamming waves faster than her, and he's more aggressive in his movements as of late, despite a total lack of farm. That is, like you said, it's just not the position you want to be in.
Luckily, he did lose the Crypt Swarm now, so I'm sure Super's going to be very careful on trying to not give that away now.
I mean, it's a pretty hard spell not to give away, right? Like, I guess you could silence.
You just have to stay away from Rubik, and if he does go for the steal, just, you know, Yules him, silence him, try to kill him.
Oh, top lane. Here's your... Oh, no split! Black got off the silence in time! Be able to TP out. Quick reactions there from him. Chessie was, like, halfway through the, you know, the arm swing. He's doing those military presses. Oh, Yules on the mid lane.
Yules.
Yeah, well, you stole something, Misery. Was it worth it? Was it worth it?
Ooh, called that one.
Yeah, Super said hell no.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I expected. Like, if he goes in for the steal like that, you just Yules him and kill him.
You're so smart. man.
I am the smartest Dota player you have ever met.
Yeah, I'm so impressed.
But it looks like they're gonna get a tower out of this one too, so things are starting to look up now for Vici. Like, they needed that badly. They got a free kill, and on top of that, they got a tower out of it.
Yeah, they haven't even used the black hole. I don't even think they've used their mechanism this game. First exorcism at 19 minutes, still no black holes to come. Chain Frost is just chilling. Your Clockwork Hook has, I don't believe, has been used. We've seen the one splitter, but man, it's been a slow game.
How often have you seen a Clockwork 20 minutes in, not cast hook once? Anyways, they're going in with the primal split.
Ice does have his mech online. The black hole's ready as well, but all they want to do with this is take the tower, so they'll just use the Cyclone. They'll dispel it, and they'll get ready for Cyclone number 2, and, well, no, maybe not going to use that. Oh, just feed a Wind Pin. 14 gold. Immolation Pin will give up, and Alliance now rotate towards the bottom lane, while it's Lotus sitting farming the jungle, and they're just trying to make a move here on FY. Ogre Club up, he's got 2,000 gold nearly, but he's hook-shotted. He's caught out bottom lane. Now TP in one. The Lich is joining the fray, but it's too late. FY down for the count.
Familiars.
Oh, God.
That's terrible. That's such a good spell to have.
And to make to equalize things, Chessie has a double damage rune to kill them off, but it's Familiar Wars now. He who has 2 familiars wins, so no familiars anymore.
90-second cooldown until familiars. I was gonna say, like, after Panda used his ult like that, I think as soon as Death Prophet ult got up, they should have just went and pushed the tower while Panda ult's down. But without familiars now and Rubik having familiars, it's gonna be pretty hard.
That was a tactical familiar feat, just so they could farm them for gold, man. That was next level.
What type of tactic is that?
It's an economy tactic, that's what it is. Well,
He fed his own familiars?
I guess so.
That's a tactic?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, feeding the spell steal is what I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But, well. Vici Gaming now. Let's see what they do from here.
Loda has not been contested this entire game. Like, they're pretty much winning this now for the past, like, 15, 16 minutes without Loda at all. And right now, this Drow pick, it's not working out so well for them. She really needs that BKB before she can do anything. But it looks like mid lane, no, he doesn't find the jump on him. Super's by himself, playing really cocky.
They just haven't, like, you see 5 Rage Tears with a Drow Visage Enigma, you just expect more tower pushing. They just have not felt confident to do it against this early Blink Dagger on Brew. And they're gonna try for something now.
Yeah. What I find really interesting still is how much confidence this Alliance team has with Naga just to first pick it like this. And I think they always run it as a core too, don't they?
Yeah, it's funny because they used to only run as the EGM support, but I mean, a different patch and a different day. Yeah, it was something that they talked about quite a bit at TI3, or sorry, not TI3, at TI4 was, you know, we should have ran our Naga more. They started to pick it towards the end of the group stage, but I guess it was too little, too late at that point.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, they're running it plenty now. I've seen this load of Naga quite a bit with this new Alliance roster.
So I mean, if you see like that first, oh, well, hold that thought. Exorcism mid lane, they're gonna push it. There's still a glyph ready though. Ice. He's gone for an early Blink Dagger rush. Hasn't built up the BKB. No pipe for him either against a decent amount of magic damage. Instead, they're gonna nuke down an illusion, but the rest of the Loda army is bottom lane. And it'll clear out the wave, and the rat can begin, and he is executing well. Like, he's already got his illusions ready to cut the wave mid. Don't think about a kill off the courier, though he may try, but more importantly, he will thwart the aggression any further. Tier 2 doesn't really take much damage, and now he's cutting the wave bottom lane. Nearly to the base he goes. And this is potentially prepping for the Roche Fear. They're close to trying to take this.
Yeah, that's like the worst feeling you can have when you're playing a DP. Like, she used her ult there to get the mid tower, but they barely scratched it. That Death Prophet ult did pretty much nothing. And you know you're in a bad spot when you use a DP ult on a tower and you don't even like take half of its HP.
Yeah, the familiars, the Visage familiars moving in bottom lane now. And they'll try and hold the line. Misery no longer has it, but now has a Blink Dagger to go. So he's got better spells to steal at this point. Your Black Hole, your Chain Frost, not the easiest spell to steal, but with a Blink definitely possible. And well, if nothing else, he'll be mobile in this one. Yeah,
I got a lot of good spells to steal this game actually.
And he's had a really impressive start. 2, 2, and 3, but more importantly, this is a level 10 Rubik. He's basically there with everyone except maybe the Enigma and the Death Prophet this game. And I guess the Naga now as well. Really close in terms of the levels.
Yeah, more or less, he's been single-handedly defending all their towers. Because he's had some great steals. He had the familiars before, which stopped it. He just Fade Bolt with familiar drops and rocket spam. And on bottom, Crypt Swarm, he was spamming that with Fade Bolt as well to clear all the waves. So he's been, yeah, Misery's been playing phenomenal. Getting all the right spells and defending the towers, buying time for this Naga to farm up.
It's just so weird for me to see this from Vici Gaming. Like, I don't know, have you watched them much with the new lineup?
I mean, we played them in WEC, but I haven't seen them much.
Okay,
That, to be
well,
honest. Yeah.
okay. So, because, like, that was, I believe, their first tournament with Black even playing with the team at all. And since then, they've been very aggressive in the Chinese scene. A lot of, not just in terms of drafting, like, they will pick Drow Visage, if not first 2 picks, then certainly third, fourth. Tiny Wisp, same thing. Well, I've seen them first pick both of those heroes, or both of those combos, and have a lot of success, but they've been very defensive this game. And the thing is, when they draft them, it's not like, oh, they just pick these strong combos, but they play them to just win the game from minute 0 to 6, which is, yeah, those lineups go late, but they haven't even tried for it. And now they're going to take a risk. So this is more the Vici game I was kind of expecting. They'll smoke into the Roche pit, and they're just going to go for it. Rocket's already there, but do they react in time? Bulldog starts to call in the reinforcement, but Roche is about to die. Yeah, already dead. Ice, casually blink up to the high ground. Well,
What was that? Was he trying to block the hook? I think he was. Now he's kind of an awkward spot. Oh, Bulldog doesn't see him.
yeah, I got the vision on that one, so Ice. He would have been a hero if needed, but instead he'll just casually walk away.
Taking one for the team. He was one for the team.
Man, look at Misery. He's just waiting to jump in. They're going to use the Naga Illusion here with a lift, a Riptide follow-up, dropping down. He steals the Familiars again! You gotta stop giving this away, FY! Oh, it's too much. I mean, to be
this is
fair.
one of those things where people haven't played against Rubik too much in this patch. Like, before, Rubik was like a top pick and picked all the time, and people were really good about covering their spells, but once you don't play against Rubik for long enough, you kind of forget how to do that.
That is painful, man, and in a lot of ways, it kind of equalizes for that sneaky Roshan. But with that said, well, what's the next plan for Vici? They got the Aegis on the Drow. She's got BKB and Yasha. She didn't go for the early economy build with the Midas. And, top lane again onto Black, dropping him down to familiar stuns. But he does have a BKB. They're not going to force it too much. Do you just farm with this one? Like, have you just given up on the push? Is there a way to get that push going?
Familiars here.
Okay.
That's 200 gold to Black, which he desperately needs. I think they just need to... At this point, Naga is at the point where you can't really stop what she's going to do. So I think they need to make this Drow relevant, and that they just need to just farm. So I don't expect them to do too much. Once this Drow gets more items, maybe they can fight, but right now I don't think they're in any shape to really fight right now. Because they're just going to get split pushed all the time, and if they just try to group up too much, Nagas can get farmed, super farmed, while you're sitting as 5 players, so you're not getting much farm yourself. So I think they just sit and just try to maximize how much farm they can get and minimize how much farm Naga's getting by clearing their own jungle and stuff like that. Yeah, so Naga can't have it.
The Naga's pretty out of control. When she's just solo clearing waves, like right in front of your tier 2, stealing creeps from the Lich in the jungle, and simultaneously from your own camps, which, as you can see, she pretty much eviscerated her entire own woods. Yeah, Naga's, like you said, getting out of control, and they just don't have a great lineup to punish the split push. No Silencer pick, no Storm, there's no Doom, or someone that if she jumps a Naga can just flat out kill him, and, well, as a result, it's Gaming trying for something bottom lane, but they are pushing into Song, they are pushing into Split, everything ready for Alliance with an Agsna up on the Brew. Let's see if they force it, Fear.
Yeah. Thinking about Alliance doesn't have is they have superior team fight. So if they can manage to win a fight, and they have heroes that can take a Rax easily after winning a fight, so that's all Vici needs is just one fight, or they need to find a pick Naga, which is, as you said, hard to do with their heroes.
They do kill off this ganking illusion from the backside, but that's okay. There's more coming in the other direction. One pushing down mid. Loda now just chilling with this hero while he rotates an illusion towards top. This may try and contest the familiars at no risk, and yeah, you can see bottom lane the same shenanigans in play. I do have to say, I feel like Loga plays this, not just, yeah, he gets the fast radiance, but the illusion predictions in terms of knowing when the creep waves are going to arrive, and also just knowing when you need to cut the wave because they might try to push. He's always ready to anticipate, which is, I think, to the mark of a really good Rat Dota-style Naga player.
Yeah, he's been playing this really well. But I still think VG Gaming has a late game advantage, though. So if this game goes too late...
Like late game, you're saying?
Yeah, yes. Ultra late game. And it's not getting too far off, to be honest with you. Because Naga's, you know, she's got her Manta up. She needs a couple more items. Drow finally has a good set of core items now, as well. And the problem with Naga doing this is, like, your team gets no farm except for the Naga. Only Naga's going to be farmed after this. And these creeps that she is killing, they're not getting experience for, so they should be, if they keep doing this, they're going to lose in experience pretty heavily.
Well,
yeah, I guess in the gold graph shows that too. Like, they're winning in gold because of it, but they're losing experience, which is pretty standard for Naga.
Yeah, her illusions get the gold, but she's normally not even in experience range, and usually the team can't be there either. Chessie with a moving Radiant jungle, looking for a Vici game. I mean, it's 9 kills in 30 minutes, but it's more than that. It's just, it's 9 kills in 30 minutes, and like we're lucky to have that many kills as far as the action addicts go. It's just been completely passive play from both teams. Both confident in their game, not confident in their ability to fight now, and yeah, just chilling. Everyone's chilling.
Radiant's top tower.
FY does have his Scepter up now too, so the reason why I say VG Gaming's late game is going to be a lot better is Panda, he's going to fall off real hard against Death Prophet, level 16 ult, Drow, right-clicking, Visage Familiars. It's not going to do that much, to be honest with you. So that hero's kind of gone down the drain, while his Visage is a pretty good late game hero too. Those Familiars hit really hard. Nigma also gets pretty good late game too, if you can get the Refresher up and all those spells. They don't have, other than Rubik, they can't really cancel it very easily, the Black Hole, if he gets that BKB up. I mean, I guess there's Hookshot too. But late game, I think they're in really good shape. This Enchantress is pretty under farm as well.
Yeah, there's the net, but that's not very long range or reliable in a team fight. And you don't really need a full Black Hole, just like a few seconds, often enough to turn the fight. But Loda will push in the top lane now. He's got 2,900 gold up, the Manta style online. No illusions in position to really stop this bottom push, and with Radiant Familiars here, they're going to smack down that tower rather quickly. Loda now spinning another wave of illusions. The whole team in position for this Radiant Vision. Pretty lacky on this top side of the map, but they've got Fenrir and Black sitting towards mid lane, not taking any risks, while Ice and FY carefully work on this top tower, but oh, bottom lane. They've gone on to Super. He gets pulled back into the cost. He's not even going to bother to use his BKB, just feeling it wouldn't accomplish anything. He'll give up his life. It's a tier 2 for tier 2 trade, and well, the question is, will Alliance try and push farther off of this?
Yeah, that was really smart of Super to not commit to his BKB there, because he was dead no matter what. If he would have used BKB, they may have considered to maybe go even further without that ultimate up, or that ability up.
Yeah, and with that, they still have Chain Frost, Black Hole, Exorcism, Drought is still farming, has now picked up a helm with the Dominator, and well, Black's inventory, if he manages to upgrade all these items, like you imagine a Daedalus, a Manta, if he wants to go Satanic, or just straight into something like a Butterfly, he's going to be hitting like a truck. But, well, I'm talking about him upgrade his items, and this is not going to help. Lift up, drop back down, and force the BKB TP out. Well, we'll make it out, but this is an expensive BKB charge down the drain. That was his 10-second. That's the first time he's used it.
Yeah, I mean, they did get a Panda ult out of it, but I don't think they... maybe they could push right now if they wanted to, down mid lane or something like that.
That's the kind of Dota we're seeing right now. It's a 10-second BKB for that probably won't even be needed for the next few minutes anyway.
That actually probably was worth it for Alliance. In most cases, you would say, yeah, BKB charge for Panda ult. Maybe we can get an objective now, but not in 6.82b.
I mean, how much of this is really the patch, though? Like, I've seen some pretty bloody games in 6.82b.
I mean, I would say it's somewhat the patch, it's because the way the players pick, but...
Well, when you first pick Naga, you've got... your Alliance, you've got one thing in mind, yeah. You're all... Well, maybe not all in, but you're, like you said, committed.
Yeah, that's what a lot of players think that way about this patch, though. They think, like, you know, we can't push anymore, let's just turtle man get 6 slots.
Do you...
But that's how things case.
Well, for now it's definitely happening.
Yeah, I This was one of those awkward games where Naga gets a good start, and obviously the team with Naga is going to play the same every time, but Vici Gaming didn't plan on for to go this way. Not their early game.
Bulldog forced it. Oh, he turned. He still gets it. That's a 1500 net worth courier, and it carries a Shiva's Guard recipe. I mean, not like a game-breaking courier kill, but definitely a nice one for Alliance if they want to push this a bit further. The other good thing for Alliance Fear, and I mean, it's fairly minor, but they're getting pretty much every rune with the map control they have. So they get all the bounty runes. Potentially they get that game-changing haste or double damage, and they will keep the lanes pushed in.
They don't really have any heroes that can abuse those runes, though. Like, DD is, like, big if Vici gets it, but who's gonna get a DD on Alliance and actually change the game? They don't have any good DD carriers. Or haste carriers, I guess. I don't think runes are very good for Alliance, moral of the story.
Yeah, also, there was a gem traded, as Fenrir lost his in that fight. Or a bit earlier. So now Alliance have 2 gems.
They do have the Scepter up now for Ake as well. Looks like they all have their basic core items up their Scepter up on clock as well, so I still think the longer this goes, the better shape Vici's in. But I guess the next Roche will be kind of a big tell. If Alliance can manage to kill it, which they have horrible heroes as you mentioned for killing Roche, that'll be really big for them. Just to deny it from Vici, because I think Vici needs that fight.
Familiars drop down in the bottom lane. Tower will go the way of Ake, so your Enchantress with an Aghanim Scepter up gets another chunk of gold. 1300 up now, but they're not going to push it any further. And that next Roche is still a few seconds off. Clockwork Rocket coming out scouting for it, and timing's just slightly off for Bulldog, so they keep on pinning it. They know it's going to be up fairly soon, as it's nearly a max Roche respawn. Yeah, Chessie's in the pit now, and they're ready to try and take this. This is probably the Roche.
Just do it. Yeah, Brew can just sit there and for a while with that Flads and Drunken Haze and all the other spells he has if he wanted to. Oh, they got Frost Armor too? Or is that just a creep? Oh, that's just a creep. I thought they stole it. Looks like he has no spell stolen on Rubik. I think they're just waiting right now for Vici. Vici's waiting right now for Black to finish his, like, right now he has like the sampler going on right now. Once he completes
He's got the party platter of items.
Yeah, the yard sale.
A little bit of everything, but not too much of anything. But he's close to completing like 1 or 2 more items, so yeah, he's pretty much got his Manta if he wants to go for it. Data is not too far off, about 1,000 gold short of that, and his team's buying time for him. Top lane, Naga Illusion denies the top tower. Well played by Loda. Still, it is gold into Vici's pockets, and it does open up potential for some backdoor shenanigans on, or split push shenanigans, I should say, in the top lane.
Here comes the 5-man Roche attempt.
10 kills in 37 minutes. It's been a very safe game for both teams, and it's been close, to be fair. 7,500 gold lead for Alliance, 5,000 experience lead for Vici Gaming, but it does...
It's a classic Naga game, honestly.
It does feel like it's that time for Alliance, doesn't it? Like, Manta's up on your Naga, Heart's up, 2,600 gold, so you've got your buyback or the mace of the Butterfly. Who else is going to scale on the slide up? I mean, there's really not much, as we kind of been beating that dead horse for the past 10, 15.
But the thing is like, they don't have base breaking heroes to split push, but Vici's been holding it pretty admirably. And Super, he does now have a Shiva's up as well, and looks like we have an ultimate orb on top of FY. It looks like he's going for a Hex.
I'd say normally we see the Assault Cuirass on the Visage, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be more suited. Just buff up the heroes, because I think Assault Cuirass is pretty much needed on their team, because that helps Drow out a ton. And the Familiars, it just helps them in almost every single way. Coming late game, Exorcism helps too. Maybe DP goes for that, though.
Fenrir, he's resorted to that really safe big camp, and this could be the item, Clinton. This is the Mask of Madness Aghanim Scepter Enchantress. Here we go. This is the game winner for Ake. This is the one, I believe. They've got double gem on the courier.
I mean, it's definitely really good. The only problem with it is, I think it's pretty safe this game. But if she gets caught, like, they have ways of killing Enchantress really fast. Like, Ghosts obviously don't care about Untouchable, which is only level 1, so what the... I'm actually so confused. Why does he have level 1 Untouchable?
Yeah, and they're dire as well, which... I guess to be fair, they have been fine for the most part going for the Roche, but generally you see teams level that up so you can just take it a bit more safely early on.
Yeah, it makes Drow unable to attack her if her BKB's down, which seems pretty useful. But other than that, it's not so good. I don't think Familiars get affected at all.
You're talking about BKBs being down. We're 40 minutes in, it's been useful.
Yeah.
This BKB's always up. It's been up for like 80% of the purchase time. Or the time since the purchase, I should say. But finally, Alliance will make their move in. They've now got a Talisman Evasion on the Naga, preparing for potential Butterfly Black. We'll hold the line mid, and Loda, he looks for that opportunity to move in. He's had the level 3 ult for some time now, and you do wonder if they try and pull some sneaky tactics with that ultimate. But they just haven't had many openings for it, I suppose, up to now.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Nope.
attack.
It's just complete and utter farm fest.
Well, what's your favorite drink for times like these?
Monster Energy.
Oh, okay.
With some
What's your
vodka.
favorite? What's your favorite flavor of the Monster Energy? Your
Rojo
rehab, right?
Yeah, rehab Rojo tea. That is the way to go. Sell out, boys.
Yeah, there you go. When there's nothing else to talk about rehab.
Rehab.
Just talk about rehab.
Just rehab.
They're looking for Loda top lane, perhaps. Ice has the blink black hole, but that's not gonna happen. Yeah, they're God forbid we have
Not
some
much
action.
is gonna happen.
Oh my. WCA, I'm pretty sure crowds left the building.
Yeah.
They're on a
Thanks for
snack
inviting me
break.
on to cast a game, by the way.
Well, I figured you have that soporific old man effect, so I wanted to calm the audience down. They were getting a little too excited. Couldn't have that.
I'll predict how this game goes. There's gonna be a lot of farming, and then there's gonna be a lot of action. We just need to wait for the action.
Brilliant.
There's gonna come a point where there's Naga's 6 slotted and they have nothing to do but fight, so the game's gonna get really exciting. But Dota has these phases with certain strategies where it's kind of boring to watch for a little while, but it'll become entertaining once they
Middle tower is
have to fight, basically.
Yeah, once that first lane of Rax is cracked, you see some buybacks come out, suddenly things get really spicy. And it is going to be coming soon. Chessie's pushing in the middle lane. It's a bit of a slow push, as we've talked about. They don't kill towers quickly, but it is an inevitable push as well. There's no way to heal this for Vici, so this tier 2 will fall eventually mid, and the question is if they care. I think it's mostly the high ground they're looking at, but if Ice can find a good black hole, we may see him jump in and use his first BKB charge.
Radiant's middle tower.
You mean his first black hole, too?
Yeah, that as well. I was
A
hoping.
lot of firsts being popped. Fight.
No.
We
Yeah,
didn't get our first hook shot, though. That's good. At least we have one of those on record.
I actually need to bring up the graph. We've had 4 kills in 21 minutes.
I mean,
This is a long time since I've seen a graph like this.
There has been 2 exorcisms, I think. 0 chain frost, 0 black holes. Was there a sleep? I don't even think there was a sleep.
The good news is, I'm pretty sure 3/4 of our audience is from Europe or North America, and they all stayed up incredibly late for this, especially the Europeans in the audience. You guys stayed up late for this? Oh man. Sorry for you right now. That's okay. The action will wake you up whenever it comes, but there's no promises on when it comes, so I'd get some, rehab, some coffee, whatever your pleasure may be.
It'll come in 10-15 minutes, I think.
Okay.
Because once Naga gets 6 slotted and they get Aegis and Shees on their other 2 heroes, then they're gonna just go for it. But
They are slowly ratting this though, and maybe that's the plan for Alliance. The tier 3 top lane is dropping pretty low. Butterfly's picked up on the Naga, so there is an MKB on Drow, but a single target hero. She can't kill all the illusions right away, and the mid tower healthy for the time being. They can slow this with Frost Armor, but in theory, if Vici Gaming do nothing, at that point their entire base will be eroded. And they'll have to choose a fight eventually.
at the same time, they're getting so much farm. These Naga pressure isn't gonna be as strong. Because like when Visage gets to the point, well, he is going for Hex, and he actually has it. I'm not sure what the Hex is for. I definitely agree with you, or the Assault Cuirass is probably the choice. I thought DP might have went for that instead, but it looks like he's going for a Bloodstone. I'm not sure why they're not picking up an Assault Cuirass here.
This is the 80-minute item. Super knows the Bloodbath is nearby, so he's just ready to collect those Bloodstone charges for the quick respawn, and yeah, that's a Rubik Ethereal Blade. I mean, why not for Misery? At this stage of the game, against all the physical damage of Vici, very powerful.
Yeah, like he can E-Blade to whoever Drow's focusing, and then obviously he can't hit him anymore. But it looks like Alliance's plan is just that. They're going to use illusions for the entirety of this game to whittle down the towers. And they're getting a lot of damage done on it.
Yeah, it's working, man, and they're cutting the mid lane, and the only things leaving the base right now are familiars, which Misery is trying to farm currently, and may get one. Ake's using Mask of Madness to get in close and hope for some kills of his own, and yeah, this tower is slowly, well, not even too slowly, but it's ticking away here. There's a timer on this tower's lifespan. They're gonna have to react soon.
Yeah, if they keep playing like this, they're inevitably going to lose, but oh, hook shot on creeps.
Bulldog is hooking creeps to push the lanes in. This is the ultimate in Rat Dota. For when you can't have Nature's Prophet, just get an Ags and spam your hook shot on creep waves.
Interesting.
It's a patience game, though. Alliance could get that tower, and then overextend, get wiped, and potentially just throw this game in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, the one thing that Vici Gaming has that Alliance has is they can win the game off of 1 or 2 deaths if you don't have buyback up. Whereas Alliance, they just have to very slowly win this game.
Oh, this is where you just hope for a courier snipe. It is headed to the secret shop, and they spotted this out with a ward. That could be the big play of this game. What's it? Oh, it's bottom Mystic Staff. This is the FY Hex, but he's carefully finagling it through the tree line, and while this is all a distraction, perhaps. As the Naga Illusions come in, they're just pretending like they want this courier kill, but really what they want is for heroes to worry about it and focus on their micro. It makes the long journey across the lane, and this is the most exciting thing we've seen in the past 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think
Mission
losing
Impossible
Rax matters for Vici so much. Like, if they lose a Rax, for example, off this Naga split push, I think they always have the opportunity where they can just run down mid as 5 and have a chance to win the game and go throwing it. Because they kill buildings extremely fast with this Drow Visage Death Prophet combination.
Well,
oh, the E-Blade's thrown out on black.
Casual harassment E-Blade for Misery. That will set up a deadly rocket flare if Bulldog wants to use it, but yeah, they're ready for the next Roche. That's the goal here. And they're going to rotate towards it now. Chessie's in position. He has gone for an Assault Cuirass, but it's not for the team we expected. It's Alliance who claim it. It will help them bring down buildings a bit quicker. Okay, stop for Wildkin, or Wild Wing, I should say. Salt.
You have to be near the building for the effect to take it.
That's true, and Chessie hasn't been near a building in upwards of 20 minutes, so yeah. It's okay, it's for the base race. This entire game plan is built around, we'll get ahead just enough that it'll come to a base race and we have extra minus armor buildings and we win.
Oh, looks like they're gonna get a pick. Some action in mid lane.
He's got hookshot ready to go. Bulldog, can he force staff his way out? Nope. But that's okay. Lotus pushing in the top lane. He's gonna bring down this, well, never mind. Black is here, but while that's happening, they actually lose their Lich to the Illusions back near the tier 3 tower, and so they get the trade anyway. It's a Lich for a Clockwork, which I would normally say favors Vici for sure, but at this point, just for a kill with buildings taking damage is probably good. And by the way, Chessie is still working on this Roche. She's been here for 2 minutes, I think.
Here comes some Mask of Madness Enchantress.
Roshan has
There's the Aegis Cheese. Naga as well. She needs one more slot. It's always debatable what you get with your last slot. I mean, there's still Diffusal Blade.
Oh, Courier. Where are you going? It gets netted! Lotus gonna kill it off! This has a Daedalus recipe for Black, who does still have buyback, but well, that was an ambitious movement for the Courier. Just straight up the top lane that's constantly getting pressured.
Yeah. And the tower's almost dead top. I mean, Lich is the best pickoff they can get because no Frost Armor for the towers.
That's some next level thoughts right there.
Well, I mean, the rest of the heroes are not even doing anything.
And I do have to say you fall short, though, because I still give Ake Glyph to save the Tombstone the #1 on my list of next level strats that I've heard in recent memory. Or, not Ake, it was Hani, actually. Yeah, it was Hani.
That can't be recent.
No, it actually was like, Glyph to save the Tombstone. And it turned out that was deleted from Dota, like,
A long time ago.
4 years ago? Something like that.
Yeah, that's Dota 1. I don't even know if that was in Dota 2, was it?
No, I think it was removed in Dota 1, I believe you're right.
Yeah. That's a long time ago.
But you gotta dig deep, you know. This is the kind of there's no action, so you just gotta outthink your opponents. It is a game of chess in that sense.
That was the actual strategy. Like, I played a lot of Undying in Dota 1, and that was just standard. You just glyph the Tombstone and team fights.
It is a very strong ability. I mean, I remember when that hero came out. It was one of the most ridiculous heroes, but he got nerfed pretty quickly that time.
Did he get nerfed that bad? I mean, it's more of a combination of people learn how to play against him more than he got nerfed.
That's true.
Because before, people would just like run their safe lane, tri lane every game, and they're like, "What can we do? We can't do anything." And then people are like, "Oh, what if we move our tri lane to the other lane?"
Radiant's top
I love
Make a
this.
dying move around.
Yeah, that's true. I love this internal conflict with Vici. Like, they simultaneously just keep the tower alive at 22 seconds. They frost armor, and then Ice is like, no, we're denying this one. We're giving up this tier 3. It's been a 15-minute onslaught from Alliance to bring down a tier 3 tower, and they claim their objective at long last. Do they look for that push-in now? Well, there's familiars to hunt, so they've got better things to do. And they will hunt them. One crit from the Brewmaster will end the first, and that's okay. There is a full resummon ready on FY. He's
What are
just...
those lords? They're like cogs. Those are cool.
Oh, up on the hill?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
some fancy lords.
I'm thinking about zooming in on them, and I just know we'll have our first fight, our real fight, in 30 minutes.
I already got them zoomed in.
Yeah, well, the luxury of being a co-caster.
It's got magnets for hands. Oh, it died. No, they're both dead.
Yeah,
What a shame.
they're definitely both. Well, Clinton, I can call you when the fights start. You know, if you want to just lie down. I know you're getting tired. It's kind of past your bedtime, so
Yeah,
it's okay.
I mean, I was really entertained with the wards there, but misery ended my fun.
Nothing new there. Well, Loda goes in. He's got a song ready. He could use it at some point this game. Like, is there anything Alliance should be doing differently? They are slowly sieging, but can they abuse song better here? Is this like the exact right way to play this?
There's many ways to play Naga, but like they could attempt to put Illusion's bottom. Yeah, I think it's worth a shot, but at the same time, if Naga gets caught out before she gets some sleep off and dies, that'd be huge. I think they're just gonna. I think it's fine just to go for this Rax, the ranged Rax. Then once you get the ranged Rax, they'll be able to just do more cheeky plays with the Song of the Siren because the lane will be pushing more.
I'm gonna
give them a little more space.
I'm really gonna feel bad for Alliance if this has been like such meticulous play from them, but I just have this bad feeling that there's gonna be one awful fight, and all that hard work is just gonna crumble.
I mean, there's definitely the potential for that to happen, but we'll see. Where's the chicken at? Is it still not respawning?
It's going for the Dire secret shop because they've decided that this one is it can't be accessed. So it's making the long journey behind enemy lines to resupply, while Illusions will try and threaten the base. And they're working on the tier 3 bottom lane with this, but... Okay, so one way to get this courier back is defeat it and then wait for the respawn. If you just give up on the retreat, but
I mean,
they're gonna send it bottom and hope that it doesn't get caught. This is the biggest play of this game. This courier, man.
That was pretty cute. Should have saw that one coming.
I think
Or
that's
their own secret shop and killed it.
I definitely feel like that's a part of the game plan for Alliances. Do not let them use the shop, because some of these heroes just need that shop at this point. Song to start. Here we go, and they've got an Illusion in the bottom lane, working on the tier 3 tower. No ability for Vici Gaming to engage, and yeah, they've got a minute before they can do that again. Yeah, the Illusions will die, but I mean, why not just rinse and repeat?
Yep. Now they're gonna start doing the cheeky plays with the Song of the Siren, but Loda has to be a little careful. Obviously, buyback is available, and there's nothing else you can use your money for, so it's one of those situations where you're playing Nog. If you end up dying once and you have all this gold, you're like, okay, you have to turtle, because if you die again, you lose. But I guess it's one of the better heroes to turtle with, because you don't have to put your hero in danger. But he doesn't want to lose that buyback, regardless.
Yeah, he's not even going to approach the base unless he's got his full complement of teammates back you up. And they're trying to run down these illusions, so to get like one swing off on the tower. Yeah, there you go. A few chops. And the animation works with it, but eventually we'll go down. It's working, at least for these towers, and I do want to point out he has been whittling down the range tracks. Loda has not been focused the melee. This is permanent damage they could do, albeit slowly. I will be amazed if Avicii Gaming don't pick a fight, but they're just watching their base die. I mean, it's slow, it's steady, it is dying though.
Oh, here
we go again.
Round number 2. And there's some illusions in bottom lane.
And it's black they've caught, and he's got the MKB, so there's not much they can, like, they can't kill these illusions that quickly without the MKB.
Yeah. So, at some point, once their towers get low enough, Vici just has to go down mid and just try and end the game. Because they're gonna lose at this rate, because they're taking a lot of damage on the tier 3s. I'm not sure what they're waiting for, but their heroes all have what they need, I think, to fight at this point. I believe Black's gonna want to sell his Yasha here for a Butterfly pretty soon here. Finish his Satanic. Super is going for a Hex too. They're just massing Hexes, and Hex isn't even a good item against Naga, to be honest with you. They all opted to build for Hexes instead of getting an Assault Cuirass, which is pretty good against Naga last I checked.
Hook shot mid lane. Oh, just barely missed on Super. Maybe this is the bait. Ice walks in. He's got Black Hole. Are we going to see it? No. No Black Hole. Super charges in, perhaps expecting backup, but... Well, they have to back, because the Sons come through top lane. Loda will kill off the Range Racks. The Rat is strong for Alliance. Range Racks for an Exorcism. At least they held the Black Hole and a BKB to boot. And just a 1-minute cooldown on Song of the Siren. That's really all it costs Alliance. Yeah, Bruce Split, but... I mean, it's 5-man down mid to punish that Bruce Split? I'm not sure.
I mean, Exorcism's way more important than Brewmaster's point, but I think they are now gonna... Looks like they want to go down mid. At some point, they're gonna get fed up with this. It's really annoying to play against this. So they've been patient, but at some point, you have to do something. I
mean, regarding the Hexes, maybe the idea here for Vici Gaming is, well, we can just Hex all the Naga illusions, right? Like, we get Hex for each illusion, and then the Dota doesn't work so well anymore. You'll have to commit a hero. I wonder if that's what they're thinking at this stage.
Just build a bunch of Purges, just kill all the illusions.
I guess so.
Good work.
Bulldog's trying to hook in the creep waves top lane. But they've lost that first range Rax. It's not the biggest deal by any means, but it is a little momentum going their way. And the next Roche is coming in about 2 minutes time. This is, once again, nearly a max.
There's a smoke. They might get Bulldog here.
Ball caught out, and with Familiars to follow this up, this could be our first kill in a very long time. He's silenced, but he's force-staffed away by Aki. Trying to keep him alive. Ice blinking in, but he got songed. Well,
are going in on top lane here, too.
Fight's over. Yeah, this is all a bait. It's a trap for Loda to do his work. Your Hexes can't stop the Rat when they're not there to kill him. Yeah, they've got 4 heroes to deal with those between the MKB and the triple Hex. But they gotta be there to kill him, and they don't really have the mobility. And while that was going on, there's also more split push in the bottom lane. I mean, I do go back to what I was mentioning earlier. This is a hero that Alliance looked back on TI4 and said, we should have ran Naga more. And it's so far been... Yeah, boring, but perfect play. Like, they have not given any openings away to Vici, really.
Yeah, I mean, they've executed it the way they should, for sure, so they're playing it really well.
I just wonder, like, can you keep this up? If this is going to be a game plan and multiple... Like, this is, I feel like this isn't a game plan you can run regularly. It's just too exhausting.
No, I mean, I'm surprised at the same time that Vici had a different plan with their lineup than this, because... They don't have that many Naga counters against a first pick Naga. They expected to win this game early, but the laning phase didn't go the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, they have that gold lead, but they're also currently actually 2 towers up and quite a few Roshans, so the towers can be reversed, and the experience is still going the way of the Radiant at this point. It's not the biggest lead by any means. Oh, Ice caught out, and he was netted, but then hook shot just seconds short. Ice will make his way. That, well, wouldn't have been the biggest kill. He did have a buyback, but with BKB down, Alliance can get a bit more aggressive here. They know how important this ultimate is, and in order to defend the base, and without a BKB, Ice, very small chance he gets that off.
It's kind of funny. If you look at net worth, Alliance is up 10,000 gold, and all 10,000 of that gold is on Naga right now.
Yeah, and I guess...
gold she can't use.
Well, I don't even know what you spend it on. Like, okay, you already saved for your buyback. You still got like 6k gold. I guess you can 6-7 slot your Naga, but there's only so much you could try for the Eternal NV12 slot. I mean, at some point, it just stops mattering how many items are on the Naga. It's more about just having buyback and not risking your hero's life.
Yeah, its network's just so deceiving sometimes. Like, they're ahead a lot in gold, but not really, because they can't use that gold. Unless they start bringing out the couriers with, like, refresh orbs and stuff, which you should probably prep. It's just one of those games.
Well, Chessie has picked up a Hex, so a little bit more initiation here on the Brewmaster. And do pin out Loda. Do they try and instantly make a move towards him? Well, they might, but unfortunately, there's a Dire Ward waiting right here, so this is not going to get very far. And Loda's already running back towards the base. He knows that if he gets ganked, it could throw a wrench into their plan. So instead, he'll back off, and he can BOT in bottom lane momentarily. Looks like he's going to walk back to base for mana, though.
How exciting.
His first time going to base in how long? I mean,
that is true. Oh, it looks like they get the Hex on Bulldog for the casual Crypt Swarm.
yeah, and Super is still running, and he really wants them to just go on him. I'm not sure if it's frustration. It could well just be bait, honestly. And no hook shot in. They're going to take that bait, Alliance, if it is such. Super. Now BKB, so Exorcism Loda. He's silenced up. He can't actually pop his ultimate, but he just goes to work with the illusions, trying to man-fight Super, and for the time being coming out on top. The net goes through, Super caught out, but Black Hole! This could be the turn! It comes in on Ice Ice. Oh, no, there's your hook shot. Well, so much for that Black Hole. 2 down. They've lost their Death Prophet. Black standing in the cogs and trying to do what he can, but Ice 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 will fall. It's 3 dead. A double buyback within seconds for the Death Prophet. And the Visage as Black retreats back towards the base. And Super, well, he gets hooked again. Bulldog delivers once more. And Alliance, oh, it's time to play it safe. They'll disengage. And yeah, Misery did steal Exorcism during that one.
Yeah, that was doing a ton of work in that fight.
So nothing really ventured, and, well, nothing lost either. They'll now go in again, though. This is a dieback. He's been pushed back by the cogs. He's thrown up in the air. If he goes down again, doesn't have the BKB for 28 seconds. Chessie is trying to punish this. Kills off the Drow Ranger, who also buys back. Could end up dropping as well. Your Death Prophet deep behind her own tier 3 tower, continuing to retreat out as the illusions start swarming towards the top lane. Alliance, they've broken skin, and they've found blood, and they just want to make Vici Gaming die out here on the operating table. Now, they'll blink out of the tower, dodging those familiar stuns. And Loda also deftly moving around them. He's now silenced, but during this time, they did push in the other lanes, but they still haven't cracked too much in terms of buildings. Got the tier 3 bottom, but it's more these buybacks. It's these buybacks that are the issue. If they die again, it's pretty much over. Song to start, and he's going to move his hero back beyond enemy lines while the illusions do the work mid. So the tier 3 falls mid lane, and yeah, the swarm is in. The battle begins. Hookshot in on Super. Has no Exorcism. The BKB was used. Now throws his own Hex out and tries to run. They have no Black Hole for 90 seconds. Bulldog may go down here. May go down, I say. But the Ethereal Blade of Misery keeps him alive. And the Swarm, it's worked his way deep behind the enemy lines. And, well, Black caught out by a Boulder Toss. Now blinking forward will be Misery. Going for the toss back. The hookshot there from Bulldog as well. Super, he's going to have another Exorcism. They got to do something with this one. Chain Frost has been sitting ready to rock and roll, but now a net in from Loda. He's going to charge forward onto Black. If this Drow Ranger goes down again, she won't have a buyback. Drow Ranger down for 120 seconds. GG! It's a perfect game, essentially, from Alliance for 45 minutes of Rat Dota. They never gave Vici Gaming the slightest opening. Boring, perhaps, to some, but certainly flawless to those with patience. And the graph takes a resounding dip, as they will take game 1. They're just wearing Vici Gaming out.
Yeah, towards the end there, Super got too anxious to force something there, and without the Drow Ranger there, they didn't have enough damage to kill them off. So at the end, they just couldn't find the right fight. As we said, they just needed to find the right fight and push down mid, and they could have won the game at any moment, but they weren't able to find that fight. Alliance didn't give them the opportunity, so Alliance takes it.
Well, we'll have to see if Vici Gaming change up the game plan next time. I don't know if they decide to just get more aggressive in the draft. Alliance is historically known for winning, generally be more comfortable in the late game with a split advantage, the ability to select when you fight and when you just push buildings or dodge fights, and well, they certainly had that opportunity with Start of all heroes. So with that, Alliance, we'll take game 1, but it's a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back soon. You're watching Beyond the Summit. Our coverage of WCA 2014 hopefully continues right after this. Stay tuned. I'm LD, he's Fear. We'll be right back.
standing here. I must confess my sin.
Silent of goal! Lakewood's doing it! They're gonna take it! He's gonna bring down Burning. Assault with a double kill. Dropping fast. Monopoint's there. He's still alive! Wait, second slide. He's got one side. He's got a second. He's taking it out. Oh my god! On three! They're all dead!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to game number 2 of this best of 3. Hopefully it's a little bit more action-packed. It'll be Vici Gaming versus Alliance. Of course, I'm LD Beyond the Summit. You're watching WCA 2014. It's a big prize pool. It's about just shy of $500,000. And, well, with that said, a lot at stake in the financial department. Perhaps that's why we saw some safe play from Alliance in game 1. But Vici Gaming this time, they'll go for the Death Prophet once again, and they're on the dire side here, maybe looking for more early pressure on the Roshan. But with all that said, I'm LD, and I am joined here, of course, by Fear. Fear, you expecting something different?
Yeah, an August band, so obviously something different. But what's really interesting is Alliance picks Nature's Prophet. I thought they were going to go with the Drow Visage right off the bat, but it looks like they go for Nature's Prophet, then Visage. So they're still actually set for Rat Dota if they want to continue this playstyle throughout the tournament.
Yeah, and hey, if you get them to ban your Naga, the Bulldog Prophet is almost certainly going through.
Yeah.
I guess you could ban Naga Prophet, but that leaves a lot of other heroes in the pool. The Terrorblade you mentioned, who you said is possibly one of the heroes of the patch, at least to date, and then just whatever your opponents are comfortable with. That leaves Vici Gaming open to go for a Tiny Wisp. Maybe even at the second stage they can sneak it in and just basically have a wide open draft from there. So,
Yep.
or sorry, Alliance, not Vici Gaming.
Yeah, Vici just goes with the standard Death Prophet pickup, which still a great hero. I don't think last game was necessarily the Death Prophet's fault or the hero being weak. In fact, it did what it could. It farmed up quickly, did well in mid lane. The problem was for Vici last game was their tri lane was just so weak. It just got ran over and the supports got really far behind and they couldn't start grouping up and taking towers with the Drow and Visage Birds.
Centaur the pick now for Vici Gaming, so they get a hero that can really, well, not by no means the best hero to punish the split push, but definitely a solid hero to do it. Good Blink Initiator, it gives them some team fight potential, and it keeps their draft flexible. They've got single target pickoff with this, they've got the ability to team fight, and the landing stage even a bit flexible. Can 1v1 against the Nature's Prophet, can go aggressive tri-lane, though that's less common, and, well, now an Enchantress banned by Vici Gaming. It wasn't like the most crazy Enchantress game, but Ake did create a lot of space. He kept Vici Gaming defensive, and you know, even though he left their jungle after the early laning stage fear, it did feel like he had done enough. Like they just kind of just let the laning stage go and just angled for mid game.
Yeah, I think Enchantress did what it needed to. It completely destroyed the weak supports from Vici, and maybe Vici is a team right now that wants to play a certain core of heroes, of supports that are fairly weak in laning phase, and Enchantress is a hero that can really abuse that. But the Centaur pick is really good for a lot of reasons. One, Death Prophet Centaur is a good combination. Obviously, Death Prophet being hasted in fights with Ghost is really good if she gets caught, stuff like that. And Return kills Visage Familiars too, so you can't actually focus Centaur with Familiars, which makes it kind of annoying for the Visage player. You have to be careful on who he goes on with that.
That's a good point. What are you thinking for Alliance from here? Drow was left alone. Do you want to risk the Drow pick against the Centaur? Because I feel like Centaur is one of the best heroes to punish a Drow.
Centaur is definitely really good against Drow in some ways, but I don't know, it's really hard for me to predict like what people are going to do because this is a new patch and a lot of teams rather, are trying new things out. But it seems like Alliance is one of the fewer teams that is really prioritizing Brewmaster, and rightly so. I think that hero is still super strong. It allows you to have these, like, it worked perfectly with their last draft. Like, the Enchantress created a lot of space, and then Brewmaster also created a lot of space, not so much by using his ult, but the threat of having his ult allowing them not to push early is very strong if they want to go for a super hard carry. And do they want to go for something like Spectre or something? Is Alliance one of those teams that just picks these super hard carries now? I'm not entirely sure, but Spectre could be a good pickup for them.
Yeah, it would definitely make them very level dependent and fairly passive through the first 4 picks for the lightning stage, but if they get their level 6s, then Vici Gaming are going to have a tough time picking fights. And Spectre, when this patch first dropped, I mean, granted at 6.82 it was ultra turtle Dota in terms of just the bounty swings being so impactful, but there's definitely still that option in a late game. And I have seen some of the Chinese teams ban Spectre fairly early, even I think even 1 or 2 first stage bans, mostly first stage picks or second stage bans, but for now it's out there, it's not being picked up. If they don't want to go for, like, looking at Vici so far, Clinton, we've talked a lot about Alliance and how they played game 1, but well, go Bristleback. This is more of a pressure hero, not someone who really wants to sit back and just farm all game.
This is some mega Visage hate.
Those quills.
Yeah, they got Quill Spray, Return, like Visage Birds, like, and Ghosts. Like, birds are just gonna get destroyed this game. And Bristleback is actually a really good pick here as well because they have a lot of damage here where they can't. It's not really good burst damage against Bristleback, and they have a lot of summons like the Brewmaster Splits, Treants, Familiars. That Quill Spray is gonna do a lot of work here.
It also fits in another way. They can use Goo to take Roshan pretty quickly if they get the map control. So Alliance at the same time have the Familiars to scout it, the Prophet ult and the Treants to either scout it or just do some damage in the pit. But they get a tri-core of tanks, generally speaking. Death Prophet a bit squishy at like the first few levels, but it doesn't really look like Alliance have the draft to punish that. And they can also farm their Ancients pretty well. It's a lineup for Vici Gaming that looks to me like they want to be more confident in their Death Ball. And also, like you pointed out, to kind of slow down the split push, but it's the Spectre from Alliance, so, well, no Lady Naga this time around, but if this goes late, you got a Spectre, man, and a Prophet to boot.
Yeah, I kind of figured they'd do something like that. It just seems like Alliance is, like, when you win a game like that, they're going back to that style of, 4 protect 1 with Loda that they used to love doing.
Yeah, you can't. It's what's worked for them historically. I mean, I don't know the exact stats, but I imagine if you look at average win times for teams that have done, like, are in that top, like, 10 to 20 teams over the past few years on average, like, Alliance probably has a higher average win time than normal. They won a lot of Rat Dota games, a lot of split push games, and just a lot of patient, deliberate style games. So, well, now we enter the final bans. Vici Gaming still need a secondary support here to go with the Lich. They've only got Chain Frost and Stomp as their lockdown. What do you think for Vici Gaming? What's this final support that we're looking at?
I think they want to go with dual lanes. So they're gonna pick a hero for the safe lane, most likely in dual lane, like, I don't know, maybe Bristol Lich off lane or Centaur Lich off lane, one of the combinations on the off lane to have strong dual lanes. So they're gonna pick something that either works well with Bristol or Centaur, depending on what they want on their safe lane. But a lot of those heroes are banned out, like Shadow Demon, Skywrath, Rubik, Finge, all those initiators are removed, and they kind of need a ranged hero to fit the bill here, because they already have a melee core. Ogre, huh? That's a fun hero.
Doesn't look like the solo mid ogre. I mean, I guess it could.
That's definitely not support. And what ranged heroes are left that they could pick that would be good here as support? So I'm not even sure without pulling up the hero list, because all the obvious ones are banned out. And my hero list isn't even loading in Dota 2, so I'm stumped.
You got alt tab, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too lazy.
Let's see.
By the time I find something, they're gonna pick it already.
There's Tuskar.
Tuskar? That's a melee hero. I mean, it could work, but like you have to realize if they do these dual lanes, like they will do, they definitely want a range support to go with the Bristol or the Centaur to make the lane strong.
Disruptor? Not bad versus Spectre, I guess.
Witch Doctor's out there too.
Ancient Apparition. Yeah, they don't really have many stuns though. Oh, okay.
What?
Huh?
Are they just jungling Doom, or is this like a support Centaur? Alright, maybe they just like, we don't have any good laning supports, we're gonna just send one of those heroes solo bottom and just jungle the Doom and just get as much economy as we can out of the map.
Alright, well, I mean, can Alliance, do Alliance care? And if they do care, can they do anything about it, I guess is the question.
So basically they're gonna have Death Prophet mid, and then they're gonna have on their off lane Bristleback Lich. Centaur, in theory, is gonna solo the Nature's Prophet, and Doom just jungling. But
What if Alliance, like, change up the lanes? It's not the strongest tri-lane, but, like, run the Spectre, Ogre, Magi, Visage, Radiant off lane. Do you see that?
I think they should definitely put the Spectre in the off lane here in this game, and just put the Nature's Prophet safe lane. I think that would be
Just dodge that Centaur Prophet 1v1, basically.
yeah. Well, and to punish the jungle Doom.
For now,
But-
they're going down bottom. So.
What was really crazy when I was in China for WEC, when I played pubs, it's like every single Doombringer in China that I played in matchmaking, they would just like run around the map and try to find kills. It was insane. Like they would jungle, get like an early Orb of Venom, get a creep, get level 2, and just start running at lanes. I wonder if I'd play that way.
That was happening a lot, like, right before the patch dropped, and it was with very hit or miss results. I saw one game where Doom was level 5 at, like, 4 minutes, had, like, 3 kills, a first blood, 2 rune pickups, but I saw another game where Doom was, like, level 3 at 6 minutes, had fed multiple times without being pressured in the woods, and was a complete mess. It seems like it can be very hit or miss.
Yeah, that's how they play in China. Like I played so many pubs over there, and that's every game there was a Doom, and everyone played it the same. It was insane, but I'm not sure if they're gonna do it. You know, they're just gonna devour the Christmas.
Oh, easy gold, man. Easy gold for FY.
Christmas really for Doom.
Delicious. Well, on that note, we'll introduce our teams now. Alliance, as the scoreboard does finally rightfully reflect, are leading 1-0 in this best of 3, and Misery trying to contest for that bottom rune, but the bounty rune will go the way of Vici. And on that, yeah, we've got FY playing the Doombringer, headed to the jungle, support Doom for him. Ice 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 on the Bristleback, headed to the offlane. Fedra will be playing your support Lich in that role, and, well, Super goes mid as the Death Prophet. FY just going to check the top rune, going for the double spawn, and he may get it too. Well, he's going to have a bit of a contest. Black on your Centaur, and on the side of Alliance, Ake the Visage, and the offlane goes Loda as the Spectre. So they are trying to dodge and also just give the Spectre a slightly easier matchup, and at least Chessie mid on the Brew, and Misery now rotating towards mid as the Ogre. And of course, Bulldog Areno on the safe lane Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, Alliance is still really smart about how they lane. They're good at predicting lanes and switching it up accordingly. Whereas Vici, with that Doom pick, they have no versatility in lanes because of that. They're kind of committed to doing what they're doing now. And Prophet doesn't mind too much, but Ice 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 should get a lot of fun out of this.
Look at Misery, man. With that 6 space armor, he's just like going to strut up on FY, start smacking him with the club, and FY, you're not trading hits with this Doom. Maybe you can eat a good creep. Yeah, this would not be a bad one to eat. You could get that HP regen aura, but it seems he says, screw this. He's always giving the wraparound to the creep camp. He's trying to sneak in to his own jungle.
Yeah,
Yeah, he should just eat that creep.
Yeah, he's going to eat it now,
top lane,
but
it
they're
looks
diving.
like they can't do anything.
They're gonna... yeah, that's it. Just a stun. And Loda, way behind enemy lines here. He's already used his dagger, which is very expensive, even at level 1. And that will leave him out of mana to really do much from here. And they're going to rotate in. He's tanked the creep. Oh, they were thinking about it. They were close to being able to get that one. With a shockwave, a stomp, might have been a... Loda will back off.
Misery's just all up in the Centaur's face on he's farming under tower there too. But I think this is the best thing Alliance could have done as far as laning phase goes. If they would have just had a static laning phase, Vici Gaming planned their whole lineup for Alliance to lane a certain way, and Alliance adapts and kind of throws them off a little bit here.
Yeah, the Doombringer, despite the early pressure, he's eaten the one big creep, and now he's gotten his level 2. Black is still doing, I mean, not great in this top lane by any means, but at least getting some levels. Mid lane is going well for both heroes. Super on the Death Prophet, Chessie on the Brew, getting the farm, and the safe lane. Bulldog could be under pressure soon. See Fenrir just kind of lurking in the woods, perhaps waiting for level 3. I think he was just using the courier. Not sure actually, but now he rotates in. He's only got the level 1 Frostblast. He could really use one more creep. He's just gonna go. They'll dive this one. Bulldog has TP though, but they'll force it out early, and can buy a TP scroll. We'll delay his booch just a little bit if he goes for it.
Yeah, I wonder what his plan is. He might just go jungle.
You want top lane? Wrap around through the trees. Misery. Does he really? No, nothing. Both teams are posturing for those dives, but no one really wants to commit yet.
The problem is with Alliance, like, Oh, they're actually getting low to low there, but they can't really kill him because not Frost, what's the Fire Blast is really weak level 1 ability. Spectral Dagger is also very weak at level 1. So they don't have the damage to kill a really tanky hero like Centaur right now.
Yeah, and they also have to worry about FY rotating in, especially with the shockwave picked up from a creep. He can do a lot of early burst damage.
And we've got a complete rematch in middle lane, and it looks like Jesse's doing a lot better this time around. He was doing well last time, but he's really dominating right now in the mid lane.
Top lane, do we finally see that dive dagger on the black? They're committing for this one, but the rotation comes in. Yeah, this is from Bulldog. Looking to support as they focus on black. Bristleback teleports in. Compared to last game, it's already more action in 4 minutes than what we saw in 25 to 30. They'll get the first blood. Black barely surviving through that with the double edge. Jukes through the trees. Fenrir is there, and Loda may end up going down. Dagger finally off cooldown. He throws it out wildly, but Black waits. He's got a double edge. Maybe he just comes back in. He might actually get this kill. Oh no, don't feed him a secondary kill to the way of Vici Gaming. He tangos through the trees. He's going to continue wasting his tangos and ends up dying anyway. Oh, Loda. This is not a good use of your remaining regen. And off to a great start on Vici.
He's going to go bottom now directly after, and every hero on bottom lane found their way to top lane for some reason. So bottom was just completely empty, and now they're just going to have a lane swap. And that was really good for Vici. Like, Loda dying there is pretty huge, because all that CS he did get on top lane, he has no items to show for it.
And they're diving Bulldog. Oh, no, maybe not. Well, FI wants to. He's just manning up on him. Fenrir is going to rotate it as well, but yeah, Bulldog will be okay. So they have to abandon the aggressive tri lane, and to be honest, like you look at the results now, aside from the kills, FY has farmed the jungle just fine. They didn't really pressure him that much. They didn't threaten super. In terms of farm, he's slightly down on the brew, and you did say you think Death Prophet has a bit of an edge here, but not overwhelming. And well, I suppose that's a slight victory, but considering that they have some roaming potential and they didn't really threaten him, I'd say good for Vici there as well. So across the board, things are looking up, and when you're running a 4-position Doom and your early laning stage is looking up, you gotta worry if you're on the other side.
Yeah, early game's doing really well for Vici Gaming after, at first, lane.
Jesse gets potentially caught up mid here. Fenrir, yeah, where's that Frost Blast? Yeah, there you go. Easy kill.
And that is big. This Lich is on a killing spree now. He has every single kill on the Vici Gaming line. Probably not who they want to have the kills, but plenty of awards for everyone now, I guess.
My laptop was talking to itself. I had to go run and shut it off. Sorry, I did miss what you're saying, but yeah, it's stopped now.
Lagging?
Am I lagging? I can hear you fine, but yeah, let me try recalling you real quick. Sorry, everybody. We'll try and get Clinton back ASAP. Just want to make sure I don't miss any kills. Right, everything looks good. Meanwhile, mid lane Misery's wrapping around. He's got a smoke. And he's looking for super. The Fire Blast is ready. He's gone for the level 2 ignite, and yeah, and they'll go. Chessie here's with the clap. He's also got his ultimate. Is he going to have to use it? I think he's looking for a couple more auto attacks, then he'll pop the split. Super juking, but he's going to head straight up north, and that will set up the boulder toss. Stampede was used, and that allows him to disengage now. Cycloning the Doom in the air. They're just going to TP Misery out. Oh man, they just abandoned that dive really quickly. FY drops back down to earth, and he starts to chase out this Brewmaster while in the top lane, Black finds a bit of an open, and they simultaneously are looking for Loda. Ice, ice, ice. Oh, he may go back in now. Yeah, the dagger's rolling off. There's no path to retreat through. As the Goose stacks up, the auto attacks come in. Bulldog's forced to join the fray here. Back to the bottom lane, but for the opposite reason. Ice, ice, ice. Straight Quelling Blade out of that Sprout. He gets blocked up by Ake, but he may just try to fight his way through him. Another Frost Blast. This roaming, auto-attacking Lich. He's not quite able to get the kill, but cracks level 5 on the back of that, and is really having his way so far with the entirety of Alliance. And this is giving a lot of space to Black Dow. Not only hit level 6, but is now looking for that Blink Dagger. Has the Triangle Boots up, can look towards his level 16 and level 16. His Blink Dagger. I'm trying to get Clinton back on the line, so apologies for my rambling. But yeah, Misery will try and leech what experience he can in the top lane. And a bit of D-Wardy Frock in the meantime. Oh no, Chessie, this is not where you want to be. 8-minute rune about to spawn, but FY there to greet him with a stomp. Catches out one, and Superman up going down, but still, Spectre coming in to try and secure the kill. FY taking that big Desolate damage will end up potentially dropping for this. Loda chasing him towards the creeps will get the kill. It's a level 3 Desolate. So he makes it in the end, a 2 for 2, and they kill off what was quickly becoming a core Doom with the Midas Rush. Level 6 already, and Death Prophet going down as well. Alright, let's try this again.
Yo.
Hello.
Hey.
You back?
I mean, I was never gone.
I was gone. I'm back.
Oh, okay. Welcome back.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
So yeah, they kind of came back there a bit in that last fight. Got the 2 kills going the way of Alliance. 2 for 2. After the way this game started is, I mean, it's not too shabby, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, 6 kills now. I don't even know what was going on. I was checking my Skype. 6 kills on the board for VG Gaming somehow. But looks like the game's still going well for VG.
Yeah, and I'm still looking at Loda as a Spectre who's got 30 CS, which is not bad, but 2 deaths in 9 minutes. Alright, so someone's getting a little mouthy. As FY has he's got Doom ready to go. He's smoked up, but actually gets killed, and we'll end up backing up. Keep your players under control, please.
I mean,
Control your players.
that's Charlie. He's not my player. I'm not managing.
I don't. Does he actually manage anymore, or does he just tweet?
Who, Charlie?
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
He's all about that. He's all about that public image now, you know.
Yeah, he sold out.
Oh, he sure did. FY, he's got 1 tango. He's reserved this for the Prophet. He'll eat the tree just to show that he could have got out of the Sprout if it connected. Almost taunting Bulldog as Super now comes in with the Doom onto Aki. They're going to chase this one. Chessie is wrapping her out the backside, and it's a Stampede. They'll commit onto the Aki kill. FY, man, you really could use that tango now. Too bad you blew it earlier, and I'll pay with the death. I don't know if it would have really mattered, but it certainly is funny to think that it would have. And Ice 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 might go down as well. So in the end, a 2 for 1. And a Doom expended. They might even get itself a next Cyclone. Oh, they do. Death Prophet, still level 8. Doesn't have the ultimate skill up just yet. And Loda will join this engagement. Frost Armor used on Super. And, well, they're going to follow this up with a Fire Blast. And Loda will end up going down. Just gets chunked by Super and Fenrir. There's a Chain Frost. They got to be careful about this. They're close together. Oh, the bounces are fairly fortunate. A buyback from the Spectre. Chasing for Fenrir, but he's slow as hell. He's going to back off. It's a buyback for nothing.
top tower is
And
under
he used his
attack.
ult for that too. So essentially, like 2 minutes ago, he has the same farm as he does now. After all of that,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
so Spectre's farm has not moved in a very long time now. But overall, that fight wasn't so bad for Alliance, except for the whole Spectre buying back thing and not getting anything out of it.
They do get their Brew Blake here. The Visage gets close to level 6. Actually, the Misery's Ogre Magi is already level 7, so he's had a great time.
Yeah.
And I believe he did get a multicast in that fight, so not the max
Yeah,
Fire
that's-
Blast yet,
Is
but
under attack.
It's more often, you get more Fire Blast now this patch, or more procs, but I think you get less multiplier? Something like that.
yeah, the multicast chance was up from 25 to 40 at level 1. Oh, we're gonna have a smoke here from Alliance, and the spread interval was increased from 0.3 to 0.4. I'm actually not entirely. That means it spreads out how quickly they come out, basically.
Okay. That's for Ignite or
For multicast, so
Fire.
it's Ignite and Fire Blast.
Oh, alright, whatever.
It doesn't really
But-
sound like a big change. I actually haven't gotten to play Ogre in the new patch yet, so.
Well, it went to 40 to it went from 25% to like 40%, so
And the
multicast-
damage is a bit lower though at all levels. It
Yeah.
looks like.
Yeah, the damage was nerfed too, so just multicaster. On top anyways, Doom is getting initiated on.
That RNG, man, seems to be making a
Yeah.
difference so far. That's 2 multicasts that I've seen already.
So it's more likely than not it multicast, it seems. Whenever I play against Ogre, it's like I just expect the multicast to happen. If it doesn't, then I'm happy.
It's definitely more effective DPS, even with a slight damage nerf to the single Fire Blast, when you're getting that many more.
Black is getting initiated on. Oh, and
Holy crap, he just melted. That reduced magic resistance message really just punishing him at this stage of the game. But Chessie will take a tower top lane, so it's not all bad here for Alliance. Still, I just look at a Spectre who's just got nowhere to farm. He's going to try and haunt and fight bottom lane. Is Ice. Well, he's in deep. And he'll just go down. Not much he can do, but it's a game of space creation, as this now buys an opening for Vici Gaming to take the tower mid lane. So a bit of a
this
trade
game's
there.
real exciting. Unlike last game, a lot of stuff's happening. Oh, and Brewmaster?
Now jumping onto Chessie. No split available with that silence. Good timing from Super, and now pursues Admiral Bulldog. Courier with a Midas coming out for the Bulldog. So it's something that he shied away from a bit, 6.81, but the Bulldog Prophet might turn here.
Yeah, that's interesting. I haven't seen him go Midas in a while, actually. He was on that Maelstrom for a while, then I think he was doing the Blade Mail thing. I don't know, Prophet builds just seem to change by the month.
I guess it's one of the few heroes that you can get away with a lot of builds.
Yeah.
Okay, once in a while we see the Dagon Rush, though that's pretty uncommon in professional play, but definitely your Necrobook build's been popular. The Midas and the build is popular, and yeah, your Blink Dagger Maelstrom, it's a hero that pretty much any build required.
Pycat for the longest time was rocking the old school Midas Shadowblade.
Are you a believer
really
in the Shadowblade nowadays?
Yeah, it depends on the hero. On Prophet, I think it's okay. It's outdated and people have to deal with it more, but that's the way it goes. Like, these fads and item builds, like, they'll always come back.
Yeah, youngins these days.
Eventually. Yep. I wonder what his build is going to be, though. I don't want to see him, like... I see a lot of players go for, like, the Midas Maelstrom build on Prophet. I do not like that at all. It's just, like, a lot of farming items and a lot of nothing items.
Bulldog definitely is trying to do something this game. They're one win away from moving on into the next round here and knocking Vici Gaming out, so... Black for the time being with the Blink Dagger up is chilling in his woods. Your mech now picked up on Ice, and Alliance get a bit aggressive. They move into this dire jungle. Chessie, he's got a split ready to go. It's still a level 1 split. Misery here at the Familiars. Ake joining him, and both teams occupying the enemy jungle, but they're getting close to being able to jump super mid, and it's almost like he knows it. Maybe not. He walks down, but he's still kind of hugging the southern end of this river, and now the trap might be sprung. They're going to walk right in, and yeah, he's caught. There's a stun, there's a dead super. See, buyback, the mechanism was used, but it just doesn't matter. Goes down anyway.
Yeah, they just have way too much burst damage.
They're gonna try and turn this.
Winning.
Ice dropping pretty low. No mech to keep himself alive. And although they have a Doom and a Chain Frost, they're fighting against a Brewmaster split, a very angry Spectre, and the Doom will come out, but Loda happily will tank this one. He can retreat and kind of kite around. And they'll end up getting 2 more kills. Vici Gaming on the back foot. Doom expended, Stampede down, and the push will come. Tier 1 mid gonna fall. Spectre Prophet, not only getting kills, getting towers with a Midas to boot on the Prophet, and now a Medallion picked up for Ake. This is excessive casualties that Vici Gaming are hemorrhaging.
Yeah, that was huge. They ended up losing 3 heroes there and a tower against a Prophet Spectre lineup. That's something you don't want to do. The later this game goes, and if Loda is able to get up his Radiance, the Prophet ult plus Haunt, it's gonna kill like Lich and DP pretty easily, or a big chunk of their HP, but luckily they do have a lot of tanky heroes so that it won't just one-shot most of their team, but it's still a big chunk of damage, so they have to be careful.
Well, they certainly do know that Haunt's down. Nature's Prophet ult, not Death Prophet. Nature's Prophet ult will be cooling down soon, but with no Burst Split and with no Haunt, Vici Gaming at least look for some sort of compensation for their losses. They'll go for the rush, and they should be able to claim it. Well, in the meantime, Alliance try to push out the top lane. It's probably going the way of Super, who is sitting on a shared Tango just to deal with that Nature's Prophet. Sprout, yeah, let's see who picks it up here. It should be Super. It might be Black. No, he's thinking about it. Now Ice will take it. Okay. Well, at least someone's got the Aegis.
Yeah, a lot of DPs don't like to pick up the Aegis because, you know, it's the same thing as Dragon Knight. If you die with your ult on, your hero's not very good regardless, so it's better to have a hero that can respawn and reuse this cycle of spells instead of having a huge cooldown. If he dies with it up, him coming back to life isn't a huge impactful thing.
Black will be spotted out by a Radiant Ward here. And that is one thing that Alliance got, was when they moved into the enemy jungle, they dropped a ward. And they're running as mentioned, the Prophet Spectre. And one of the benefits of this duo is, obviously, you get vision on a squishy support, you can just pop the ults and easily get a kill. And, well, they're looking for bigger objectives right now. The Centaur are currently farming top lane. Black will kind of sense the gank and retreat out. It seems nobody's going to get caught for now.
Yeah, they need to make sure this Death Prophet does not get initiated on. They have 3 really tanky cores that they can use to get in the front lines, and it cannot be the Death Prophet in there first. Because if she gets bursted down without getting Exorcism off, you see how the fights go. So she needs to make sure she's positioned in the back and let the others get in front and absorb most of that damage.
Man, Vici Gaming are really searching for this gank, but just look at the vision Alliance have. Not just the wards, but also the treants. They're everywhere, so you toggle to their Fog of War Fear, and it's like, it's a pretty difficult gank to execute. They'll start it with a goo on a Brewmaster, but he just promptly blinks in. Now they'll go into Ake instead. He also Grave Chills and retreats out, and now they're going to cut the wave top lane. I feel like Alliance just said, like, let's go back to Alliance Dota, because it's not even the draft so much, just like these little maneuvers where they're constantly focused on cutting waves, slowing down the pace of the game, and playing split push Dota while they try to take it late. It does seem like they've kind of adjusted and just honed their game a bit in terms of what they're focusing on.
Yeah, and Vici seems pretty desperate to get that tier 1, and they're just grouping up. And look at Misery. He's just behind enemy lines right now. He got a ward down there too, and they're flanking him from behind.
And if you want to rat, it certainly helps to have that extra bit of vision. And he's going to retreat out while the Familiars come in, heading towards FY and Super in the mid lane. They've got this Aegis, but what do they actually do with it? For now, it's Ice 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 with Frost Armor up, trying to push the tier 1 top lane, but they're going to haunt straight on him. Tower will go the way of the Bristleback. Now the rotation in from the Spectre. But Stampede used to retreat. While meanwhile, in the real fight, I suppose, Fenrir catches out, well, gets caught out, but he just dropped the Trade Frost. Now the mech comes in, and that might be enough to turn this one. Lotus dove deep into the fight. He's trying to rush a Relic, and so he's only got a tiny chunk of HP. Daggering in further. He doesn't have a teleport scroll. He's got to get out of the trees. He can't get stuck here. The Doom, Bulldog, he'll try to run as well. And Ice 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 continues to juke and jive. They gotta cancel some TPs. Bulldog can't TP out. Loda's trapped in the trees. They're probably losing more. Misery still rotating through. The stagger will cool down. At least it looks like Loda will end up escaping. They lose their Ogre. They lose their Prophet. But they do preserve a very early Relic rush from Loda, who is now 400 gold short. And it did cost them an Aegis to take that.
Yeah, that was definitely a win for Alliance there. Like, any time they can take a fight and have Loda survive and get closer to this Radiance is going to be huge. Because once he gets this Radiance up and plus 1 more item, it's going to be very hard for Vici Gaming to deal with that. Because they don't have too much farm on their heroes, to be honest with you. Like, Bristol's just building support items. Centaur is also building support items. And I guess FY is the only one starting to build like more of core items. And even though he is the 4, he's going for the Shiva's guard. But yeah, I mean, that Radiance is going to do a lot of work here, I think, once he gets that up, and he's not too far off.
They're so used to teams letting them pick fights. Like, that was Vici Gaming in a nutshell for the past 3-4 weeks, maybe a month and a half, and, whether it was Tiny Wisp, Drow Visage, like, even if they ran lineups that could go late, they were very aggressive, and, ever since the WEC tournament, but it doesn't seem like Alliance is letting them play their game plan. They banned out one part of the Drow Visage combo in the previous game. This time around, they will ban out the Wisp, and Vici Gaming feels surprisingly lost in these games. Not to say they're behind, but it's just I'm just used to this team taking over the game and you're kind of grabbing it by the throat, and they're just kind of letting Alliance play their style of Dota.
Yeah, Alliance is doing a good job of taking the fights they want to take. In Vici, they want to fight all the time, and they're making it super obvious they want to fight, like going 5-man missing for smoke ganks, and Alliance is like, alright, we don't want to have anything to do with that, and they back off at the right time every time.
Yeah.
And then once they do go back to the other lanes, you saw there, Misery is hiding in the trees, then takes the fight as soon as they port back to the other lanes, and they can win the fight that way.
Super is going to retreat out now. He's pushed to the middle lane, just to the river, but that's as far as he'll go. And Alliance will start farming the Ancients Wall. Loda just going Bracer Phase Boots into Relic has yet to be punished. I mean, we've generally seen at least a completed Drums, oftentimes the Vanguard as of late, sometimes a Blade Mail, but this Spectre just has not been forced to fight. He's been allowed to farm, to focus on his economy, and VG Gaming are getting some trades. To be fair, they've got 4 cores that are in the top 5. But that said, it's not a massive lead overall. They're 4,000 gold up with a Doom, with Max Devour, with Midas, to cancel out the Prophet Midas, and I am wondering just what the timing windows are for the teams now. Smoke Yank on the mid lane, but look for Ice Ice Ice.
Yeah, and Ice 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 is going for that BKB, or I believe it's a BKB. It could be Halberd, but he's not an easy kill. Oh, revealed the smoke.
And they'll jump in. Ice 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 has the mech up. Does he get to pop it here? He's stunned out by the familiars. Can't get it off. Now the Bruise Split working on the Doom, who's cycling up in the air. Drop back down. Exorcism to try and turn this, but FY just melts. Ding, ding, ding. There's your multicast. Well played, but the turn from Black will get the stomp off, shattering the Visage and chasing on the Miz Frost. Super should get this kill as well. Your Ogre Manager will drop, and now the headlong retreat is on. But once again, Spectre lives, gets a 24-minute Radiance, which, considering he's got 3 deaths to his name, and not the most CS, 4.5 to 5 a minute is still a pretty damn good timing. Davichi get more off of this, though. They're going to push in mid.
Yeah, DP ult is down there, and they forced the buyback out of Ice Ice Ice. They keep hitting the jump there. Like, Ice 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 was beautifully chain stunned, so he didn't get his mech off. So that was a good initiation there. I thought they might have some problems bringing him down there, because he's fairly tanky with the mech and the ice armor, but they were able to burst him, get him stunned, and nuke him from the front.
And they're not going to fight with Haunt down. They'll try and push the... and with the Bruce Split as well. They'll push the bottom lane. They go for the trade. Alliance trying to avoid these head-on confrontations.
Going for the deny.
And not going to happen. Goes the way of the Bristleback. Some more... or sorry, the Death Prophet. Some more gold into Vici Gaming's pockets, and it'll be a BKB now worked on by Ice Ice. FY has a... he's got a completed Chivas card. Not too shabby for a support Doom who's quickly transitioned to... at some point, he's going to be the 1 position if this game goes on long enough. Eventually, he'll outpace even the Death Prophet.
Like, all the other cores are building support items, like the Force Staff on the Centaur, and FY just goes for the straight Shiva's card, which is a pretty big item here, gotta say. That way, they were lacking a lot of lockdown. It's basically only Centaur. Now they'll have that Ice Blast there to slow them down for the DP ult to do work, Bristol to do the sprays. I really want to see Vici Gaming fight together without one hero getting picked off first, but Alliance is doing a beautiful job of spreading the map, and as soon as one hero's off by himself, they pick him off. And they're just doing a really good job of taking the fights they want to take. And bottom lane, Super, again, looks like he could be in some trouble.
Has a BKB, he can just BKB TP out, and there's no answer for this. They don't have the DPS to bring him down. It does force out a charge, but it's also a pretty big rotation from Alliance to go for that kill.
They're just going for the tower anyway, it looks like.
No, there is Exorcism, there's Doom, Chain Frost cooling down at 15. I think even without the BKB, they could fight this Clinton.
Yeah, they definitely can. Like, the BKB's not even... I don't think it's... Not sure why he win at this game, to be honest with you. Maybe he didn't want to get cycloned or something, but... Seems like he could have went for a heart or something, just tanked up just as easily.
Yeah, they're not going to actually push in. They're content just to draw Vici Gaming back a bit, relieve a little pressure. Black gets aggressive on the other side of the map, moving through the Radiant jungle, and they have some nice wards down now. They've managed to drop a ward near the top hill, one in the towards the mid pole, and let's see. Do they find an opening from here?
I think the name of the game for Alliance is they don't want to be pressured into forcing to do anything. Like the last 2 games, like they have the better carries. Like they picked the Nog at 1 game, one of the ultimate 6-slot heroes late game, and now they have the Spectre, which is a very similar type of hero. Like, you can just sit back and farm for as long as you want with these heroes, and you'll feel secure.
And Loda is starting to catch up. I mean, he's almost caught up to the Doom, at least for now. In fact, just outpacing FY. Though, a death or 2 more, and that could quickly change, but... Yeah, still, it's the Nature's Prophet and the Prophets. The Nature's and the Death Prophet leading the way in terms of farm. They're just gonna go for split push Alliance. Well, it's kind of classic Alliance. While Vici Gaming, more group up. We'll go for the bottom tier 2 tower. This should fall, no glyph ready. Alliance will let it go, and Vici Gaming are going to try to draw TPs back. But not sure how quickly Alliance will react to this one. 5 heroes
they might go.
up.
They got level 16 on Super.
Yeah, Exorcism popped, and onto the high ground they go. Bulldog TP's in. almost close enough for them to try and make a jump on him. While the BKB comes out from Ice Ice, Brew split to zone this one off, and they jump on a Bulldog. Well, I say they. It's really just Ice Ice with Super sitting back while FY Cyclone up. He's trying to do it by himself. Now the Haunt, and they go into Ice Ice very aggressively here. Has the Mech Mana, just got it from a teammate. Now they turn. The Familiar slowing this one down. Exorcism, pretty much out. They didn't really get much accomplished for that push. But do they go further? Multicast left, right, and center. All the stuns. I'll slow them down a bit. Blink, clap as well, and Fenrir, he's got to drop the Trade Frost. He's in trouble. It'll bounce. Chessie gets 4-stepped away, but then it bounces instead between Misery and Ake. They lose the Brew to start. It could be Bulldog to follow as your Spectre joins the fight. Jumping onto FY. He's isolated the Sprout. Loda looking for another kill. He's not going to be the one who gets it, but it still goes the way of Alliance. 3 heroes end up falling. It was a Chain Frost expended, a Death Prophet ult, a Doom as well, and well, they end up failing to crack the high grounds.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be okay for Vici, because, of course, they got to tower to, like, less than half HP, which isn't so bad, but they also baited out every single ultimate from Alliance there. Like, the Haunt was used, the Brewmaster Split was used, those are the most notable ones, and if they would have backed out after that, I think that would have been okay, but Alliance re-engages at the end there and gets 3 kills basically after all ults are used. It's kind of funny how, like, they pop all their big ultimates and nothing happens, and as soon as they go down, everything dies. But that's ended up how it turned out. And Alliance, it seems like Loda's going for that hard. And once he gets that hard, it's going to be very hard for Vici to fight, I think.
Yeah, the one big item we do see for Vici Gaming now is the pipe. And that's coming very... it's just big... Or, sorry, not coming very soon. It's just been complete on black. It was coming soon before the last fight, and with this, you can negate a lot of the Radiance damage, obviously. The Brewmaster Clap and Prophet ult can be somewhat dealt with, but if they can't do much with this pipe, then you haven't really itemized your Death Prophet to go particularly late. Obviously, she still can, but you're dealing with a Spectre who's going to chew apart your backlight support. FY, after that really good comeback after the first 5-10 minutes, is slowed down in terms of his farm, and like you said, it's a Prophet. It's just... it's an old truism of Dota. You just don't want to go late against this.
Yeah, and Brewmaster and Visage are getting really close to Aghanims. Once they complete those, teammates are going to be a lot harder for Vici. I think those are bigger items than anything that Vici can possibly get next.
Not to mention Bulldog is activating Rat mode. He's been slowly working towards it, but now he ramps up with the Blink Dagger Mjolnir complete and the BKB coming. Once he gets the BKB, there are still ways to cancel that, but you'd really rather not be blowing a Doom or a Chain Frost on this Prophet if you can avoid it in the fights, and it'll allow him to split push more aggressively, if nothing else.
Yep, and well, I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do with that BKB. I guess he can fight.
They want to jump mid lane. Exorcism was already used earlier on. Super unable to do much now. He'll just auto attack with a BKB. Hey, maybe it's enough as Ice charges in. The split comes out from the Brew when he was very close to going down. And now, a Doom. It's onto Ake, but it's not the best hero to Doom as... well, FY. He's really far back, but he's got support in tow. Black's coming in with the 4-staff Blink Dagger Stomp double-edge combo. All 4 used and to great success. They'll cyclone up the Doom, continue the retreat out. Loda, already having used the Haunt, is just split pushing top lane, and after a fairly chaotic fight, it's a 1-for-1, but with an Aegis going down for Vici Gaming. Do they push it now? There's no Haunt. There's no Prophet ultimate for 20 seconds. Glyph is online. Buyback status for the Radiant. Spectre and Prophet both have it, and well, Vici Gaming say, this is a good time for us. We've got our pipe. They don't have Haunt or Split. Let's do it, baby. They'll look for at least the tier 3 mid. Not sure if they're going to go for a full 8 of Rax, but Familiars trying to slow down Black. The double stomp comes through. Clap from Chessie. Purely just stalling time as Loda will charge in. Doesn't have the heart online yet. He may just be forced to buy back, but he's dropping everyone low at dispersion damage. It's an intentional death as he charges in, buys back, 3 fall, looking for more, and well, the last 2 will barely make it out. Super back to the well, and Fenrir surviving for now.
Yeah, that was a really good strategy, rather than put the Mjolnir on the Spectre and just have him charge in. I don't think that buyback was necessary, but he is back now, and maybe they're going to try pushing with this.
And there's your heart, but well, it's actually for the Death Prophet, not for the Spectre. Despite the buyback, Loda, well,
he's really close.
He's got a Yasha actually. He didn't go for heart.
Yeah, you're right. That's very strange. Well, what does the Manta give him here in this particular game?
Super. Oh, they bait on Exorcism. He does use the Yules the other direction, but
Is under attack.
doesn't go on Chessie. Chessie actually doesn't have split mana right now, although he's very close to it. But they bait on an Exorcism for very little, and Bulldog's ratting during this time.
Has fallen.
So yeah, what does the Manta give them this game? I guess it's a lot of damage more than anything, but
Is under
there's
attack.
no silences to remove, aside from Death Prophet. I guess that's okay. What do you think?
It only helps like Lich with the Chain Frost too. Bristol kills it fairly easily. Oh no, I think going for the heart would have been a better call here, because like if you put the Mjolnir on a heart Spectre and he just gets there in the fight, like I don't think they can deal with that. You can farm a little faster this way with the Yasha, I guess, but that's about it. He just wants to farm faster and go for just get all the items.
Well, he certainly got Bulldog, who's already getting all.
Yeah.
This 6-1 and 14 on the Nature's Prophet. It's obviously an amazing performance. With 22 kills on the board, he's been involved in 20, and it's not been like one fight where it's like, oh my god, this Prophet is winning the game. Just every fight, consistent damage, and most importantly, just not dying very often. So this will give Loda the time, and maybe that's where the Yasha pays off. They're just not forced to fight anytime soon.
Yeah, if they don't have to fight for a while, Yasha's a better choice. But I think with the heart, they could just force the fights with that Mjolnir. You saw how much damage it did, like that last fight when he bought back. He just got in there. But they have to be a little careful. If they lose a team fight now, or if Loaded does get picked off, he has no buyback for 3.5 minutes.
Top lane, maybe making it go on Ice Ice Ice. Yeah, Bulldog's gonna be here. And he jumps in, but, well, popping the Mjolnir on himself. Ice 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 just BKBs, and he goes to work. The two heroes stop from FI, then the Doom onto Misery. But they bring in the Spectre. Ice 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 forced to try to TP and retreat out. He will succeed. Misery still doomed. FI trying to run, and won't Mando make his way out. The forward on Defender. Loda looking for additional kills as this fight goes on. That Prophet will buy back for Bulldog, securing the next kill. Now looking for the biggest one of all. The Death Prophet going down. It's 3 heroes falling for Vici Gaming. It does cost them a Prophet buyback, but this is a very rich Prophet. And if they can't take an objective, Bulldog will make up for that gold and then some over the next minute or two.
These fights are so, I don't want to say sloppy, but they're a little awkward.
He's going to mid-man. Look at the Nature's Prophet! The damage! Oh, man. Almost killing him. Oh, he's going to go in for it. He blinks into a stop. He still gets the kill. Loda the one to get the last hit. And now, BKB for Bulldog. You don't want to die back in this situation. He is a very farm Nature's Prophet, but not enough damage from there to actually secure a kill.
The DP ult was on like 5-second cooldown before they took that initiation, and Super just ended up running in there and dying while his ult was coming off cooldown because he felt obligated to fight that. I don't know what's even going on with Vici right now.
Yeah,
Seems like they're falling apart though.
Yeah, we got a partial fight recap, but, well, they're going to look to jump in on Chessie perhaps. No Doom to do it, though. I guess just try to zone Alliance out in the end. Bulldog slowed down a bit in his farm progression, to be fair, but this buys time for Loda, who, having picked up the Yasha, may be going back for the heart. 3,200 gold up. No buyback for 2 minutes, but yeah, it's gonna...
Yeah.
It feels like it might be 2 minutes before the next fight anyway, so maybe it just saves for buyback.
I think all of Vici has slowed down on their item progression as well. Like Doom, he's only added, like a Blink Dagger to his inventory since that Shiva said he had a long time ago. Ice 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 has been sitting on that KB forever. Pipe has been around for a while. The Heart was newly completed, but I think it's fine that Bulldog stopped farming just a little bit. He's gonna give most of the farm to Loda now. Like he has everything. Maybe he wants to grab a Hex next, or go full damage and go for a Daedalus, who knows. I guess he can do whatever he wants with that setup of item builds, but Loda's gonna take most of the farm on the map now. He needs the items.
There's a smoke bottom lane. I mean, were they spotted? They were very close to being out of range. I was toggling Fog of War, but Misery is not moving, so maybe didn't see this one coming.
He has the gem too. He's dead.
Yeah, Shivas will clip him, and the Doom's there as well, so with the level death damage chunking out nearly half his health, they'll collect a gem, they'll get finally just a clean kill on the board. In a game that feels like Alliance has largely been the ones on top in terms of those clean kills. Net worth still going the way of the Radiant after that earlier big teamfight victory for them. Experience pretty significantly in their favor, but it's still an important kill. We've seen Alliance with the wards all game. I guess the good news for them is they still have familiars and trance to give them vision, even if they get dewarded.
Yeah, that's It was a big kill. Like, anytime you kill someone and get a gem, it's a lot of gold going back your way. And not only is the gold they lost, the 900 there, it's you can use that gold for yourself. And they're, like you said, they're going to clear a lot of the vision off the map now. And that was the first smoke ink I've seen Vici do, like those 4 or 5 smokes that Alliance actually fell for.
Yeah, they're out of smokes, aside from the one on Fenrir for 9 minutes, so they got to make this count. And it is up in 15 seconds. Roshan potentially coming back in the next 30 seconds, could be closer to 3 minutes, depending on the respawn timer. How are you feeling about Vici right now, Fear? I mean, you said earlier that the line lineup just goes later and would be more comfortable there. They seem to be on their tempo. What should Vici be doing? How desperate do they feel? And if they do feel desperate, what do they do from here?
I think what they're doing right now is okay. I think they might be going for, like, a tri-core of hearts. I'm not sure what Ice wants to build, but if they get, like, 3 hearts, though, that'd be pretty good, actually, because they'll be really hard to take down, and they can take the burst damage from Spectre pretty... Yeah, I think they can pretty much nullify a lot of the damage he does, and maybe be...
Oh, Loda. This is a long way to die for a Lich. He's probably going to get the kill. Chain Frost can be used. Oh, Fenrir, he gets it off. Loda explodes. So buyback instantly. Haunt back into the fight, but he's haunting into mass BKBs. Not sure how much damage he'll do through this. Oh, he gets on his super. He's isolated. Dove in too deep. Had nobody there to remove that extra Desolate damage, nor to just help him, and what turned into quickly a 5v1. So they have no Exorcism now, and perhaps this is the buyback that just lets them break the base. How do you fight this? There's a buyback on Death Prop, but what does it matter without Exorcism? Well, they'll try and kill off everyone else. Admiral Bulldog, Force-staffing out, trying to retreat, but Black melting. The pipes here, it's not really enough. They'll buy back on that Death Prophet. And if they could kill Loda in exchange for his buyback, maybe it's worth it, but Chessie will go down. They'll lose the Brewmaster as well, and the Spectre once again, not the cleanest fight, but at least not dying a second time, will retreat out.
Yeah, that was really big. If Spectre would have died twice there, that would have sucked a lot. But the Bristol, I think, is one of those heroes. Like, he's had those items for a while, but I think Bristol's one of the heroes, once you get that 3rd item up, he can start becoming really useful. Because he gets a lot of right-click damage. I'm not sure what he's going for, but he's got 5k now. I think going for Heart is probably the option. Or Assault Cuirass or something like that. Something tanky would be really good, but it looks like Super is going Assault Cuirass, so most likely it's going to be a Heart on Bristol. If they get the, as I was saying before, if they get the Hearts up on, like, Centaur, Bristol, they already have one on DP, they might be able to withstand, like, the damage from the Haunt plus the Nature's Prophet ult, and then be able to fight. I think they might have a chance if they can wait that out.
Fenrir. Bulldog wanted to go in him so badly top lane. The Familiars were ready for a backstab. One will actually almost feed to a tower, but... Oh,
They're doing Roche while their base being pushed?
That's okay, they've got Frost Armor. I guess that's enough. They took a lot of damage for that, though. And they're not done yet. Bulldog got the high ground sprout! Too late to deny that Aegis, and just gonna blink out. But the thought was there.
That was a really cocky play. For the deny on the high ground, huh?
Man, when's the last time he's got to have a Nature's Prophet game like this, you know? It feels like it's been a while since... Not only does he get to play the hero, but he gets to go for a greedier rat-style build and gets to the late game with by far the most net worth, so... Bulldog's feeling it, man. I mean, he's in the zone, and he's not afraid to play cocky. Really well. 8-2 and 18. He's been involved in 26 kills out of 29. Yeah, sure, with Prophet ult, you're likely to be involved in more than average, but to die only 2 times and play this aggressive and lead in terms of last hits, well, that's just Bulldog Dota at its finest.
Yeah, I think for the most part, like, when you look at this assist, it's a little skewed because pretty much every fight, or the only fight you take, are when Prophet and Spectre hit their R button, so they're pretty much bound to be in every single assist. But yeah, other than that, they did go for the hearts on Ice. He has an Aegis too, so this Bristol back that was like kind of meh before in the team fights, I think is really strong.
All right, so they've got 2 here. F1 if he wants, maybe just goes Refresher or something straight away. But aside from that, well, oh, this is a big kill. Bulldog. This will be his undoing. There's no running from this one. Vici Gaming, it's been a struggle to connect on these smokes. They're 4 minutes for their next one, but man, talk about getting a big win when you need it. Of all the heroes to kill, killing that Bulldog Nature's Prophet, that's a 1,500 gold swing. I believe, like, there's a few creeps killed, but pretty much just from that kill. With all the assist gold and, yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, gold's pretty much at 0.
Unless it's counting the... I don't think it's counting the rush.
I have no idea how the net worth really works, to be honest.
Yeah, the graphs are a little funky. Also because sometimes like you'll have a team fight and then there's like a 10 seconds too long before the next kill, and then you show the fight recap at the end, and it just shows the change of that one. So you're like, well, that's a 50 gold, like a 50 gold swing over the course of the fight, or 200 or whatever. But obviously, it's in reality a lot more. They're looking for more kills now. Chessie could get caught out.
That would also be a big pick too on Chessie. He's sitting at 4,000 gold. I mean, there's just so much farm to go around in all these games so far. There's been a lot of action in this game, but still a lot of farm as well.
Maybe this is, I will say when 6.82b first came out, like there's been a few mini patches, but mostly just hotfixes since then. But even when this like latest version came out, it was still pretty aggressive Dota. But part of it could be the stakes, I suppose, Clinton. Like I'm sure you could speak to this. Just $500,000 at stake in prize money. Part of it, perhaps, just the land where teams just tend to play a bit more safe, and certainly Alliance trying to play a more late-game style of Dota. But here comes the aggression. The battery ram of Vici Gaming will be here. It's Super with his ultimate. Exorcism in. Nice, zoning them out. With the Aegis up on him, he's confident to fight in Chessie. Blink, he did, but he got insta-doomed! He didn't get off the Brewmaster split, and to make matters worse, actually, no, he doesn't buy back. Well, he's gonna have to use it now. Bulldog, BKB, and try to fight his way through. Ice, just focusing on the racks. Objectives claimed, and now the retreat out. They used Haunt for this as well. They gotta get some kills. They'll maybe get Fenrir. Didn't get off the ultimate before going down. And Super may drop for this as well. Has Cheese, though. The stomp from Black. Connecting on 3. The double war stomp. Teamwork, Vici Gaming at their finest. Now Black trying to run. He's force-staffing himself out. And Bulldog coming in with the spot. And meanwhile, Bristleback in your house. Crushing through. Spectre dead. Doesn't have buyback for 12 seconds. More importantly, not for 90 gold. Oh, this could be painful. Familiar's dropping down. Super still living. He's still got the friggin' cheese. They just can't kill them. The tanks are too beefy. And they get, most importantly, Ice. Those objectives, getting the first lane of racks. And they learned their lesson from last game. They get it way earlier. At 45 minutes is not early, but it's earlier. There's cheese here still. There's a BKB soon, but they might at least force it out. A Super pursued up by the Familiars. 1, 2. There's going to be a triple stun, but this also still is enough time for him. If he wants to cheese, if he wants to BKB, he can do it. He's holding it for now. He's trying to bait this. He plays it close. He'll get off the cheese. Now he BKBs, and he turns, but Bulldog hits hard. He's going for the auto attacks here. Familiar's also pursuing out Super. He's got a Yule Scepter as well, and Ice says, I'm the strong man here. One more set of quills will kill Bulldog, but it doesn't. He ends up getting away to the north. They kill off the Death Prophet to the south, and it's only Misery who might end up being pursued here by Ice, chasing after him. Well, trying to finish him off. He continues to retreat, has a Force Staff in 7. Ghost Scepter in a very long time. Not getting that one off. Ice, pretty much God at this point. Just doesn't die. And Chessie now trying to finish up the topsy-turvy fight. 33-25 your score.
You got yeah. Misery's been playing phenomenal, actually. That Force Staff on Bulldog there was really clutch. I don't think he had buyback on Prophet. Oh, it looks like he just got back up. So he did have buyback there, but that would have been a huge kill to Bristol regardless. So Force Staff last second to the cool spray missed and saved his Prophet's life.
He did have it like in the middle of the phase, but like you said, just forcing the buyback out when you're down a lane of Rex and on the verge of getting one Exorcism just checkmated by Vici Gaming is a big deal. So, I mean, we do see the strength of Vici Gaming's lineup. Like, you get to the front door, a lot of Alliance fight is just the buyback haunt. And yeah, you might get kills, but if you get them too late and you already lose buildings, they gotta take a Rex after that, Clinton, or at least take an Aegis away. Failing that is just not good enough.
Yeah, they just needed to be a little more tanky. Once they get those hearts online, they're able to fight. Before that, they just melted to the hearts from Spectre and Prophet. But now that they have tank with like not the Prophet, but the Bristol back, once heart just runs in the front line, he doesn't just takes the Raxes down. If he didn't have that before, they would not have got those Raxes at all. So, like, once he gets some more items up, I think if Centaur is able to finish his heart, even though his farm has went way down. But if he finishes that, Alliance is in a real rough spot. But for now, I think they're okay, even though Lotus farm has really stopped.
Well, admin's announcing the pause before it happens. I'm not sure if this is a player pause or an admin pause, but It's a pause, that's for sure. So I guess it gives us a chance to collect ourselves. We're 47 minutes in. Alliance leading this best of 3-1-0 for those who are just tuning in. And in terms of net worth and experience, we're even. The middle racks have been claimed by Vici Gaming. Buyback wise, we've got only 1 buyback outside of Alliance and 4 on Vici Gaming. And Alliance doesn't have enough headsets. I wish we had a camera shot so I could actually see what they're talking about, but we'll see if we can get that up. I've been having some trouble with the Chinese stream.
Yeah.
Are they using like the 3 headsets, like the earbuds, the microphone headset, and the
Are they?
Are they? That's what I'm wondering.
I have no idea.
And the airplane headsets.
Didn't they have booths? I thought I saw a picture of booths.
Okay.
Not positive.
Who do you think at this point, Clinton? Are we going to see a game 3? You got to put your money on a team. Who is it?
Let me do a quick recap on items. Where are we at on DP? It's really close still, I think. It's really close, but I still would put my money on Vici for this game. I think with the set of racks down, even though it's not huge, I believe if they can get another Roche if it comes up, they just need to survive the ultimates, and then they can easily just take the fights right after, like, Haunt's down. Spectre's not much of a threat. And it looks like Black...
He's got Force Staff, Blink Dagger, and he blinks out immediately. They're going to haunt and commit onto this, but he got off the Stampede, and so he makes his way pretty far out. Not fully, but enough to get off the Force Staff. The mech was used to keep him alive, then the pipe, and finally they get the kill. But maybe it's at the right timing. Fenrir, unable to assist as Ice surrounded by Brute Pandas, as well as a Spectre, will be harassed heavily under his tier 2. He BKBs, he tries to retreat out. He does have a buyback if need be, and Alliance will end up giving up the chase. So Ice is able to survive, though barely at that. While blinking forward was Black looking for the Misery kill. Meanwhile, your Doom hunting Loda. FY trying to bring him down solo. Has a BKB. Misery's heading straight into the Dire base. Just stall, stall, stall. Ding, ding, ding. Anything to just slow down the chase. FY, by the way, is still hunting this kill. He's looking... no, he's not blinking further. He's got a BKB. I mean, he can make his way out of here most likely, but Loda comes rushing back in. Familiars are going to join this one soon. Yeah, he'll BKB, and, well, Bulldog will join for a casual solitary right-click, and Vici go again. They're going to have a Stampede soon. It's been that kind of fight. Long enough for Stampede to cool down.
Dire's top tower is under
Fairly even overall.
Yeah. And Isis, what's he going? Oh, he looks like he's going for an MKB. Because basically, if you notice in all these fights, they're just throwing Drunken Haze on Ice. Even though he has no real damage items, the way that Warpath works, it's just insane how much damage he gets. He gets like 250 or something like that. Something ridiculous if he gets the maximum stacks with no damage items.
Yeah, it's 210. It looks like 7 stacks,
Yeah.
30 damage a stack. That's basically over doubling his base damage of 180 before that give him a bit more. And if you get this MKB, which he's pretty much got, then you're not gonna be able to deal with him with Drunken Haze or Evasion. So
he's gonna start hitting like a truck. But I think they really needed a refresh orb up on FY more than anything. You can get Doom off on 2 targets. That'll be super good for them. Poor Black has to keep buying back, so he's never gonna get that heart, it looks like.
yeah, he's been kind of the cannon fodder of this game, to be honest. Like, had to go for the utility items, constantly is getting jumped, but you look at that last fight bottom, and imagine if he doesn't get a Blink Dagger to start, or if he doesn't Stampede before getting hexed by Bulldog. That's a very different engagement. So, still with the quick reactions, something that he's exhibited a lot as of late for Vici. I mean, he's able to turn that fight in their favor. Or at least make it an even fight. Oh, they're going down Bulldog. Loda, this is not where you can afford to be caught out. He's got a buyback, but this is not one of those turn buybacks. They'll try to turn it with Loda instantly mounting. He will immediately buy back Haunt. Brewmaster Split was used. They better make something big happen, or this is really going to fall apart for the Bulldog through over the top onto Fenrir. Hexes him, kills him off. While meanwhile, the Death Prophet thrown up in the air. Super dropping back down to Earth. Doesn't have Exorcism for round 2. Buyback is not available. 450 gold short. Maybe it was the right play. Oh, not having your Death Prophet could be the nail in the coffin for Vici. They've only got the 1 lane of Rex, and it's the mid lane, which is being pushed straight out. There's no Spectre Holt, but you don't need that to kill buildings at this point. Bulldog will push in, and this is going to be at least 1 lane of Rex return. The top Rex exposed. It could even maybe it's even Megas. With no Centaur, also lacking the buyback, and as mentioned, no Death Prophet. They'll lose Ice as well. FY, he goes for the refresh. He'll get off this Doom, but to what avail? They just ignore him, basically. Well, not Bulldog. He blinks in. Sprout to block his path, and then gets stomped, but still gets the kill. It's 5 dead. It looks to be GG. And all of a sudden, Alliance are on the basically, they've 2-0'd Vici Gaming. I mean, how do you come back from this? It's pretty much over.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they can go back from this. This is pretty much just power Spectre, and a lot of teams need to realize, like, focusing a Spectre only hurts you, because, like, he just buys back and kills you all. I was watching a game last night where Hao was playing this Spectre. They did the same exact thing. They jump Hao with everything. He just buys back, like, okay, haunts, and he's instantly back in, and it hurts you so much using your Doom and all your spells on someone who has a buyback, like a hero like Spectre.
And so on that note, Vici Gaming get knocked down to the lower bracket, and Alliance move forward. They're looking pretty good here as we wrap up the winner bracket play for day number 2. They're on to the I believe it's the winner bracket finals now, and they will be playing Newbie, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, right now Alliance, I mean, they've been on like the Western online scene, but it seems like they found a style that really worked for them, and it'll be how Newbie, if they're playing Newbie, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be Newbie versus Alliance.
It'll be interesting to see how Newbie adapts, because Alliance seems to be doing really well with this like hard carry plus 4 strategy. Outside of that, their success has been limited, I want to say, but if they can't find an answer for it, Alliance is really good at this playstyle. Like, they've exhibited 2 great games with it so far.
Well, Fear, thank you very much for joining me for this series. I believe you said you got to run, right? So,
yeah.
Any shout-outs, any closing words before you go?
Not today.
Well, I'll shout you out. Good predictions, man. Thanks for bearing with us in game number 1. It was a slow one, but I think this game more or less made up for it. So, with that said, guys, you can follow him at FearDota, of course, if you want to support him. And as always, thanks for your old man wisdom. We certainly appreciate it. Congratulations to Alliance. They move on to the winner bracket finals. Vici Gaming not out of it, though, and frankly, they just looked a bit off form in this particular series. So they'll drop down to the lower bracket, have a shot at redemption tomorrow. But for now, we move on to the next set of matches. We're going to have 2 best-of-3s coming up simultaneously. I'll be casting one. Coddle Guy, joined by Mott, will be casting the other, and I'm not sure who will be joining me, but it'll be Navi GD Gaming, as well as Team Malaysia versus Invictus Gaming. 2 elimination matches, best of 3s in the lower bracket. With all that said, guys, that wraps up our winner bracket coverage for day number 2 of WCA 2014. Thank you for joining us. You're watching Beyond the Summit. We'll be right back. See you soon.
I I'm exposed, laid out my secret. My heart doesn't stand a chance. I've always loved you ever since the day we shared the same air.
Yeah, spelling is hard. So, for those who are wondering what's going on next, we've got 2 best of 3s coming up simultaneously. It's going to be the first 2 elimination matches of WCA 2014, but there are many more to come. I will be casting Team Malaysia, which is Mushi's team, or formerly Team Titan, of course, versus Invictus Gaming best of 3 right here on the main Beyond the Summit stream, or the first Beyond the Summit stream. Coddle Guy and Mont will be bringing you guys Navi versus LGD Gaming, so if you want to watch that match, head over to twitch.tv/Beyond the Summit 2. Guys, thanks for joining us. Appreciate your patience. The lobby has actually been hosted. Seems like the admins are kind of smoothing things out as we get into the latter half of the tournament. So, with all that said, once again, BTS 2 for Navi versus LGD, and stay right here if you want to see some Mushi. We'll be back.
I've always loved you ever since the day we shared the same air. I can't breathe. I can't sleep tonight, knowing I might wake up alone tomorrow. I can't breathe. I can't close my eyes, 'cause there's a feeling somewhere inside. I can't breathe. I can't sleep tonight, knowing I might wake up alone tomorrow. I can't breathe. I can't close my eyes, 'cause there's a feeling somewhere inside. Feel your touch from across the room.
Hello, everybody. So I think what we have coming up is actually not IG versus Malaysia. Fair warning, if you're joining us now, I believe this will be the show match. That's a BO1, I want to say it's ARDM. It was supposed to originally feature the old DK roster from, well, I say old, from TI4. But I believe that is no longer the case, and it will be the two female teams competing. I'm not familiar with their players or what's going to be going on. Not sure how long this will go, if it's going to be quality content, but we'll probably at least try and stream it. But if you want to watch what will definitely be an important match for this tournament, you should go over to twitch.tv/BeyondTheSummit too. That is where Navi versus LG best of 3 will be. After this show match will be KCIG versus Malaysia. So yeah, not quite as much as what you're probably hoping for coming up right away, but yeah, we'll have some good Dota soon, and in the meantime, should be an entertaining show match. So stay tuned for that.
Rushing past my face. Just hold on to this warm embrace. Looking out side by side, we'll stare. Feel the breeze rushing past my face. Just hold on to this warm embrace. Looking out side by side, we'll stay. Seasons change, still our love remains. Look in your love. Look in your love. Look in your love. Look in your love. Look in your
Sideline of goal! Late winner's doing it! They're gonna take! He's gonna bring down Burning. Alone with a double kill. Dropping fast. Monopoint's there. Still alive! Wait, check his line. He's got one side. He's got a second. He's taking it. They're overtime. On three. They're all dead.
And we're back. This is not IG's. This is not the IG versus Malaysia match. For those who are looking for that, I think some of the match tickers were wrong, and they did not, or they just chose not to include the all-female show match between HyperX and EGL. This will be just a straight best of one, and immediately after this, I believe we'll have IG versus Team Malaysia. So we'll get underway here momentarily. Also, further disappointment for some of you, I suppose. Berlini will not be joining me for this game. He is a bit under the weather. He should join me for at least one game of IG versus Malaysia, but he's saving his strength for the more relevant matches as far as the main tournament goes. So you're stuck with me, guys. If you don't like it, then leave. No, just go to twitch.tv/Beyond the Summit. 2, Kaga and Mott will be taking you guys through Navi versus LGD. That series should be kicking off any moment now if it hasn't already. And yeah, you can watch some quality Dota. But yeah, for the time being, it's a show match. No idea how good these players are. We'll find out soon enough. For the time being, it's just going to be guessing games, to be honest. I will say that I was very impressed by one of the Chinese commentators, one of the Chinese female commentators at TI4. She had like 5.4k MMR and was just crushing a lot of people in pubs and definitely hold her own. So let's not be sexist. We could see some great plays, but you know, whether or not we do is up for predictions. For now, what we do know is the draft's underway. Centaur Warrunner will be your first pick from HyperX Girls. Death Prophet, Jakiro, the reply from Divanus, and then into a Shadow Shaman. A hero that's largely been ignored in this patch. So popular in the last one, but has fallen off a bit in interest as of late from teams, and nice to see that return. Does give you the Roshan potential, although, and more importantly, perhaps the tower killing ability. We'll see a Tidehunter Puck banned out in the second stage by the HyperX Girls, a Razor Rubik removed by Divaness, and this does take out quite a bit of team fight for Divaness, and they're kind of left with the scraps here. They'll go for Witch Doctor or Wraith King. They still get quite good sustain. The heal will be really nice against Spectre, and let's just make sure no one disconnected. Okay, good. Yeah, so then the Skywrath picked up. They have the Stomp to set this one up for Neon, and I'm gonna have trouble with these teams, man. They just do not have many English characters on a few of these players, so I may just be saying hero names quite a bit. If anyone happens to speak Chinese and wants to have mercy on me, feel free to translate. But otherwise, I apologize for those who do speak Mandarin. That's an interesting Brewmaster cosmetic. The Spade of the Gluttonous, a common poleaxe. Well, Peach certainly packing the high octane items here to kick off our show match. All right, here we go. So on the side of HyperX, we've got your Skywrath Mage. Peach will be handling the Brewmaster. Nian on the Centaur Warrunner. Shadow Shaman. Smoke off the bat. Oh, baby. We're getting spicy here. And then we've got a... Meanwhile, on the side of EGL, you've got DN handling the Wraithcade safe lane. Oh, no, sorry. That's part of their team name. All right, who is this? All right, we've got a Wraith King. We've got a Wraith King in the bottom lane. Smile will be going mid as your Death Prophet. And... oh, God, I can't... I'm going to butcher this, aren't I? Zinyi? That's probably not right. I'm going to get flamed so hard for this. 2172 will play in your offlane Necrophos, and that leaves Lilith standing in as the Chikiro. So the level 1 smoke amounts to a ward. That's all we've got here right now for HyperX. We'll have to see if they continue the aggression. Looks like they want to. They're running this shadow... oh, well, okay. Looking for an observer ward, but I mean, you just smoked into the enemy jungle, and you didn't see anyone, so I'm not sure how they would have warded there. I'm just gonna say that was probably a misclick. Unless DN are ninjas. Like, that's the only way they get an observer down on location after your level 1 smoke into the enemy jungle where you didn't see a solitary hero. Alright, let's have some good luck. Lots of good luck. Okay, everyone feeling lucky now. Let's do it. Navi versus LGD, because I know a lot of you are going to be asking, where's the main tournament? That's on twitch.tv/BeyondTheSummit 2. Kaido Guy and Mont will be bringing you that, so be sure to head over there and check it out if you want that match. But we'll have IG versus Malaysia after this one. In the meantime, Lilith is fortunately invisible, and well, they're going to arrive at this lane in time to get that first creeps experience for HyperX. It took a while to get up here top lane, but they do finally arrive. Meanwhile, mid lane will be your Death Prophet, who's... oh, well, that's not the right creep to last hit. My biggest worry this game is just not speaking Mandarin. I don't want to get anyone's name wrong. I'm sorry, guys. And gals. I'm sorry, everybody. For now, it's just a Necrophos getting zoned out of this offlane by the Shadow Shaman, who has picked up level 1 Shackles, not going for the Ether Shock Caress build. Could go in now. Could go in now. Uh-oh. Maybe not. I mean, they're tri-laning against an offlane Necrophos Chikiro. I would love to see some kills. Let's get a little action here. Oh, here we go. That's the opening. Come on. Oh, no Shackles. Oh, concussive shot level 1. Well, that's not going to secure the kill. They are securing the Spectre's farm, though, who's up to 6th and 2 already, 2 minutes in, so definitely having a decent time of it. Peach, meanwhile, is doing quite well in her own right mid lane, and for now, the offlane Centaur getting quite a bit as well. No real aggression as of yet from EGL DN. And there'll be a rotation towards mid. Would like to see some bottom rune, and it will be Neon who heads that direction, while meanwhile Lilith, that's one fast double dragon, rotates back towards the top lane. They've abandoned the aggressive posture in the dual lane for now, but with this haste rune, they'll move back out. 2172, thrusting forward, and Lilith now finagling around the tree line. We could go in for a little harassment here. Oh, yeah, I like that. Get that liquid fire damage in on the tier 1. That's what I'm talking about. And now the aggressive rotation in. Oh, they're going to go in 2172. I'm not sure if this is the time. They don't have much backup. It is coming to Hero Ice Path. What a play by Lilith. Where's those Shackles? They're not going to get the kill. Nearly enough for a first blood. Oh man, that was closer than I thought. That was close. My kingdom for... Oh, if only they had a shackles. That's all I can really say about that fight. If only they had a shackles. But for now, there's very confident position. I mean, you're up against a Scarith Mage tri-lane, and you're dual lane off-lane Necrophos. This is not where you want to be. Desolate Dodge will be there. First blood about to come out. HyperX Girl's gonna claim it. There you go. The mighty girls. The HyperX Girls. And on top of that, the Brewmaster getting a lot of farm mid. Currently very healthy in that regard. So, off to a good start there. I'll see level-wise. Everyone's doing pretty comparable. But I do worry about this mid game. You do not want to be feeding first blood to a Spectre tri-lane. And more importantly, it's a Necrophos' lane that's struggling. This Necrophos, she's currently sitting at level 3. No farm to speak of. It's 0 CS, 2 denies. And honestly, that's with HyperX Girls not really playing too aggressively. They didn't do a whole lot to punish that off. But with the first blood now, it kind of tilts their way. Rotation comes in mid from Peach, and you might see a jump in mid. But this was, of course, spotted out by the Radiant Ward. That being said, even though it was spotted, Smile is dangerously close to getting picked off here. If she gets a range of a concussive clap, that could be her downfall. Concussive shot? No. Oh, did she cast it? I didn't see the animation. I'm not sure. Maybe she's out of range, or maybe I'm just getting a visual glitch, but either way, not going in. Maybe she lost. Yeah, I'm not really sure, but didn't do anything. You want bot lane. They try to harass out in the end a bit, but still getting those levels in the off lane. Up to level 5 on the Centaur War Runner. And good news, your Wraith King also farming pretty well, and just a very meandering game right now from each HyperX. Oh, they got a smoke. Oh, they have a smoke. Oh, here we go. Alright, we get some action. Lock them and stock them. They're heading towards mid lane. Clarity Potions there. Should have enough for a single concussive shot Arcane Bolt. Mana's a bit of an issue here. Oh no. Broke the smoke. Broke the smoke. And then backed off. That's like the worst feeling. And they'll still stampede him in. It's okay. Peach will come in. Didn't even bother for the split. Just went straight. Or sorry, the clap. Just went straight to the split. And where's the TP support? There's one. There's actually 2 TPs on EGL, but they just opt not to use it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, jumping onto the end, dropping her low, but she's able to retreat out with a stomp, but secondary stun follow up, and then they'll just let her go. I don't know. They got her with the Maledict, but they didn't stay in experience range for that. Well, still the Witch Doctor will claim it. Thanks to getting the kill credit there, so not too shabby.
Fortune's change.
And Peach now picks up a haste, so level 7 online. This level 4 clap is nothing to be trifled with. Like, you're looking at a Necrophos with 409 health. That is basically a clap crit and you're dead. And yeah, that clap crit, it's coming now. No? Oh, you could have dove that, Peach. Come on. Yeah, that would have been a kill. You could definitely dive that Necrophos. Clap, crit, just get like 2 auto attacks with Spectre. At the very least, force out a TP reaction. But we'll play it safe instead and off. So if Stampede was coin down, perhaps would have dove for it. But meanwhile, the supports are back in the jungle, and no smoke this time. Still gonna think about a rotation towards the top lane. I'll take a quick look at the graph here. Early on, it's a slight lead for the Dire, about 250. Frankly, I feel like it should be more, considering that their Brew is holding her own mid lane. Offlane Centaur getting levels, and they got the first blood, but outside of that, it's yeah, it's just not as much of a lead as I would have expected. I think EGL got an extra bounty rune or 2. Now the rotation in top lane. Scarith Mage will lead the way, and that is not where a Necrophos wants to be. Way past the tower, no backup in sight. Can get off a single heal, but then feeds the enemy Spectre a kill, and this Spectre's already getting quickly out of control, up to 1100 net worth. That Stampede, just so useful to set up these ganks, and the Shadow Shaman did almost end up going down, but she can retreat out. Do not feed the Spectre. Beware. For you tread carefully.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they get a double damager on Peach as well. And she is getting close to her Blink Dagger. It's not the fastest blink by any means, but you get this like 10-minute blink, and if DN aren't prepared for those jumps, you blink, clap, ult, fight's pretty much over from there. We saw that last game where the Blink Brew initiation just sets up the Spectre so perfectly. Sure, maybe you kill off the Brew or at least deal with the Fire Panda, but by the time you do that, Spectre, like, Brew jumps in and claps and splits, you just want to back. And as soon as you start backing, you tend to scatter, and that is where the Spectre comes in, and she can really win you the fights. Up to 1400 gold now, so farming reasonably well. 35 CS in 9 minutes. Still room for improvement there, but more importantly, getting these early kills. And they're looking for the jump in mid. They've got a clap ready to go. But Exorcism's here, and there's no blink in, so they'll have to stampede forward. This could set up a silence, but unfortunately Death Prophet doesn't have a point in it yet. Fairly low level. Brewmaster will split. The Spectre illusion's coming through. Will they continue to chase Smile? Oh, she's in trouble. Maybe not. Maybe not. The Brew split just focusing on the Necrophos, and oh, Cyclone's there. Good micro. Continues to chase. 2172. Juking through the trees, wrapping around, and in the end, able to escape. So got off the Cyclone, got off that initial boulder toss, but then just got fogged, and oh, Peach, this is not worth it. Ends up going down, surrounded. Great rotation from EGL. Granted, it was a long dive from HyperX, but they will end up getting the return kills and nearly clipping the Scarth Mage with that next dual breath. But the Midas factor will kick in. This is the comeback mechanic. Even if the lady stage doesn't go your way, you get this extra golden experience and you can rocket back into this game. And they also have the Death Prophet, so in a game that's fairly trade heavy and a bit clowny, having that Exorcism and Liquid Fire will serve you very well if you're Team DN. Now the Phase Boots out on the Death Prophet can go for some Bottle Crow. We'll manage to stay in lane as long as possible, get that extra mana and HP, and be feeling groovy overall. The Midas is nice, but I still have to say I'm happy if I'm HyperX. We have Spectre, they say, and we're getting early levels in farm. Fairly packed play for both teams, though. EGL grouping up as 4 top lane, and I think they're just going to keep on trying to use the Exorcism heal and... Oh, sorry, I say the heal, but actually hasn't taken any points in it. Alright, yeah, went for the early points in the Maledict. Continues to go that direction, so... It will take some of the wind out of their sails as far as the push goes, but still, Exorcism ready to go. Liquid Fire is level 3, so is B-Max first. Alright, so yeah, they can still pressure these towers a lot. Necrophos can heal, and yeah, the creep waves are full HP. They'll start to move in with the Exorcism, and I do wonder if they look to defend this tower. Blink Dagger almost picked up by Peach. Oh, my kingdom for a Blink Dagger. She's so close, but doesn't have it yet.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ah, here comes the rotation. Yeah, that's not good for Necrophos. Hot, split, and yeah, see ya. They tried to go for a Witch Doctor. Well, that is not going to happen. Zingy's going to feed. That's the death of your Witch Doctor. And it's just Spectre Brew cleaning house. Stomp on 2. Nice follow-up. The end, Brainy 1 low. The Wraith King doesn't have mana for the ultimate. Easiest those stick charges will do so. She's now trying to retreat out, not getting the slow off for this. And well, it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Everybody low and barely surviving. That was a disappointing fight. I was expecting a lot more bloodshed. But little was shed this day. Oh, Shackle. Is that under tower range? I think just out. And anyway, tower busy, focusing creeps. Lilith wound up getting the kill, though, with the Liquid Fire as the Shadow Shaman goes down. And they'll look for the tower deny here. Do they go for this last hit? Last hit? Last hit? Oh, just short. So they give away a freebie to HyperX Girls. And the Spectre Clock is actually slowed down here. Not rushing the Radiance. I thought she might, given the start, but goes back for the drums. Had she not, would have been up to, like, I think 2,500 gold or so. But yeah, so, hey, I mean, still participating in the fight. She's 2-0-1, getting kills, denying towers for her team, and there's your Brewmaster Blink on the back of that fight. So next time around, they'll have the Blink Clap initiation. Ah, yeah. Just waiting for some action. We just want to see some kills. Let's fight. Smile. Thinking about a little Roche scalp, but rotating up the ramp instead. We'll move up a secondary ramp and yeah, buys the Void Stone. So working towards the Yule Scepter. Generally, you'll see the Staff of Wizardry picked up just for the extra intelligence, but this is the one item that you can't get in the Courier, so it makes it a bit easier to complete it. Now the Exorcism, looking for Neon, has the ultimate, but too slow, and see you later. Oh, that Necro will work. Stampede is available, though, and let's see, is there a buyback on our Centaur? There is. She buys back now. This could get ugly. It could happen. Yeah. Oh, apparently there's a fight recap. I'm not sure that's fight recap worthy, Valve, but okay. There we go.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
So the Divas will take a tower bottom lane, and meanwhile Spectre pushes in mid. Will be defended by Smile as the rotation comes through, and simultaneously the Shadow Shaman will push top. She's got her ultimate ready. Could look to drop it here. At least do some decent push damage, or sorry, not push damage, chip damage to this tower. I mean to say.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
They're just kind of meandering. Everyone's just like milling around the map right now. Not really sure what to do. There doesn't seem to be much shot calling going on from either team. Just kind of safe play, and you know, the wards were dropped top. They did decent chip damage to the tower. They were farmed up, sure, but I mean, honestly, just getting that tower damage means this tower will go down a little bit sooner. Spectre can work towards the... It doesn't even have to be a Radiance. Even just a Diffusal Blade, Yasha, Manta, you know, any of those kind of standard items for Spectre would add a lot to their team fight. You look across the board, and with no heal on the Witch Doctor, they only have the Necrophos heal to deal with Spectre's Haunt spread damage. I mean, it's not technically spread damage, but it might as well be, so... Rotation back towards mid. They'll mill this direction instead. Chilling on the high ground. Peach is ready to blink out, and yeah, Smile won't get the opening, but can just push out the lane instead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, they're gonna deathball this. I do have an armlet up. That is the one hero who's been farming exceptionally well this game. 73 CS. I mean, relative to the opposition, I should say, with the Midas and as well as decent CS. And the tower advantage going their way. They're going to push in mid now. Brew Blink split is ready. Go in. You can go for this Blink Clap initiation, but you don't want to be focusing the Wraith King or the Death Prophet for these squishier backline here. It's the Witch Doctor with 700 health. They're not doing anything to cancel Peach's Blink initiation. The tower will drop below mid lane. Still not choosing to contest it, but they have the Stampede. Are they gonna go? Yeah. No. No. Yeah. No. Yep. Up. Okay. No. I guess they're not. Running in, running out. Centaur's rotating. They were thinking about it. Now they're gonna go. Okay. They do have an ultimate available. Just out of range. Maybe you could get off that one Cyclone into. Yeah. That's not okay. That's not gonna happen. Everyone playing this one safe. I'm actually not sure if there's any prize money in the show match, so I'm not sure if they're playing for anything, or if it's more just of a standard show match. And You know, just opportunity to play on the big stage and show me your moves. In the famous words of Smash Brothers. Or sisters, as it were. The push in the bottom lane. Exorcism still cooling down. The Yule Scepter nearly complete, and I think this will be the tower where the HyperX girls defend. Peach now, worming her way through the tree line, searching for that opening. Stampede at the ready. Here we go. Come on. Blink. Clap. Oh. No. Not gonna happen. It's a good time to fight with Exorcism down, though, so ideally HyperX girls would be taking this fight. Initiation, the level 2 splits up, and wards are up as well. I mean, there's really no reason not to go for it, but they are going to play it safe. It's still no mech up on the side of the divas, so it does slow down their ability to deathball this effectively. I'm worried about the Spectre, though. In games like this, where neither team is really playing aggressively, nobody is trying to force fights, you just don't want to play against the Spectre. That is the trump card of a hero. And with especially a Stampede at her side, you're looking at a Brewmaster split to support. Oh, they walk right up the hill and right onto the Necrophos. Just absolutely melted. A clean kill, but it's going to be more than that. Spectre haunting and Mystic Flares there. Suddenly, HyperX girls just hit the kill switch. Oh, baby. They smack EGL around, and that was the level of aggression I was expecting, with the Stampede initiation, a Blink Clap initiation, and Haunt to come through as well. Really nice coordination there, and yeah, they were quick on the trigger. Wards will be dropped. They didn't even need to use the Bruce Split, and actually the issue is, she was short on it, but she's about to get it now. Just picks up the mana, blink it, a stomp on 2. Great plays from Nia once again. The clap to follow this up. Lilith's gonna melt. Now Exorcism used to try and turn this. They do have a Wraith King ult. Those crits, the armlet, the damage is real. And Spectre now tries to chase out Smile, but has to back. Caught between a rock, a hard place. A Wraith King and a Death Prophet just melts. Oh my, that was not what the Spectre was doing.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You chase the Death Prophet there, you die to the Ghost. You back off, you run into the King. Or the Queen. The damage was there. Can they take anything with this? They're gonna walk into the Roche Pit, but they don't have Exorcism. And there's this flurry of pings coming out, and... Alright, well I know which team I'm rooting for now. The Divas have an Elgato, so victory pretty much secured at this point. They haven't even had to use a Wraith King ultimate lately. They'll walk into the Roche Pit. They've got a single point Voodoo Restoration now, and this will allow them to take the Roche a bit easier. Rotating through will be Lilith on your Jakiro Mechanism coming soon. They did see this, though. As mentioned, there's a fantastic Observer Ward in position. This Roche is not dead yet, and this is the danger of going for Roche without Exorcism. You could get wrecked. You could very easily throw this one away. Mystic Flare coming through. This one popped the Wraith King ult. Not sure that was a good play by our Spectre, but Haunt's in anyway, and yeah, using the ult to try and zone them back. They'll focus on the Wraith King for round number 2. Getting chunked down a bit, but still tanky. Able to survive for quite a long time, but now on the back foot, toggling. Armlet toggle, Stomp is there. Neon's gonna get the kill. Now Xingyi jumping low. Not able to finish her off, and oh, now they're in trouble. 2172. Oh, that's okay. Spectre up on the high ground. Nope, now back down on the low ground. No, nope, back up on the high ground. Oh no, she'll go. Gets the kill. It's gonna be 4 dead. The HyperX girls are getting out of control, and EGL just can't stand aggressive diving. They'll end up losing their Necrophos. It's a team wipe. HyperX girls, it costs them really nothing. And that is why you do not go into the pit with a Death Prophet without a massive lead or without an Exorcism. You just don't do it. Now it's up, but yeah, they didn't have it when they needed it. Imagine if they had Exorcism there. That's probably a wipe going the other way. Oh, Spectre almost died to Roche. Oh, it's just... Oh no! Roche! Have mercy! Oh, that would have been a really fail moment. That would have been a Dota Cinema fail-worthy reel if she died there. I was actually alt-tab just checking my messages to make sure there's no issues with the stream. I thought this was going to be ARDM, to be totally honest.
Under attack.
I think it would have been more interesting, but
Radiant structures
maybe I misread. I could have sworn I saw that, but I know they made changes. They were going to have the old DK playing the TI4 DK. I say old.
Radiant's middle tower
They're only old because we haven't seen the new... Well, they're old because they've been playing Dota for a while. They're also old because we just haven't seen the new lineup. At least I haven't.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now they drop the wards mid.
Radiant's
Good news for the divas is they can split push very quickly. They'll exorcism immediately top lane. Glyph is available and can be used to try and slow this aggression down.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures.
Well, Peach will join forces with the rest of HyperX and take the tier 2 mid lane. So it's going to be a tier 2 for a tier 2 trade. Neither team in any hurry to defend. The last takeaway in the way of Spectre. Oh, that is pretty much Relic Gold. It's not the fastest timing, but considering that there's been a drum pickup, I mean, you're looking at a Relic around the time when Loda got his Radiance earlier today, and that was without a drum. So definitely Spectre's getting a lot more. Well, about the same, but has participated a lot more to get there. Haunt. Oh, this is bad. Brewmaster. Blake, that's a clap on 4. Oh, you can't let that happen. They're in trouble now. The Brewmaster split well microed. As the Mystic Flare comes out, now chasing. Stomp was there to try and turn this. No, not sure if that's going to be enough. Beyond, fight your way through. She gets off the ultimate, has a round 2 ready. But Exorcism's down. They just seem to be... These fights just seem to really break out right as Exorcism is ending, and it's causing problems for them. They'll lose more. They're going to get caught out with the Wraith King, and even with that decent armor from the Armlet, can't toggle quickly enough. 4 dead. It's going to be another wipe, and that's going to be your Spectre Radiance, pretty much. He wants to go for it. But that's going to be Neon there to greet her, and tries to bottle up, doing everything possible to survive. It's a wipe. It's a full 5-woman wipe.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The struggle is real at this point. I'm wondering if she even opts to skip the Radiance. I mean, maybe you just go for something more aggressive at this point. Your team's winning the team fights. They're really not threatening to take high ground, but yeah, Radiance is certainly an option. And this is kind of the issue with the Wraith King core, honestly. Like, you don't have a Blake Dagger, you don't have a BKB, and what do? You just melt to Desolate damage. The Brewmaster can control you constantly with his Drunken Haze, or with her, sorry, with her Drunken Haze. Not to mention you're dealing with a Hex, a Mystic Flare, heroes that can kite you reasonably effectively thanks to Stampede, and in a lot of ways Stampede kind of counters that Wraith King ultimate, so... It's been a powerful pick in some of these early fights, but we're seeing it where it starts to fall off as Neon goes for the back for a Vanguard. I'm looking forward to Cassie with Ben. Merlini should be joining me for one game for IG versus Team Malaysian. I have a feeling he's still not a big fan of Vanguard. It's buffed a bit in this patch. Maybe he's learned the error of his ways. Vanguard, best item ever.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm doubting it though.
Radiant's top tower is
Push in the bottom lane with Exorcism ready, and
Dire's bottom tower.
push begins in earnest. Smile and Lilith working on this one rather quickly. They'll bring down the tier 2 tower bottom lane, while in the top lane HyperX goes going for a bit of a trade. Stop, clap. Oh, it might be too late to get anyone. No, never mind. They found 2. Catch out Smile. This Brewmaster micro. Well played. Easy double kill for the Spectre. And still pushing at the top lane as well. Hex to go on 2172. Held in position. No, now retreating out. Ice Path barely clipping the Shadow Shaman, who now goes for the Shackles, but that's quickly broken by the Necrophil's ultimate. Mech'd up as she's about to go down, healed, and now retreating out. Neon, that not getting out of this one without a Blake. And that's not going to happen because there's a stun. Neon caught out, another heal to fly. There's a turn of the tides in the top lane. EGL. The Divas strike back. They'll take 2 back the other direction, but they are not addressing the Spectre infestation.
We serve the same purpose all.
Calm down there. Calm down there, Skyrim. That's your Aghanim's now complete on Peach. So she gets the... Nearly's the level 3 Aghanim's ultimate. And this is kind of the time where They've already struggled in team fights. It's only going to get worse. They have to stick together, get off multiple Necrophos heals. The mechanism needs to be used the 4-5 heroes. They'll need the Witch Doctor ult. If any of these heroes get spread, like they just lose the fight because they automatically lose 2 or 3 heroes to Desolate damage, to the Haunt, and from there the rest just get cleaned up by the Brewmaster split. The Mystic Flare can basically secure another kill. They've had some nice wards for Hyperx Girls. That's really been the difference this game is, for the most part, it feels like their wards have been better. As I say that, the Sentry ward here wasn't the best, so I think this click, but yeah, they've got these deep jungle wards, and they're actually able to use them to force fights and take an advantage on the back of it. And the Chinese stream just decided to load after literally 5 hours of it not loading. I think it's because Navi versus LGD started. Or at least by buffering ended, and so the match appears to begin. Yeah, which of course, by the way, is going on now. Game 1 of that, I believe, underway. Twitch.tv/BeyondTheSummit2 if you want to watch in English. And, well, with that said, HyperX are on the smoke. They're looking for this Wraith King not... Oh, no, maybe back towards mid. There's no one here to gank, and checking their vision really quickly. They don't have any. But they're just going to follow where they think the divas are. And now they see one. They see this Necrophos top lane. Lilith waiting in the tree line. They're actually in a decent position to turn this one. Oh, maybe not so much. They'll Haunt. They'll Stampede. They'll blow for the Blink initiation as well. The Mystic Flare catching out Lilith. Trapped in a beautiful catch there with the wards now. Smile retreating to the north side, to the south. The Wraith King and Necrophos will scatter, and well, by spreading, they end up escaping. Still, damage is done. 2 down, and they're going to look to take a tower in this top lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And as you would expect, if you feed the Spectre to this extent, 7, 1, and 12, 21 kills, she's been involved in 19 of them, you're going to have a bad time. And they're going to try to push high ground. They don't have a Brewmaster split, they don't have a Stampede, no wards, no Haunt. But they're confident. They are certainly not lacking for confidence, the HyperX girls. They will back now. And I'm thinking they could look towards Roshan soon. They don't Rosh very well. They'll need the Shaman wards to do this in any kind of a reasonable fashion, but it's more just the level of map control they have. And well, maybe they take one more fight. If they win that fight, then I think they go for it. Peach will back off the bottom lane, pushes that one out a bit, and the clock continues to tick in favor of the Spectre. But this is the item, guys. This is the item. Could turn it. It's the Necrophos Aghanim Scepter. You're adding that 30 seconds of respawn at all levels, so with this, for those who aren't familiar with it, does a ton of bonus damage. More importantly, takes you out of the game. You can't buy back and extends your respawn timer by quite a bit. That is really going to put the hurt in if HyperX get caught out. That's pretty much what they need at this point. They have to Aghanim Scepter ultimate the Spectre and kill her during that time, or they just lose. But when you push in like this, you can't really count on catching the Spectre. In fact, she's probably going to be allowed to initiate. Yeah, there's your Haunt. Stomp initiation came through from the end, and now the pain is in. Oh, they're going to lose immediately. The Witch Doctor going down, chasing for more kills. 2172, dropping low. Got to get that ultimate off on something, but nothing really good to target. While meanwhile, the Wraith King, as strong as she is, just not strong enough. 2172, dropping low, still being pursued out. Boulder Toss cooling down. Left alone, clap. Oh, blinked out. Should have just clapped that and got for the kill, but still they got the Wraith King. And your Spectre will escape. Peach, clap. Now thrown up in the air. Not sure you want to be throwing up him. That hero probably want to be saving it on yourself. Well, they'll get the Neon kill at least, but now Spectre comes back in. Dodging away from the Ice Pass. Peach still chasing forward and tanking a lot of nuke damage. Another 3-hero clap. My goodness. She's getting all the claps today, but not enough. Most importantly, Spectre not dying. 4,000 gold. Oh, this is just getting to that point where, unless they get a Necrophos ultimate on her, they're just not going to be able to win these fights, honestly.
generation.
Now back to the well. So I think at this point, if you're HyperX, you just fight with your ultimate cooldowns. Honestly, just make sure you got the split online. You've now got your Crimson Guard picked up for the Centaur, which, to be honest, is not really that great this game. I mean, damage block is okay, but you're not really up against an illusion-based hero. Not up against that many summons. Not up against right click. It's probably one of the worst games to build a Crimson Guard. But the main benefit is just that you do get that bonus HP, and I suppose if you already built a Buckler and a Vanguard, there's no reason not to just pick up the recipe. It's still an okay item, but yeah, I would not view this as like a great case study in where you want to get a Crimson Guard. Still, I mean, regardless of what the items are, they've got the Aghanims up on the Brew, as mentioned earlier, so when they have that ult, when they have Haunt, when they have the Crimson Guard, they can really deathball against DN, and DN have some sustain, but I'm not sure if it'll be enough for Spectre to get some more farm. And EGL DN will try to group up in the bottom lane. The Diva's looking for a push forward. Do they try to go high ground? They have a level 2 Exorcism online. Level 1 heal is ready to go. I'm just not sure they want to take this much later. I mean, as mentioned, you always win a game with that next. Not to mention the Wraith King. You've got 2 items that, one level and then level 16 ultimate and an item in the Aghanim Scepter and the Necrolite that can't just win you the game. Having an extra life to work with, basically a free Aegis, and being able to prevent buyback on Spectre can be enough to turn the tides. Peach will grab a bounty rune. Wraith King not willing to contest for that. Meanwhile, top lane. I like this movement from our Spectre overall. She's done a good job of not joining the fights too often, constantly trying to find farm in the split push, and especially when you've got a Radiance. This is effective. It's going to draw DN back, and if HyperX realize it, they can just walk right back into the pit, try and go for it. Smoke now picked up on your Shaman, and well, they may not walk into the pit. Maybe they smoke and go for some pickoffs, but either way, they will have the ability to do that. Heart now completed Spectre. Bloodstone coming out soon for your Death Prophet. Heart Spectre is not as scary this game as it normally is. You're up against level 4 Maledict, which, if it hits, is amazing against that. But more importantly, the Aghanim Scepter and Necrolite. So I would say, obviously, Heart's always great for the illusions, but for the main hero, it's not like a get-out-of-jail-free card by any stretch of the imagination. Now HyperX moving through the river. And up the ramp. Neon wrapping around. Peach there as well, as I think very wisely the Divas are hugging the base. You do not want to be out on this map when you're playing in the dark. They've got a single Observer Ward at the bottom rune, and that's pretty much it. So if they move out with 5 heroes missing, they're basically asking to feed. I mean, honestly, it's hard not to when you're against a Radiant Spectre. That's for damn sure. The smoke will end. They'll blink up to the high ground. Peach still searching for that. So it is a bit of a wasted smoke, and well, we might have a clash mid lane. Wraith King moving into position. She gonna jump in. BKB's ready. Went for the stun, but got fogged or not fogged, but was out of cast range before the cast animation completed. Wouldn't have mattered anyway with the blink out. Wouldn't have been stunned. So yeah, we'll end up focusing on a Brewmaster Illusion here, and again, I just have to keep on pointing out our Spectre just seems to be a low. Oh my god. That's a Necrolite on an Illusion. Well, this fight just got really hard for DN. They just blew their one ability to stop Spectre from jumping and slaughtering them on an Illusion. Yeah, Lilith's in trouble. Xinyi's gonna fall as well. They lost the Twin Head Dragon to start this. They're probably gonna lose their Wraith Kid as well, who does have mana for the ultimate. It will proc. They're all gonna back off and focus her. Well, at least that space created to some extent, but yeah, they cannot be wasting the Reaper Scythe on Illusions. They need that to be used on the Spectre.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's honestly not the longest cooldown ultimate. Like, there are situations where you can get away from that, but credit to HyperX Souls. The second they saw that, they're like, alright, we're haunting, we're stampeding.
Radiant's middle tower
It's time to rumble. Working on the tier 3. They'll take this one with ease. The ward's in good position. Can focus on the tower, and how do you go on the Spectre now? Necrophos ult is ready. They can try for it. Stun coming through. Neon gets caught out a bit. Doesn't have a Stampede ready. 4-step back to safety, though. Necrophos ultimate. It's good damage onto Peach, but it's onto Peach. It leaves the Spectre alone. She is getting chunked down quite a bit, though. May end up falling. Will drop even through the heart. This could be the turn. The whiffs! The jukes! This is gonna be a quad kill! Perhaps the Ultra? Is it coming? Yule Scepter's ready. Stampede will wear off. That's not gonna save you. It's 4 kills for Smile. The turn. The plays. The feeds. It's a wipe. HyperX girls still. They took Rex. They did take the Rex. Ping, ping, ping. Yes, go top lane. Yes. With all haste. That juke away from the Centaur Stomp double edge. Smile just saved the game for her team. Oh, from the brink of disaster. They might salvage this one yet, and they'll push right back down mid. They don't have Exorcism though, but they do have their Liquid Fire online, potentially that level 2 Death Ward.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they are heating up a bit. Starting to find their rhythm in this game. Unfortunately, they're missing their Necrophos, who's bought herself a personal smoke just to get out to the fight quicker. Wants to try and take something immediately, and it looks like Roche may be the call. Though, now they're Roshing into a Spectre with Haunt. Brewmaster Split's ready to go again. Basically everything. The only thing lacking is Shaman Wards, which just cooled down this very second. And I think wisely they don't go for the Roche. The problem is the HyperX girls might just feel confident enough to do it now. I'm not sure if this can be contested. They did have to use a Wraith King buyback in the last fight. That's not the biggest deal, but just now you're fighting on HyperX's terms. You're fighting into the pit. You're fighting into a Spectre Haunt because Spectre's not there. She's top lane, and they're not making much effort to gank her. And it's generally true when you're playing a Spectre that you do not want to try and gank the other heroes. You really have to go on the Spectre, whether it's a smoke gank, whether you just anticipate a TP if she's got Boots of Travel or a tower and wait for her from the tree line. But yeah, if you go on the other heroes, then you flat out lose the fight. Spectre's at full HP when she comes in, gets the Desolate damage of multiple heroes. Normally you just scatter, and so that adds up. You get Radiance Burn, and fight's over, folks. So they're just going to choose option number 3, which is not go on the other heroes, not go on the Spectre, just hide. Hide on your side of the map and wait for a better opening. Nope. Going for the Roche, though. That's good news. That's good news for the Divas. And your push comes bottom lane. Peach, Nean, and Scarlet Mage grouped up. Looking for that aggressive jump in. There is a BKB down the Necro. He's got... This Necro has to use their ultimate properly. Oh no. Oh, BKB! What a dodge! Great turn. This could be nice for them. Dodging that initial stomp, but still taking a lot of damage. Gotta get out of range of those wards. The mech was used. Lilith trying to retreat. I mean, retreating away from her base, but hey, she's taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, are they re-engaging? Okay, yeah, they're re-engaging. Smile. Caught out. The Necrophos ult is there. Will pop the Spectre. Well played by 217. That means Spectre can't buy back down for 100 seconds with that bonus 30. Oh, I don't know if it matters, though. It's just a brew in your base. Smacking and clapping. Peach is doing work. 3 down, 4 down now with that one. And the Death Prophet streak is ended as well. So that's going to be a lot of gold going the other direction. It was a pretty just disastrous fight overall as they at least get that Spectre kill, but still, the Spectre's farming well, and now sitting on another 2,500 gold. The Heart Complete can work towards the Manta style. We're going to see a BKB coming out and some for Nian, and potentially even a Shiva's Guard soon for Peach. Let's see, what is it? Oh, is that an Assault Cuirass? No, it's a Shiva's. Yeah, so they'll get a Shiva's now, and this is a great item with Spectre, more than anything. Just get that slow, allow the illusions to chase a bit easier, which do have good above average move speed, and can run heroes down with the aforementioned Desolate damage and Radiance Burn. Your Death Prophet is getting tankier. Smile now sitting nearly completed heart. It's a bit late, but this is a hero that can kill off a Spectre 1v1. Especially once the BKB comes out. That removes a lot of the Spectre's damage from the fights. The Desolate, the Radiance Burn, the Dispersion taken off the table. Obviously, that's only so long as your BKB is up, and later on that can be an issue, but yeah, most is countered by BKB. Now, the main downside, of course, is you can counter the Spectre killing you, but she can just go kill your team instead. And the rest of your team, well, that's where you check what their items are. The Black King bars are out on Wraith King, as well as Necrophos. That's 3 heroes that'll be pretty resistant to the Spectre's damage. But again, I'm talking a lot about Spectre, but at this stage of the game, like, as we've seen, Peach has been on point with her initiation. It's constantly getting the 3-4 hero claps, microing the Wind and Earth Pan as well, and yeah, that takes a load off the shoulders of our Spectre. We might see a smoke from HyperX. So let's be spotted by the Radiant. No vision. They might have a skirmish at the bottom row, and here we go! Peach with a blink in. Shackles were there to follow up this initial Hex initiation, and now the Haunt comes through. Oh, this is trouble. They're all spread out, and they're not going to have fun against this. Lilith quickly getting chunked down by the Spectre. One more auto attack will get the kill. And the War Trap! Oh, no. Was it a War Trap? No. Able to run her way out of that one. But Smile, it doesn't matter. Just surrounded by the Brewmaster split. The Ghost not going to return time. It's 4 heroes dead. Your lone survivor is a retreating Wraith King. I don't even think they need to look for the Rosh. This game really wants me to show that fight recap. That is a 4.3k gold swing for a team that's already leading. Our Spectre's up to 32 out of 34 kill participation. Yeah, it's Spectre. Every time you haunt and your team gets 5 kills, you get 5 assists, but that's still so impressive not to be dying too early in these fights and able to secure that bonus gold. But this Aegis, they will be very confident to push in.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
They got that earlier melee Rex, and now the HyperX girls can look for a second, third lane. For the time being, they're going to retreat out. Probably just go back to heal. Diffusal Blade will be the choice. Not going for the Manta. And Diffusal Blade's, it's fine. I mean, either item's good. It's not Manta out of the Death Prophet Silence, but not really the biggest deal. You can also Manta dodge the Wraith King stun. Again, also not really the biggest deal, just because she's so tanky that the only way I really see her going down is to either a really good Maledict or my initial reaction was to say a really good Reaper Scythe, but there's not really such a thing as a bad Reaper Scythe, unless you do it on a full HP hero, I guess. Pusherino. Let's do it. Yeah, they're going to group up bottom lane. They could send the Spectre mid to farm. Could just leave her top, honestly, because, I mean, it's been like 4 or 5 times. She's just been pushing from, like, this area all the way to about here and hasn't been ganked. So I think she could take advantage of that and play more aggressively, but definitely doesn't need to. Not gonna go for the split push. We'll join the team bottom lane, and they will go for their second lane of Rex. The Hyper closing in on a victory in the show match. Now by 12,000 gold. Buyback status is not good. There is a Spectre buyback. They must prevent this with the Aghanim Scepter. The problem is, there's also an Aegis. So you've got to kill her twice, and the second time you have to kill her with the Aghanim Scepter. Else, you have to kill her 3 times, and that 3rd time there will be a Haunt. Heart will be disabled by some nukes, but still the push comes, and the stun initiation. They're going on the Spectre. This is going to prompt a reply from HyperX. Blink in from Neon. Caught out one with the Stomp, then follows up and just works on the Necrophos. While Smile tries to retreat out as well. The Blade Mail pop. Centaur really getting aggressive in these front lines. Spectre will return. Haunts on the second life and then just turns them back to the well. Just smacking them down. Yeah, we'll force them off this fight. They did kill off the Wraith King though, who's got the 1-minute cooldown ultimate. Yeah, that's going to be something they want to play carefully around. Now they're fighting against the Rex. Slowly staggering their retreat is, well, not so slowly retreating will be your Scarlet Mage. Caught out by the Ghost, finished off in the end. Simultaneously, Peach, Clap, and then Isolated, dealt with, but they've gotten later back. They still have a Spectre Aegis. Spectre can actually die here, and could get, no, oh no. There's a Reaper Scythe. There's a Reaper Scythe. Wait for it, wait for it. Boom! Shakalaka! That was 1,000 freaking damage, man. Holy crap. And then the Dire did glyph because their tier 3 was getting pushed. That was without the buyback haunt, but I mean that is the issue when you're up against those Necrophos. Necrophos Ultimate with the Eggs, that's the game winner. That is the game-winning ability right now for the Divas, but they better win with it soon, because they're up against 2 lanes of Rax. You gotta push in now. Spectre has 70 seconds on the buyback, cannot use buyback. Just ignore that. That indicator there. This is a good time if you're the Spectre. Just go get a snack, you know, some pretzels, some Gatorade, get some energy for the next engagement, because it's going to be a while. Still 50 seconds to go, and counting. Buyback status for other heroes. Centaur's got the buyback, Shadow Shaman's the buyback. Neither of these heroes are dead, so they're working with 6 lives, and the crits! Oh my god! Just explodes the Scarlet Mage. They gotta do something about this. They're gonna lose their first lane of Rax. Niak jumping in, gets up the initiation with the stomp. Wraith King does have his ultimate though, and a Witch Doctor ult comes through. It's still going strong, but finally will end, but now they're forced to retreat out. They'll lose their Wraith King at long last, but they killed off more heroes for this. 2 heroes end up falling. The Scarlet Mage is supposed to the Shadow Shaman. That Necrophos ultimate! It's enough to kill off the Centaur. Now the Centaur dead for 100 seconds. Spectre up in 8. Spectre coming soon. Spectre needs to turn this one, but they're all very healthy. Peach, run! Run! Retreat! No, don't retreat! Fight! Fight with everything you've got! Oh, well, is it enough? Exorcism still going, still going. It's running out fairly soon, and it's now chunking down the Spectre. Spectre may die again. Spectre does have buyback, but no haunt if she's forced to use it. That last Crypt Swarm, not quite enough. They're going to lose the Shadow Shaman as well. The 322 mode is fully activated as they get wiped nearly from top to bottom. Losing their Shaman through a dieback, losing 3 other heroes as well. The Spectre earlier, the Scarlet Mage a bit later in that fight, and then the Spectre forced to retreat out. Still sitting on a buyback, but the first lane of Rex goes against them now. And the chase begins in earnest. Purge is there and Smile. Has a TP scroll, not trying to use it, and now TP's out now. Nothing to stop that. Good patient play under pressure. I'm telling you guys, this thing right here, this is the jam. Thebomb.com. And I think the call was just made by the HyperX girls. We need to stop clowning around. We cannot let this go any later. Focus on objectives. Stop trying to get kills. Don't let them get to the high ground. Do not get caught by that friggin' Necrophos ultimate. The problem is there's really no good solution for this. The only thing you could do is go for BKB. Just to dodge that magic damage. But you can still get stunned through it. It does go through spell immunity. I think we're just going to see HyperX 5-man pretty soon. Really see no reason for them not to. They could wait for the next Aegis. That's like the only thing I would wait for. You've given up 1 lane of Rex, yeah, and you've gotten 2, so it might seem like a bit of an alright victory, but realistically, they are one bad fight away from Necrophos getting that first Aghanim's kill, having it cool down over the course of the fight, which is 70 seconds, so yeah, you can't use it twice in a single fight, but you could definitely use it once at your base, push out on the back of that, and then have it ready to go for the second onslaught. Everybody's getting farmed though. Shiva's Guard now picked up on your Death Prophet. And I'm not really sure about this Heaven's Halberd, to be honest. The only clicker to speak of this game is the Wraith King, and he's got a BKB. So yeah, the Wraith King, pretty scary, and Hybrid does give you that bonus evasion, which was changed a few patches ago, so it stacks, but you're up against the Exorcism. That cannot be evaded. You're up against the Necrophosal. That cannot be evaded, aside from BKBing, so I'm questioning this item pickup a bit. Quite a bit. Here we go. Down the middle lane. Peach in the front lines. It's a balling out of control Wraith King that they want to deal with. And, never mind. They're going to go bottom instead. This is a deep smoke. Very aggressive play from HyperX girls. Oh, they got their opening. Of all the heroes to catch, oh my god. Oh no. If she doesn't have buyback, they lost. Okay, they lost. Game's over, folks. Yeah, this is going to be megas if they play it right. They'll take this first lane of Rax. Death Prophet just completing that next item, the Shiva's Guard. And then they blew their glyph right after losing the bottom Rax. Oh, the choke. The choke. The Diva's just collapsing under the pressure. HyperX girls, it's basically in the bag at this point. There are Bloodstone charges, sure, but the only way they turn this from here is, let's see, buyback counter. 3 up on the die. All 3 cores have it. So yeah, even if they lose this fight, maybe at the worst they lose the Spectre, don't have buyback thanks to that Aghanim's ult. So they'll back off, and if they want, again, as mentioned before, if they want to play the safe, they're dire, they've got the map control, they can go for Roche, they can pick up the double damage rune for the Spectre. Be sure to grab that bounty rune, that is the value rune. And Spectre looks badass. Needs some cosmetics though. These are aside from the meter, a bit underwhelming. And they'll go Roche. The Ensign tank has picked up the Blade Mail as her latest item, but more importantly, has the raw HP of a level 20 Centaur. And so she just struts up to the Roche pit. There's really nothing you can do about this. There'll be one last stand on the high ground for jeez, for the Divas. I was gonna say Deanna, I'm like, oh no, I remember their name. Oh wait, I don't.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
I am an old man. I apologize. We can't be expected to remember much. Me and the rest of my kind. Well, they're gonna push in mid lane now. HyperX girls, they're in position to take this one. 100% of the comeback rests on her shoulders right here. 2172. Without this, there's no hope. With that, there's a slight chance. A very slight chance now, I would say. And if you're HyperX girls, well, the only way that you can kind of throw away this advantage is getting caught mid lane. And that's exactly what could happen. No, Peach, quick on the reactions. Blink out to the north. Could get Yules, but they stampede already, and the turn will come now. There's your Mystic Flare. Diving in will be a BKB. Necrophos just auto-attacking. Where's that ultimate? Where's that ultimate? Needs to reserve it for the Spectre. Getting to that danger zone at half health. It is almost the danger zone. Could end up going down here. Picked up an... Oh, it still has the edges. Still has the edges, so she'll be okay. Yeah, gotta chop down Lilith. And gotta save that ult for round number 2. Boulder Toss is ready. Still chopping, still smacking. Clapping as well. All the abilities used. Necrophos ult securing that 1 kill. 1200 friggin' damage done. They ended up losing. Brewmaster out of the game for 2 minutes. It's like worse than a Doom. This Necrophos Edge just deletes an enemy hero from the game for 3-4 minutes. But they end up losing 4 in the end. And the creep are doing what HyperX girls, I wouldn't say they've struggled to do, but what they've been slow to accomplish, which is just breaking the base wide open. They'll smack their way through the front door. Gotta say though, if they had a slightly better start, if they didn't feed the Spectre, I think Divas might have had the edge at this stage of the game. You are up against the Scarth, or sorry, against the Spectre, but You have natural BKB carriers, you have most deploy the Necrophos ultimate, which completely counters Spectre's buyback haunt mechanic later on, and they still have that slight sliver of hope, but it's looking increasingly slight. So for those just joining us, well, we have a lull in the action here. Currently, Navi is playing LGD in a best of 3. That's over at twitch.tv/BeyondTheSummit2. So if you're not already watching it, it might be at a break right now, I'm not sure, but definitely keep an eye on it, check it out. Coddle Guy and Mott casting that, bringing you the action. And as for myself, hopefully I'll be able to power through, and coming up next we'll have IG versus Team Malaysia, Mushi's team in a best of 3, which is, I believe, technically taking place on the main stage at the venue. Yeah, I believe that's the case. Now Spectre back to the top lane. Maelstrom picked up on the courier and just waiting for that death push. Honestly, like there's much reason to wait. You have buyback haunt online. You have 2 lanes of racks. All the lanes are pushed in. They're gonna run all the way back to smoke, so that'll be the key here. Smoke and let's get ready to rumble. Hoo-ah. Yeah, they'll smoke. HyperX girls moving up the hill. Peach leads the way, as she so often does for this team. Has had really good initiations this game. I would say Peach is by far my standout player, to be honest. She's played really well. Farmed a fast Blake, has been pretty on point with their micro. A few slight miss micros, and not getting that like final boulder toss off in a few engagements, but in general getting the majority off. Good cyclones as well. And there's not enough rumbling for my liking, I must say. Not enough rumbling. There we go, onto the Spectre, but BKB's pop will now haunt and completely confuse the opposition as she heads into the back line to the fray, focusing on the Death Prophet. Cannot get Aghanim's ulted here. This could be costly. Oh no, the Necrolite ended up going down without getting off the ult. Oh, she's got to turn this one. Without it, there's just so much trouble. They've lost only the Shaman thus far, and they're looking to bring down the Wraith King. Still has the ultimate ready though, and back into the fray they'll go. Spectre fishing on the periphery of the engagement, but has to be so damn careful about that Necrophos ultimate. This could really cost them. It's not used on her, but the Spectre's going to end up going down regardless. Unable to tank, they'll throw away 4 bodies. And it's the creeps. It's got to be the megas. Well, they're not truly megas, but they're big creeps. And they are just marching in this bottom lane. Yeah, that was a pretty awful engagement, to be honest. That would have been a lot worse, too. Spectre almost died to a Necrophos ult. I believe she was mid-cast animation when she fell. And this is a graph of throws. Straight back up the other direction. We're looking at a Brewmaster who is still dead for 80 seconds. That was the hero that was killed off with the Necrophos ultimate. Spectre didn't get killed off by that, so she's got the buyback she'll use now. May just haunt and try to go on some heroes mid. Could maybe get these, but it's high ground being threatened. Fortunately, no exorcism, or this could be so much uglier. Blink in. It's done to start. It's on a Spectre illusion, but illusion kill secure. Now another illusion coming in. They're going to take down a second lane of Rex. Will there be any contest? Focusing on that illusion. Now going back for the main hero. Stomp comes in from Yam, but BKB's mostly available to dodge this one. Necrophos can turn this. Has the ultimate ready to go. They've got to kill this Necrophos off. Do not let him turn this fight again. I say him. Yeah, she's been on point all game long. The Wraith King just balling out of control. Chopping, slapping. It is a slap chop. This Wraith King is a slap chopper at this point. Just creating diced onions, making mincemeat out of HyperX. They'll take their second lead of Rex. The turn has come. The end times might be here the other way. They've got Exorcism, and they're going to throne it. I love this decision-making. Just straight for the throne. Oh, man, the play might not have been the best, but the calls are correct. Smile. And the rest of EGL. The Divas. The Divas. They ain't divas no longer. They're about to be champions of the show match, working on the throne. It's dropping quickly. There's not much left for this. They'll try and slow it down with the Bruce split. Hall comes through. Focus the throne. Eye on the prize, ladies. They'll get it. The throws. The complete and utter 322. And it's time for me to check if this match was on Dota 2 Lounge, because if so, many a rare was lost this day. Okay, you guys, you girls, y'all dodged a bullet. GG, well played indeed. For a show match that turned out to be a lot more entertaining than I expected. Well, with that said, that wraps up our show match. Coming up next, we're going to have IG versus Malaysia best of 3. Of course, I'm LD Beyond the Sum. If you join my cast, you can follow me at Twitter, at LDDota. Same for Facebook. And VODs will be available on youtube.com/BeyondTheSummit.tv. But with that all wrapped up, IG versus Malaysia next. Meanwhile, if you want to watch Navi versus LGD, also best of 3, that's on twitch.tv/BeyondTheSummit2. Stay tuned. You're watching ECL 2014, and we shall be right back.
slow down, no. Can you feel it too? There ain't no stopping now. Feet off the ground, head to the sky. Yeah, wind by my side. You in my vision, directly we collide. You pull me in, I don't resist. Time seems to fly, but the clock doesn't tick. I crash into you, we both feel the hit. We both feel the way that our chemicals mix. And I wish that I just keep my eyes shut. Maybe this time it'll be enough. So I need the dark. Without you here, I wouldn't never see the stars. I'm headed for you. Put on the gas. I'm coming straight at you, no looking back. I'm here, I'm your statue. Your heart is a magnet, I'm coming at you. Girl, you're my target, I'm aiming at you. You're a comet, I'm trying to catch you. We can break any rule they ever taught you. Forget about anything that ever bought you. Cause me and you don't need a lot in this world to get by. Plus you know I got you, you pull me in. I don't resist, time seems to fly but the clock doesn't tick. I crash into you, we both feel the hit. We both feel the way that our chemicals mix. And I wish that if I just keep my eyes shut, maybe this time it'll be enough. So I need the dark. Without you here, I wouldn't never see the stars. I'm headed for you. Put on the gas. I'm coming straight at you, no looking back.
swing to the rhythm.
Out here walking all alone. When I look at my reflection, I need you to guide me home. Rain is pouring down the rooftops, hiding secrets all around. Don't know which way to turn to. I need you to guide me home.
This limitless surrounding, bright lights sparkle in the night. Move so fast it's hypnotizing. Take my hand and guide me home. Break of day's almost calling. See the sunlight up ahead. All the stars are slowly falling. Take my hand and guide me home. Take my hand and guide me home. I need you to guide me home.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what will be my final cast of the day. It's day number 2 of WCA 2014, and we are in the lower bracket. Team Malaysia and Invictus Gaming fighting for survival here in one of the biggest events since TI4 in terms of prize pool, the biggest ever outside of the national. And well, with that said, we'll take a very quick look at the bracket, and as you can see, well, Alliance crushed Malaysia, and Feature Gaming did the same to Invictus Gaming. So now both teams fighting themselves on the brink of being knocked out of the tournament. We'll see if they can bounce back. For this one, it looks like it should be a solo cast. Maybe Winter will join me in the middle, or if not, for the next game. I do apologize in advance for any failures in the casting. I am struggling, folks, but hopefully you can keep me energized here. So yeah, draft underway. Death Prophet will be the first pick for Team Malaysia. Invictus Gaming going to reply with the Batrider Naga Siren. And, well, the Faceless Void picked up by Team Malaysia. They are dire sides. They definitely have that Roshan teamfight combination. They're actually the ones to ban out the Scarth Mage. feeling that they're just not going to get it as the third pick, which I think is a fair choice. Coming out of this phase of the bans, the next pick will be going the way of Invictus Gaming. So now we see IG removing Extinct's Enchantress, and I mean, to kind of set the stage for this one, of course, this is Chuan versus Mushi. That's how I'm looking at it. I mean, obviously it's bigger than that. It's the old Orange Esports, and then they were Titan. They still have to update their profile logos, but it looks like they're moving on to new things, and Yamate now replaced by a player who's kind of become his nemesis in Mushi. Yeah, this is a talented squad, a team that was on the absolute brink of finishing second, possibly even winning the International 3. And honestly, you know, some people would say, if it wasn't for that Aegis deny, they would have been there. And even with that Aegis deny, I still think they could have won the game, but the morale was just shattered. How do you recover from that? So, well, they'll be fighting against Invictus Gaming. Your TI2 champions, a team that's missed as of late, haven't had the best results, haven't been awful, and come on strong a little bit more over the past few weeks, but oh, I'm actually not in the draft, am I? I am very sorry about that. Yeah, like I said, mercy please. Oh man, not my best work. It's okay. Next work will be better. Yeah, thanks for letting me know though. So Vengeful Spirit banned out now by Invictus Gaming. They'll remove a hero that can kind of answer the Batrider Lasso. It's also obviously very synergetic with the Death Prophet Ultimate. And then IG go into a Sand King. So this is somewhat of a block pick, I would say. It denies the Chrono into Epicenter combination. It also can combo pretty well with Naga. You Song, you channel Epi, you cancel the Song as soon as the Epi goes off, and then you decimate. So, an interesting opening here for both teams, and, well, Malaysian, they'll need those supports now. Curious to see what they go for. They won't get that net Sand King, but there is still the Chen out there if they want to run Extinct on the jungler. It used to be his forte. We haven't seen too much of it lately. In terms of other supports, there's a Rubik, nice against Batrider initiation. There's Disruptor, who could be good there as well. Also can counter the Naga Rat. I'm assuming this will be a core Naga. I'm not 100% on that, though. They'll go Shadow Demon, and, well, with the Mirana banned out, Leshrac is the insta-pick. So IG perhaps expecting a Shadow Demon Lesh. Now Malaysia, the only real partner for the Shadow Demon that's strong for ganking is going to be your Lina. Not bad with Chronosphere, but very clunky. It's got that really slow stun, and I'd say the other main option, probably more likely, is going to be a Jakiro here. You want something to go with the Chronosphere. It's a hero that isn't as reliant on that early game ganking, and I think it's okay to be reliant on the ganking, but not when the Lina is like, doesn't push as well as Leshrac, so yeah. Jakiro may be the way to go here for Malaysia, but I don't think they want to wait on the support any longer. They've got their, well, it's like Void. Okay, look at Earthshaker. That's a little bit less push. Well, actually a lot less push. Good long-range initiation, and I think more importantly, it's just a hero that's a little bit more defensive in nature than Jakiro, so can punish these tower dives from IG, can try to negate the Sankula Shrek smoke ganks, and we'll see how it goes. 5th ban now coming out for both teams. IG, I'm expecting a core Naga. I guess the main question is, where's she going to land? The other option is potentially that farming Lesh. It's something I've seen on and off before. The hero does benefit a lot from farm, can dish out damn sick damage, and actually was buffed in the most recent patch. I'm trying to remember the exact. I believe Pulse Nova hits a lot harder now. Let me double check that. Yeah, can increase from 80 at level 1 to 100 at level 1, and from 160. Okay, it's the same at level 3. And the Ag Scepter was upgraded at level 1 as well. So basically, level 1 Pulse Nova is way stronger. Also, the activation cost reduced from 110 to 70 at level 1. And then scaling up to the same 110 at level 3. So, they'll go Doom. It's for the side of IG. So, it looks to be... How are they going to lane this one? I'm thinking a Naga tri-lane here for IG. We'll probably see the Doom in the offlane and the Batrider mid. They alternatively could run the Doom in the safe lane and the Naga mid. That's the other main option for IG. So, their lanes are pretty much set. For Team Malaysia, you see this Naga Bat Doom combo. And you just... I even think with Faceless Void and Death Prophet, you don't really want to go late against this.
Reserve time.
Final pick for Team Malaysia. It was actually a dazzle ban from IG. They're worried about these disruption bombs. Disrupt into a heal,
10
and
seconds
a
remaining.
little bit of follow-up damage as well. But it's a Pugna. Oh, baby. I'm trying to think about this one. Great against Sand King. Really disrupts your Epicenter Blink combo, of course, with the ward. Really nice against Leshrac, who will immolate himself, essentially, with all the nukes he's casting, especially with Pulse Nova, just constantly taking him down. And it pushes early, which frees them up a little bit. As far as Decrepify, it's not particularly amazing in this game. There's plenty of nuke damage. Doom is very powerful. But it's going to be, it looks like a one-position Pugna. So Team Malaysia probably going defensive tri-lane with this, and they'll be looking for KYXY to be their mech builder, to be their engine for the early towers, and it'll be Ohio who kind of sets up the team fight, Mushi who's the late game DPS, and it also gives them a third hero that you generally want to do. So I do like that about the pick. And with that, we get underway. Picking up a smoke. Team Malaysia moving down towards the bottom lane. Run through the drafts and the teams. Again, this is an elimination showdown. With Mushi and friends facing off against Chuan and buddies. Only one can be the last Malaysian standing. We've got Chuan on Sand King. That puts Luo onto the Doom supporting, or rather, core role in that lane. A crazy Naga Sirens. Holy crap. Ice Pro Gear. Man, this is sexy. 430 will be showing his love for Ice with that said, and that puts Chizbug onto your support Leshrac, and in the offlane we'll go June as the bat. So it's actually an offlane bat. I was thinking that it might be well, actually no, I was thinking it could be either Naga mid or bat mid. So in the end, I guess it's kind of similar to my predictions. But yeah, Ohio will be playing the Faceless Void for Team Malaysia. Extinct 1090 Earthshaker that puts Net onto the Shadow Demon. KYXY Pugna, and at least Mushi-sama as the Death Prophet. So they get into this jungle, and I mean, oh my god, what a great game to ward off the woods. You're up against a friggin' Doom, Batrider, Naga. All of these heroes use the ward well, and they use it early too, and even a Sand King. This is 4 heroes that use it as well. Oh my, these wards are like the best game I've ever seen to get those early wards down.
The battle begins.
I'll take that.
And then just to top things off, they're going to get the Bounty Rune top lane and the double damage rune bottom. So, I mean, if you're asking for anything less than a perfect start from Team Malaysia, well, you'd be sorely disappointed. They're going to get a Fissure block bottom lane if they want to. Extinct can go for that soon. And, yeah. An interesting block. He's going to keep the creeps as far back as possible, rather than the block across. This also keeps them... Okay, this is a cool Fissure block. So the idea here is that if you Fissure block vertically, then the creeps will stay in a straight line, rather than kind of... Sometimes you see them kind of spread out, depending on where the block goes. And this ensures that you can then block the wave a bit further with your body. So it's a small thing, but it's kind of a cool adjustment to the standard Fissure blocking in the offlane. Well, Ohio not really able to use this rune too much. Chizbug and Chuan will be the ones farming this lane for now. They want to get a creep, and Luo did manage to eat one. He had to walk all the way over to his medium camp, but now he's going to rotate back. So it's a pretty big journey that he's had to take. And he's looking for more in the woods, but he's not going to find it. So I guess they're... Generally, when we see the Chinese teams run the core Doom in a safe lane, what they like to do is just go eat a creep, give your supports like a quick level 2, and then the Doom will take over the lane. But it seems that Luo might just be straight jungling, which is kind of an adjustment for them. Well, we'll look at other lanes for now. 430 will be going solo mid as the Naga. Didn't go for the early stout shield, just straight into the bottle rush. Went for the early null tally, and all top lane disruption on the June. Now the Decrepify to come through, the blast will follow this up. Auto attacks Net, accidentally hitting a creep, but I don't think it would have mattered. It wasn't really that close. So June will make it over the cliff. That's all he needed. He'll retreat out. But yeah, in your mid lane, just to farm more. For now, Mushi with the slight lead, not overwhelming. My big worry for this Naga, though, is that she's not going to get to, like, free farm the woods. Can't really around the Naga this game. They've picked it, but Maybe we don't even see an early Radiance. Maybe it's just gonna be like a Drums, Treads, Aquila kind of game. Get the Naga involved in fights early. Something like that may be in the cards. So yeah, if you look at Team Malaysia, they're running the Pugna safe late. He's picked up an early Basilius. They know they can take towers with this, and there's actually good deep push on IG, just not very early. Early on, all they've really got is Lightning Storm and Firefly, which is pretty. Actually, no, they've got Riptide. Okay, they have good deep push, but it doesn't really matter if you clear the wave. As long as Pugna's able to blast the tower, it will drop regardless. So they're still gonna take that early tier 1. June gets clapped by the Ursa, rather frustrating. No points in Ediga for the Lashin. So far it's been Chuan getting the farm in this bottom lane. That's going to get him early Arcane Boots, and I actually think this is a pretty big deal. You get the Arcane Boots, you've got to support Leshrac, and both these heroes use them on incredibly well. Not to mention your Doom has gone Tranquils, which is kind of your standard build for jungle or offlane Doom. But it really frees him up to go into the Midas early on. He's not going to need the Arcane Boots that we used to see more often on the Doom. It used to be very common to go just for like that Arcane into mech build. And he probably will be the mech builder, but I'm just thinking we may not see it straight away. He's gonna wrap you around the trees here, waiting for that Devourer to cool down, but he dies! Lou! I mean, I guess it's a free fountain trip, but if he had just waited a split second more, he could have gotten the Devourer off there and then suicided if he wanted. So, that's gonna be a little less value. Well, while I'm watching that, first blood bottom lane, IG get the initiation. Ohio Fissure was there to try and disengage, but not successful. And a Burrow Strike comes through. Chuan looking for that next kill. He backs off at the right moment, and we'll end up going down. Yeah, I mean, Luo definitely wanted a free fountain trip. Like, it's totally fine. Like, he's out of mana at that point. He didn't have any HP. Yeah, Tranquils can hear you, but you definitely would have used the Devour before. So, that's a bit unfortunate. Or just walk back to base. I mean, that's the other option. But, yeah, either way, he's back in action, and they're off to a good start overall. They're out of early farm on their Sand King. The kill's going Chuan's way, and Chisbug picked up one as well, so he's up to 700 gold now. The boots are ready, and these lanes are just not... They're going decently for Team Malaysia overall. They are getting farm on Mushi. They're getting good farm on the Pugna, but you do just have to worry about giving a Sand King this kind of start. One of the most explosive heroes in the game, and not only is he getting the gold, but he's getting the experience as well. Chuan now up to about 1,700 gold? Yeah, so 1,670. So getting very close to his Blink Dagger. 600 gold short with the new change, roughly, maybe 500 and change. Once he gets that, he'll probably be level 5, potentially 6, and I think we'll end up seeing Chuan as the primary initiator through the first 10 minutes of the game or so. For those who are wondering what else is going on right now in the Dota sphere, we also have BTS 2 going, and that is featuring Na'Vi versus LGD, best of 3. I'm actually not sure where that series is in terms of the games. I think they're into game 2, but I'm going to double check that real quick. So yeah, if you want to watch that, head over to twitch.tv/BeyondTheSummit2. Coddle Guy and Mod are bringing you the action there, and hopefully getting some Coddle Guy fun with the soundboard. I really do enjoy the soundboard. I know some people find it annoying, but it brightens up my day. So yeah, we'll have a quick pause. Gold lead early on for IG. They do have Devour working for them, and more importantly, they got the first blood, and experience goes away the Dire. So really nothing too big there. I would say I like IG's draft better if this goes late. Team Malaysia, you can never count a line about with the Void, but you're up against Doom, Bat, Naga, Sand King. Like, just so many ways to reset the fight, so many ways to initiate, and a lineup that isn't relying on extremely long cooldowns. The longest cooldown for this team later on in the game is going to be the Doom at 100 seconds, but yeah, in a mid-game, you do have to worry about Song of the Sire with the 3-minute cooldown at level 1 and 2-minute cooldown at level 2. Still, they could take fights all the time, whereas Team Malaysia, with a longer cooldown ultimate exorcism, 135 seconds, and of course the almighty Chronosphere of Doom. 2 minutes at level 1, and 80, but just more reliant on that big ult, honestly. Like, IG can fight even without it. Just Riptide, Blink Burrow, follow up Stun Lesh. they're the more flexible draft. They can fight early. They can definitely take it late with their tri-core and, well, possibly quad-core with running it. So they're the team with more options here. Ping, ping, ping. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, not sure what the issue is, to be honest, guys. Because Luo has disconnected from the game, but hopefully he'll be back soon. Yeah, I don't... Guys, there's not a DDoS. If there was a DDoS, all of the players would be disconnected. Not just one. It's not a DDoS. Just relax. It's just a disconnect. Not every disconnect is a DDoS. Not every lag spike is a DDoS. The internet is not a flawless creation of a higher being. Well, maybe it is, but it doesn't mean it doesn't have issues that are non-DDoS related. Yeah, I am I'm enjoying this one so far, just because I really like this IG draft, to be honest. Like, I love seeing Pugna. The hero's been ignored a bit as of late, and I still think this hero is chronically undervalued. Pugna, to me, is just an amazing hero, and he hasn't really been touched in any negative way. I mean, especially in this game, I would say, where, well, in this patch, well, of course, the one thing I haven't mentioned then, we should talk about now, because it could happen, is the life drain, which you can use not only to drain your opponent's life and suck it up, but you can spit it out and give your allies your life. So it could be a tool to feel the push. I also think it could be a way to save the void when he jumps in. Like, can you imagine Ohio jumps in, goes for the Chronosphere, and then he starts to die in the Chrono, or he even gets doomed. Maybe that's the idea, now that I think about it. Maybe this Pugna is meant as like a Doom counter, or even a Lasso counter. Just run in, deliver that medical assistance from far. I think we're ready to go now. Yeah, there we go. And we're back into it. But yeah, I'm really thinking that this Pugna pick may be a bit of an answer for initiations onto the Void, and also to protect him when he exposes himself to harm's way. They'll go in now, bottom lane. Ohio has... No, never mind. Just out of range for the burrow. Maybe they'll go in mid. Choosebug is rotating. Drops down the Observer Ward. For now, keeping an eye on the jungle. There are no stacks for 430. He has gone for your traditional Naga build. Leveling up the mirror images, maxing the Riptide, and looking for some potential stacks to farm. This magic bush is really a problem for Luo, though. He's level 3 at 6 minutes in, which is honestly not that terrible, but more importantly, like, not only is he a little bit behind in levels, but they're not getting the stat at all. And, you know, your back lane for June has got a Strangle, but he's farming fine, but we'll have another pause. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know, guys. I would love to have a casting buddy, too. I did try to find one, but it is late at night, and I think a lot of people are just sleeping. Maybe Winter will join me later. Normally, I can put on a better solo show. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. What can I say? I've slept like 4 hours in the past 48. It's been busy since announcing the summit, too, and in the day leading up to it, so we do hope everything will settle down soon. Yeah, check could co-cast with me. Thanks, guys. Maybe we are having perfect world issues. I just saw Mob tweet out about the same thing. Alright, I am not sure what's going on with this pause, guys. If it goes on much longer, I am going to cut to a break, but as soon as the game resumes, we'll come back. But yeah, this is a lot of space for me to fill. The game is creating too much space, and I just can't take advantage of it enough. Alright, we're gonna do it. We're cutting to a break, guys. Do apologize. Seems like we're having perfect world issues. As soon as the game resumes, we will be back. Thank you for your patience. You're watching WCA 2014. And, well, after these messages, we'll be right back.
I need you to guide me home. I need you to guide me home. I am lost with no direction, out here walking all alone. When I look at my reflection, I need you to guide me home. Rain is pouring down the rooftops, hiding secrets all around. Don't know which way to turn to. I need you to guide me home.
And we are back into it, ladies and gentlemen. Game has unpaused. Ohio caught out in the Roshan pit now. As no action really missed, just a few seconds of farming while I got the local recording going again. But everyone will end up retreating out. So we're back underway. Hopefully the pauses don't happen again and everything runs smoothly from here. So for those who are just joining us, for those who are kind of trying to regain their bearings, basically what we've seen early on is a really nice start for Tron Sandcane. He's got 2,000 gold at 6.5 minutes. And he's nearly got his Bleak Dagger. And Team Malaysia are on the smoke. They head towards the mid lane. Well, Chizbug, for the time being, is farming their neutrals. They'll head towards the top lane. They still got time here, and June is in a lot of trouble if he gets caught by this initial disruption. They have a Pugna. The damage will be here to kill him off, even before he can Firefly over the cliff. They just need this stun to hit. Fissure will come through right as he goes into Firefly. That's not going to matter. Give him the old sucky suck, says KYXY, and down he goes. So that Pugna off to a powerful start. Not only does this hero push like a monster, but he has a lot of early burst damage potential. Meanwhile, bottom Ohio caught out. Has a time walk ready, but they're expecting him to go the other way. Oh, good reactions by Ohio. Chuan was anticipating the move this direction, but Ohio just calmly heads the other way. While meanwhile, Mushi's on the backstab. He's gonna find a courier too. Oh, one more auto attack. The bottle! It's a bottle! Mushi! Oh, what a player. Of course, 700 gold item off the table. Just a Naga Siren? That's a pretty damn big deal, especially with the double rune. Like, you can deny one rune with your illusions, then bottle the other with your hero. Mushi just busting out the place. Normally that's a play at this stage of the game, but well, he was ready for that with the phase boots, and he had a little bit of help here to know when it was coming for this ward that was placed down, so great play by him. Mushi's back on... I was gonna say on Titan, not orange, but yeah, Mushi's back on Team Malaysia, and he's doing work. So Ohio will zip down over the Roshan, conveniently near that bottom rune. He'll snag a bounty rune. Has his level 6 online now. And as, of course, they did manage to take the tier 1 top lane. So Pugna's picked that one up. They're going to leave Extinct mid to get a bit of farm. They'll send Net and Mushi to start clearing out these jungle stacks with level 3 Crypt Swarm. He has gone for the ideal build in terms of efficiency. So you don't take that 4th point in Crypt Swarm because it's only a bonus 50 damage to the nuke. And on top of that, it's got a pretty big mana cost increase. First, you max out your Witchcraft, which obviously costs you nothing, makes all your spells stronger, and then you go back for the 4th point in Crypt Swarm. It's still worth leveling up, but yeah, so Mushi doing the right build here. We have seen some players who are less familiar with Death Prophet earlier or not, and it's kind of just a matter for most Death Prophet players at this point, but there was a while where the hero was being run and not killed as efficiently as possible. Similar to Bounty Hunter Shuriken Toss, for some reason, it just has that really strong level 2 where you get plus 100 damage, and then after that, I think it's only plus 75 at level 3. And obviously much less in terms of percentage. But yeah, for now they push in the mid lane. They can spam this one out with the Nether Blast. The Exorcism as well. They're going to lose a secondary tower here for IG, and I mean, as I was sort of mentioning, they don't really have the best D push to stop an initial tier 1 assault. Like, they can probably defend a tier 2. They've got their Blink Dagger and Chuan now. Epicenter's online. He's about to get the level 4 stun, but where they struggle is they can kill, but they got to be able to stop these heroes. It's enough to clear the ways to keep the tier 2s alive. You have potential backdoor protection there. Oh, Luo. This could be bad. Getting auto-attacked a bit. Oh, they can't get range for the disruption. They're going to end up back. But this is just a textbook from Team Malaysia so far. They get the early mech on the Pugna. Mushi can transition to your hardcore carry later on with the Yule Scepter pickup. Got a decently level Shadow Demon and a potential for some team fight now. Chronosphere online. I'd like to see Team Malaysia take the tier 1 bottom and then try next for a Roche. Maybe smoke before you do that. But IG are still not very strong right now. The Jungle Doom doesn't have his mech yet. Not Siren mid has farmed okay, not great. 430. Also with the courier getting sniped earlier was really struggling as it's just now about to respawn. But yeah, he's been slowed down quite a bit by this. The raiding courier will respawn. It's going to bring out just this bottle. They get their blink on the net. So yeah, IG do have some good initiation, but Team Malaysia is just with their 5-man at this stage. And well, my bad. Yeah, completely missed the kill bottom lane. But Chuan and Cheesebug combined. They used an Epicenter into Blink Dagger stun, and then the follow-up came from Cheesebug. IRL D. Yes, I know.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Strain him up. Kill him now. Delete this character from Dota. What a noob. Alright, they're smoking now. This one we hopefully won't miss. IG might get caught out here. Chisbug in the front lines. Net. Oh, they're in a decent position to reveal him. Not so decent after all. Chisbug, that was the wrong direction to run. There's a good tier hero stun from Tron. And then Chisbug trapped him by the fissure of Extinct will end up dropping. Tron able to retreat out, but although they get the solo kill with Epi, normally that's fine, but I'm not sure if it's even worth it this game. It is a void. Okay, it's a void, so it's probably worth it, but now they're going to lose this tower bottom lane. They really have nothing to defend against it. There's only the glyph. They may use it fairly early. Well, on the top lane, 430. He's thinking about a song? No, he's thinking about fighting Ohio. Tide will slow down Ohio a little bit here, but yeah, the onslaught continues, and you're just not defending these outer towers if you're IG, and the concern is that they're not trading. They'll look for a lasso now, Mushi, but the disruption's there, holding the Batrider in position, so this is mostly wasted, and June ends up just getting melted by Mushi. The ghosts do their work, the Crypt Swarm follows it up. They're fighting and winning without their Void, who's just off farming the top lane. Tier 1 nearly down bottom. They've already managed to chew their way through 3 glyphs, and Team Malaysia in fantastic shape here. 430 is farming well, though. He went treads into the Quelling Blade. It's a build with Naga that we've mostly seen out of the Chinese Naga players. Not all of them. I know Bernie favors this build with the treads. Obviously, with the double rune spawn, you can make better use of a bottle, and or a bottle is just more effective in general, and with the treads, you can take advantage of it as well. But that was true in the old patch, so I guess it just gives you a little bit of survivability and those extra stats for your illusion. So IG spoke up now, looking for the jump in bottom lane. They have an epicenter in 5, but they're just leading with Chuan with a burrow strike through and KYX. Wait, disruption is ready if need be. Extinct gets the 2-hero fissure, blocking these other heroes off, forcing Chuan back. Meanwhile, top lane, Ohio. There's a song from 430, but song into, well, not much. It's song time walk away. So it's a song forced out. Chronosphere was not used. That is a concern. How are they going to fight this? Like, they have that amazing teamfight combo. Song into Epi. GG. Pushes over, but let's see if Chuan can still finagle his way into a good Epi. Team Malaysia chilling in the bottom lane. Let's see. Item progression-wise, just the Mushi Yules. That's pretty much it. Maybe we see the Vit booster next from him just to tank up a bit. But I'm liking Malaysia just pushing this one in right now. Take the fight to IG while the song's on cooldown. Yeah, Doom's online. Blink Bat initiation is online. But if you just position your Shadow Demon back, XY is ready with the mech. You've got Extinct to counter initiate as well with Fissure. And, well, they're going to go in now. They've gone in on KXY, but again, Net's there. Great disruptions from him while Mushi comes in for the ambush. Burrow strike through from Chuan. He didn't bother for an epicenter for this, and it might end up costing IG the entire fight. Mushi treading another, looking for Chuan. It's another kill. 4 fall for IG as Team Malaysia crushed through, and they're winning team fights without the Void. To be fair, 430's not there, but, I mean, you really can't expect Naga to be doing much in 14 minutes, whereas you can expect the Void to do something. Oh my, that Mushi ambush. He came from behind. And to quote our Warcraft 3 gyrocopter, and, well, he's doing it again here in Dota 2 now. Gold's massively swinging the way. That's a 2,000 gold swing for them, a 3,300 experience swing. More importantly, they're going to get a Bloodstone, I believe, for KYXY. For now, a casual Soul Ring. I like the Bloodstone. I mean, I think it's a solid item, but I'm not sure if he should be going for the Soul Ring first. Like, just now he really needed his mana, but it is a 730 HP Pugna. I think what it shows, just KYXY has full faith in his supports. If he gets jumped on, he expects that someone will bail him out. Extinct with a Fissure, Net with the Disruption, and so he's confident to go for the riskier item pickup. I mean, it could also just be a casual Soul Ring, but he's already got a lot of cheap items to not be building this into a Bloodstone. So I'm inclined to think it will be a Bloodstone. Other item pickups for Team Malaysia, they've not got a Mask of Madness, and, well, I haven't really talked much about IG aside from just their misexecution of fights, but I have a Relic up on 430. Radiance is not that far off. It just goes back to that sequence of events in the laning stage, where the Courier was backstabbed by Mushi's Death Prophet, and then Team Malaysia found a couple of kills elsewhere on the map. That's where the game started to spin out of control for IG. They can still salvage this, though. They're a difficult lineup to push into. They go very late. They've got the potential extremely strong Tricore with like one of the best late game supports. But, hold that thought, mid lane, jump onto Mushi. He's got a Yule Scepter. Oh, this is going to go south. They've used an Epicenter, but Chrono can turn this. Ohio found all three. A Universe Chrono if I've ever seen one. June dropping low. One bash will do him in. Does he get the bash? He's got to stay out of the flames. Oh, can't quite do it. The bat will blink to the north. It really should have been more, man. The bash luck just wasn't with him. And that is despite a level 3 bash. As they chase out Luo as well. They lost their Sand King. Another fissure will be the end of this Doom. 4 poison stacks up. It's a level 3 poison. Oh, he didn't get the last poison stack. I think with that might have been enough. That was a sick chrono. If only they had a bit more follow-up for it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Ohio was on the money there. So Team Malaysia now sitting on, let's see, 1,000 gold lead, a 3,000 experience. It's really not that much, and I think I favor IG a bit in this one if it goes late, but a lot of that depends on the chronos. If you're getting chronos like that, then it could very well be them who have the upper hand late game. IG to me just have the easier to execute lineup if they can keep this close, because you've got reliable initiation that comes from Doom, from Lasso, good disengage from the Song, great team fight from the Burrow Strike, whereas Team Malaysia is still largely, to me, all about the Chrono. And if that Void ever gets a bad Chrono or gets doomed, like, I just don't see the team fight coming together the same way for them. But for now, they're getting poked down in the mid lane. Now, we'll go for a Disruption here. Will there be an Echo Slam? No mana for really anything. Just an Enchant Totem as Ohio lunges in. They're going to try to go to work on Lo, but he's so damn tanky. He's getting Life Drain. Now Stomp, trying to turn this one. He's just running around in circles. Kitey, the ever-living crap. Man, that is a tanky mother effing Doom with the Ogre Club and mech. Man, that was like watching a pack of wolves trying to take down an elephant. Man, that took a lot of work. Alright, well, either way, they do end up getting the kill in the end. Now the Burrow Strike on Ohio. Catch him out of the woods. Now Split Earth to follow this up. But he's got Chrono. He's going to drop it on 2. And Chasebug doesn't have any points yet in Eyeball Heating, so he could get solo kill. No, the turn at the last second. Mushi comes in from the backside. They were just waiting for this follow-up damage. Chuan thrown up in there. He can't blink out. And now they leap in again. Chuan getting slaughtered by his Malaysian brothers. No mercy from Team Malaysia. Oh my. It is space traded for 430, I suppose, as the Radiance is online. But yeah, that is another favoring Team Malaysia. One thing I do want to take a chance to point out here, since we have a lull in the action, is the great offensive warding of IG. And the reason these are important are twofold. First of all, you're running the Naga, and Naga obviously, yeah, she can just send her illusions blindly into the enemy woods, but you'd love to be able to just occupy them if your own jungle is not safe, which, when you're missing a tier 1 and tier 2 bottom lane, your own jungle is, and a tier 1 mid, your own jungle is most definitely not safe. That can be attacked from pretty much any angle. Tron going on top, but he's got to be a bit careful here. Net doesn't have detection yet, so he'll be okay. So because of that, it makes it safer for this Naga to move into the enemy woods. If nothing else, can comfortably see where enemy heroes are, potentially get a kill with the Radiance Burn, and well, with that, they'll get a bit of a Deord mid. So, yeah, I think it helps to compensate for losing these 3 towers in their own jungle and gives a little more freedom, not just to 430. I mean, to heroes like Batrider and Doom as well, and to find pickoffs. That was the second point I wanted to make, is it really helps for these target initiators. Speaking of which, Batrider does have a 4-staff now. Smoke is picked up. Expecting we may see some action soon. As the calm before the storm may tick towards an end. Thinking about a jump on Luo bottom lane, and he's getting close to that BKB now. Ogre Club picked up simultaneously. Naga Illusions cutting the wave top lane. And this is where the supports start to get frustrated. Bottling up the bounty rune. Well, Naga begin to catch up with Mushi's Death Prophet, and this first level of aggression from Team Malaysia has been great for this time of the game. Oh, they'll go in now. Chronosphere onto Chuan. Catch out the Sankey. That's a big hero to catch. That's their team fight down the drain. Lasso was used the other direction, trying to finish off Net, and they'll end up losing their Void for that. They're going to drop 2 here. Net kept alive by the mech, but only for a moment. But now Mushi's arrived. Yeah, time to run the hell away if you're Team IG. Mushi has the Yules, but not to mention a friggin' heart. Oh my. Yeah, he is a tanky Death Prophet. And this is still that stage of the game where Team IG probably don't want to be taking full-on team fights. Going for trades and kills and little pickoffs here and there is fine. Still overall a pretty even exchange. And crucially, Naga does not die during that. Doom does not die during that. They only lose supports end of the day. And it costs a Chrono. And the Void dies. So I would say, if anything, that probably favors IG. But oh, and Exorcism got used. So yeah, with that, I would say it definitely favors IG. These illusions are such a thorn in the Team Malaysia, though. As they jump in bottom lane. They get the bashes to start here low, then their Doom comes through, but that's not going to disable the bash of Ohio. There's no Aghanims on this Doom. That was the big change of the most recent patch. Still a great stomp from low as he tries to retreat out. Now they'll disrupt the Bat Rider, and that's enough to, I think, to force them back. Honestly, just these two heroes alone. I just can't get over how tanky Luo is. 13 armor, sitting on 1,500 health for essentially just a jungle Doom. This is some impressive effective HP. And it's creating all the openings in the world, not just for the Naga, but also for Chuan. Chuan pushing in the top lane, 430, starting to ramp up mid. He's now picked up his Yasha. You can see the infestation spreading, his illusions scattered to the winds. And now 430 will bottle a double damage. Potentially devastating ruin if you image, and then the double damage. Your illusions will get it as well. So, very strong. But Net now, caught out by a lasso, and Jin there to greet him. Disrupted, and no, Net not going anywhere. IG will get that pick off. Meanwhile, top lane, we'll have a jump in here as well. Epicenter from Tron was used. KYXY just gets shredded. 430 comes in. It's a double side swipe. Team Malaysia starting to lose steam as quickly as they gained it. And this game, right back to even. Now going the other way. Gold lead sitting about 1,000 already for IG and experience. Not quite there yet, but getting close. It just doesn't feel like Team Malaysia has a next step. They accomplished their first goal, which was just to take all the outer towers, get the early mech on the Pugna, the Yules on the Death Prophet, get your Chronosphere online, and then just start taking big, aggressive team fights. But since then, there's been nothing else. As Jun scouts out Extinct, kind of revealing himself by fireflying right next to the enemy team, but again, Chuan it's always Chuan poking away in this lane. It's never even, or at least not hitting the tower. The tower's been mostly hit by Chuan and those Naga illusions. Which are everywhere. And I still have to go back to these aggressive wards. They're just helping out so much. Like, Chuan should not feel confident chilling up here without any vision, but he's got the vision, so he can get away with it. As IG will smoke, but this is not the most subtle smoke. If you look at the vision of Team Malaysia, you see a just dying at a tier 2 tower, you gotta be suspicious. And the ping's already coming out. Both teams are pinging here. It looks like Team Malaysia are expecting, well, maybe they're not. Maybe they're not at all. So KYXY did not end up going Bloodstone. It's just a casual soul ring in the end, and now they'll doom Net. But he got off his initial disruption there to try and keep his buddy alive. KYXY trapped out. He needs to start draining some life. He can't. There's too many disables. And now they may lose more. Net picked off, and this is what I mean by ease of execution for Team IG. You blink Lasso, that's pretty much a kill. Blink Doom, that's pretty much a kill. Song to cancel Extinct's TP. They're probably going to lose 3 here. Mushi with no Exorcism, crucially. Extinct could echo, but it's really not going to matter. They'll herd him into the tree line, say, accept your fate, and he shall accept that miserable fate. IG just taking advantage. They are just pulling Team Malaysia apart at the seams, and it's still one of those games where I feel either lineup could take this late, but I do just worry about the split push. That's the extra level of aggression that IG have to work with. Mushi now caught out mid lane. He has the Yule Scepter ready, and he's just going to outrun the rest of IG. Fortunately for him, there's no Soul in the Siren, and also fortunately 430 is a bit too slow to get that net off. Mushi putting on his Nikes and pulling out some nice jukes to keep himself out of trouble. Will end up surviving. Good recap indeed. Denying this tier 2 top lane at long last. The ping comes out for the Bat Rider. June, now with the gem picked up. I think feeling with that tower down that they just have more room to get into this enemy jungle and de-ward. And he's going to buy smoke as well. And this is just the fearsome part about giving away that and then getting to this stage of the game. Especially now that Dire doesn't have quite the advantage they used to in the Roche pit. This bat is going to deward the entire map for IG. They'll be playing completely in the dark, and they need to get the jump, but the gem's not going to help them if this happens. Doom caught out mid lane. They might have to Chronosphere for this one. He gets purged for now. They're trying to hold that Chrono and wait for easier kills, which they find in the form of Chase Bug. The suck comes in, but now the turn. Chuan with the Epi. Doom thrown out as well, but, well, Mushi was disrupted right as it came through, so they'll probably end up losing KOX right here. Yeah, he can't lifesteal any further. Extinct Echo Slamming just to prevent the pullback of Mushi, who never got to Exorcism. And now, Ohio caught out in the mid lane. Fisher will end the life of the Batrider. That drops the gem to the floor as they barely manage to keep their Shadow Demon alive. They look to turn this one. No Chronosphere at the ready, and Luo just getting shredded. Mushi wrecking 3 heroes back the other direction. They may get more with this aggressive ward. They're trying to deward frantically. Chuan, having recovered the gem, will hold the line for now, but it's going to be Malaysia's turn to push in the mid lane. A lot of big fights this game for both teams. 30 kills at 27 minutes. And the one thing that Team Malaysia do also have going for them is they have that disruption against Naga, so you can always make sure that you get a couple of Radiant solutions your way. A bit of a topsy-turvy game if we look at the graph. I mean, you know, it's not just to go up and down, but it's, you know, it's the swings across the x-axis here. First one team is the lead, then the other team is the other, and this is 6.82B. It's fights that you have to work hard to. You can't just get like the one kill and suddenly you're back in it net worth-wise. But it's been multiple kills, and he's starting to fall behind. It's just, I mean, not to fall behind, but he's starting for the first time this game. 430, I should say, has eclipsed his net worth, I believe, over the past couple minutes. So the Radiance factor kicking in, but there's going to be that question of how useful is a Naga later on. And something that I've seen before from Team Malaysia, they did this with Titan, and Yamate is actually drafting for them. But they picked Pugna as the Naga counter, because the theory is basically you just get this Aghanim Scepter, and you just keep life drain each illusion. And it basically works like the Mana Drain of Lion. It just pretty much instantly kills them off. You need some more items, I would say. You're going to need a BK, well, maybe not a BKB, but you're going to need, if not a BKB, just raw HP. Either Heart, Bloodstone. Yeah, you are up against Doom and Lasso and Naganet, so it's probably not the best BKB game. But the issue is for KOXY is he just gets lassoed or doomed every fight and dies. But if he can manage to stay alive, he is the Naga illusion counter. Top lane, June, Tiny back in the tree line. Oh, Malaysia just keep on chipping in, and oh, there's a Chrono ready. Ohio just going to work and chopping down Cheesebug. Went for the 2-hero Chrono, only managed to find one, and now the Psalm will be used, but Ohio still has his 10-second BKB. It's close. Oh, the Psalm's out of range. Now 430 coming back in simultaneously. Mushi going aggressive. On to June. The Ghost's about to... No, they're not returning yet. Still a little bit of... Actually, a lot of time left. Just spinning around him. As Ohio is now chased out. He's going to Mask of Madness and retreat, but this is also going to cause the Radiance Burn to hit him harder. And Chuan comes roaring in from distance to get that turn kill. And actually gets the Shadow Demon as well. 430 managed to clip the Shadow Demon on the retreat out. And this does come at the cost of Team Malaysia pushing this top lane very hard. They'll drop the Nether Ward, look to retreat out. So be a little extra gold in the pockets of IG. That was so sad. Ohio has not been a Bashlord this game. I can tell you right now, this guy is a terrible Faceless Void player. Does not know how to get a bash to save his life. That's just embarrassing. How can you call yourself a professional player? No, he's had some bad RNG. Or maybe I'm just used to Voids getting ridiculously good RNG. But barely have seen him get any bashes this game. $30 in. We're looking at a slight lead for IG. 2,200 gold. Experience dead even. Very close. Very even. And the one thing I will say about the Pugna is, yeah, in theory he counters the Naga illusions for the reasons I mentioned, but he can't be everywhere the way the Naga illusions can. So you still have to constantly send someone back to deal with the illusions that slip through your defenses and past the Dragnet. Veil is now picked up. Man, that's a big item for a support Sand King. Well, I say support. Tron was the safe lane farmer as that Sand King. So with an Epicenter that can come out now, let's see, what is it? Almost level 3 Epi to go with Veil. This is a massive DPS Sand Cane, and that's check Malaysia's items. They don't have too many BKBs yet. They're building towards one on the Pugna, it looks like, so KYXY will go that route. Obviously, there's Doom, there's Lasso, but I think this helps. This will help immensely, certainly, against the Veil. Yeah, Tron getting that safe lane farm while Luo's Doom jungle, definitely paying off for him. And the pace of the game remains rather plodding for both teams overall. No real threats for high ground as of yet, just kind of a... I punch you in the groin, you smack me in the face, and then we just go back to farming for a little while type of game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
For those joining us, it's only game 1 of a best of 3. So we've got at least one more match coming your way after this one on this stream, and of course Navi versus LGD on Beyond the Summit too with Coddle Guy and Mott. Some great Dota headed your way. We're gonna look for the disruption here, and then they destroy the Naga Illusion, so like I mentioned, just that half second, or it might even be a quarter of a second of the life drain. It's the first tick of damage, but it's basically insane. Mushi will come in. Oh, they got it back. They got to defend this one. The ghosts are going to work. All of a sudden, Team Malaysia just casually strut into the enemy base. They'll take their range tracks to start. They could go for the melee to follow. The epicenter is ready. They're going to have to jump in soon. They want to start this with the song. June blinking forward, gets immediately caught out by the Pugna War, takes a ton of damage. The disruption, quite effective there. Almost completely countering Tron's epicenter. He used everything for this, did basically nothing. They do Mushi, but it's while the ghosts are going, and now they return to keep him alive even through the follow-up damage. And the life trade. Just look at KYXY. He's just killing them off on the backside. Now sucking 430 down. He's draining all his life away. 430 on the run. IG get run over as Team Malaysia hit the kill switch. Buyback from the Naga, but the top lane in shambles. The Bat Rider on the way out, perhaps. Brought down the gem. Mushi gets it. Oh, Mushi. Oh, that was not worth it. If he goes down here, 4 step away. Now the Veil comes out. Ohio's forced to retreat. They're going to try and keep Mushi alive. Do they pass off the gem before going down? No, they decided it's going to die if Net gets it too. So Mushi will just hoof it out of here. He's fast. He's fast, but Diffusal Blade charge is too much. They'll end up losing the gem the other way. Still, that comes at the cost of a Naga buyback, a lane of Rex, and... oh man, I didn't get a team fight recap at the right time. Okay, there we go. Even gold exchange, experience change, so... well, it's Naga buyback, so that really hurts, and... while Naga's busy buying back, Mushi's busy picking up a refresher orb. Now the Void is a Maelstrom, so this will probably build into a straight Mjolnir from Ohio, and it's a nice Death Prophet. She's already very tanky, and you've got a very strong defensive lineup. I mentioned the defensive disruption. We've already seen that multiple times in action from Net, but you also have the defensive fissure, the defensive decrepify, and the one thing we haven't really seen much of this game is that new Pugna Aghanim Scepter with the basically sacrifice yourself to save your allies. Some vampire-style Pugna play. Give him a little bit of that V. But the good news is the lanes are pushing against them now. Being down that lane of Rex, they still have the Naga. The issue for me though is I don't see IG just straight up rat Dota in this. Team Malaysia have enough farm on their supports. They can kind of deal with the split push. They also have Net who can... he can deal with illusions by disruption. We've seen Pugna can just easily clear them with the Ags. Mushi is just tanky enough to fight them. The Earthshaker kind of struggles against them. Ohio has a Maelstrom, so it's just not the best illusion game, to be honest. And that's why I really worry for Team IG. And Team Malaysia are feeling pretty confident. Mushi into the pit now, trying to lead his team to victory on foreign soil. And so far, looking good here in game number 1. One lane of Rex with the Refresher and Aegis. Be very close to being able to take this game. They're going to give the Aegis to Ohio. This will ensure that he gets off the Chronosphere. Can maybe use the first life on the initial Chronosphere initiation, then come back for round 2 with the BKB or vice versa, and just play it patiently. We'll see Chuan just trying to slow this game down a bit. They want to buy time for the Naga. He's actually going to TP out. Burrow strikes in the chest, and No, he can't. He's fissured. But maybe he was waiting for that. Is there a blink in? Extinct? No, he already used his blink to get here. They were trying to get some visions so that Mushi could use his Yule Scepter. But you compare this game to the Alliance Naga game, their game 1 of the best of 3 early, and it's just not the same thing at all. Like, I just have to say how well Team Malaysia drafted and itemized to deal with the Naga. And I think that's still okay for IG if they just execute better. If they're able to avoid buying back on the Naga, they don't get blindsided by that instant high ground attack like by Team Malaysia, and the Naga's always ahead, then I think they might be able to pull this one out. But barring that, you just look at a game where all Naga can really do effectively is cut the waves and just avoid every hero aside of the Earthshaker. Otherwise, the illusions die, they don't really take buildings, and now the rotation towards the bottom lane. Team Malaysia on the smoke. BKB picked up by your Pugna now. So it's guaranteed constant life drain, killing off illusions for 10 seconds time, unless he gets doomed or lassoed. And if you use that on him, that means he can be disrupted to keep him alive, and it's kind of a who do you doom game, I would say. If you don't doom Shadow Demon, he disrupts them. If you don't doom Earthshaker, you can counter-initiate anyone who doesn't have a BKB, which is 3 of these heroes. Or anyone who hasn't used it yet. And you've always got Chrono to re-engage. Not to mention Ohio is the Aegis, so... Between that, even KYXY can heal his teammates with the life drain. So yeah, it's just... It's a rock and a hard place right now for IG, boys. They'll try to hold the line. They're pushing in the middle lane with the Leshrac, and they'd be forced with your Bat Rider, but a great... Oh, not honestly great, but just instant defensive Yule Scepter, I should say. We'll keep Mushi in fighting shape. Chuan's still biding his time here. And they will bring this tower low, bottom lane. Exorcism's still healthy. They're gonna get it if IG don't go in soon. And they're not. The creeps are pushing in, but that's it. There's no follow-up for this. So they'll take a free tier 3 bottom lane. They'll hold the line at the base. Currently, Extinct de-pushing that, and they go back in with for round 2 with the Exorcism. See, the thing is, IG are going to try to hold this more aggressively.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Here we go. Round number 2. IG in position to the north, Luo. With a Blink Doom at the ready. Who's he going to jump on? He's still just walking in. He dooms the Pugna, but the Chrono's already there, holding 2 in place while Ohio chunks them down. Mushi doing massive damage with the Exorcism. Will shred a second. Chuan can't get off that epicenter. It's the ward of the Pugna that kept him out of the fight. While they'll end up retreating out, they Echo Slam to kill off the illusion wave, but while they're busy dealing with those Naga illusions, they lose their Pugna. 430 managed to finish them off, and they're just getting a bit scattered in this fight. Buyback was used by the Leshrac to rejoin the fray, and they'll end up losing the Earthshaker as well, but the real focal point has to be Mushi. Exorcisms both already used. He's got nothing for 90 seconds, and he gets lassoed now. He could end up going down here, being unable to join the fight. And Naga stands strong with a full army. They'll burrow through. Team Malaysia, overestimating their strength at this stage of the game, will end up losing Mushi, costing them a triple kill that goes to, of all heroes, 430 Naga, and up to 1900 gold. Oh man, that did not go well. They just got too spread out. That's really where they struggle as a lineup. They just can't fight against the Naga illusions. I guess these supports just melted. So in the back of that fight, the graph makes that usual dip right back down to 0. It's been a very close game. At no point was there more than a 3,000 gold lead or a 3,000 experience lead. For a 40-minute game, it's more common in this patch. I wouldn't say it's insane like it was at 1, but it's quite unusual. They do get a Blink Dagger in their Shadow Demon now, and this is a way to deal with the Doom and the Bat. Now you could just sit so far back that it's almost impossible for them to lasso or Doom you. And it's also possible to do things like this. Jump on Chuan bottom lane as he'll be forced to BKB TP out. He's with Demonic Purge, but of course that doesn't interrupt anything, so able to make his way out safely. Team Malaysia. Now the Naga's back on top after feeding that triple kill to her. She's managed to outpace the Death Prophet Amushi, who has respawn and is, I mean, absolutely gigantic. With a 10-second BKB, I don't think he had that in the last fight. Actually, I can't remember, to be honest. Sleep deprivation is getting to me a bit. Actually, I obviously didn't use it because it's a 10-second BKB. I'm just not sure if he had purchased it or got it as the fight ended, but yeah. Either way, he's got it now, so it's 19 seconds of magic immunity for Mushi. It's 2 exorcisms, double Shivas, double Yules. That is some serious firepower for him. And now the smoke. They're going to push down the middle lane. Mushi's here to bait, or to be the bait, I should say, but his team is headed the other way. While he pushes in mid, it's Cheesebug who goes for a bit of push. Incredibly poor, mind you. Treads in an urn. Oh, he's struggled. They're stalling this game out quite a bit. Illusions rotating through the river now as Net, KOXO Extinct, still smoked, looking for that opening to jump in. And, yeah, just casual life drain here, life drain there. No more illusions everywhere. But IG are doing a good job of dodging these fights. That is not something you want to be fighting against, unless you get that good initiation that we've seen. You got a good Blink Lasso, good Doom, and it becomes that this game. And we might have a clash mid lane. KOXY in the front lines. IG are poised to jump. They're going to Epi to start this one off. Straight onto Ohio, who got doomed instantly while the Burrow Strike came through to the back lines, focusing on KOXY. But the disruption was there from Net. Well, it's not enough. They still lose their Void. KOXY will quickly try to clear up this illusion wave. He'll start going to work on 430, but he's going to get stunned out here in a second's time. He has no mana at this point. Level Death chunks through, and it's up to Mushi to turn this fight. They end up losing 3. His whole team's dead. Mushi's already Bullet Exorcism 1, and if they don't have buybacks, they're in a lot of trouble. He'll kill off Cheesebug, potentially the Ghost finally going on to him. Song of the Siren was used. He's netted and held in place, but a refresh. Is he going to BKB? Oh, he is. BKB and Exorcism. Mushi's got to survive this. He looks to turn this one around. He's got plenty of time left, but 430 just keeps on muscling up. They're diving a bit deeper, really searching for Mushi. Chuan, perhaps baited in a bit too far. Yules is there to greet him, but 430 is also there to greet Mushi. Now netting him and just committing to this. The level death connects. Mushi ends up falling. Oh, that's a costly loss. It's a 5-hero smackdown in the Dire base. IG might have to answer the call as their top lane's being pushed in, but if Mushi dies again, this could be it. They're TPing in the Shadow Demon, but the backup is coming. For now, it's Extinct who comes in with the Fissure to block heroes off. Shadow Demon also arriving from the other side of that fissure, and it does force for now IG back, so they maintain the Rax advantage, but comes at the cost of the Naga, or sorry, not the Naga, the Death Prophet falling further behind the Naga, and these supports are just, I mean, this is again where you'd rather have the Doom Bat Rider late game. It's just so easy at those picks. It's a pretty big buyback for Mushi. Pretty much, well, actually doesn't have room for the Aegis. Yeah, this is trouble. They're going to have to get Aegis and then wait for Mushi's buyback. They cannot risk taking a fight where he dies and is dead for 2 minutes without buyback. And unless he drops boots, he's not going to have room for this Aegis. I suppose that is always a possibility as Team Malaysia prepare for a potential smoke. For now, just roaming through. For now, Mushi pushing the bottom lane. And the big pit thing that makes the struggle for them is IG's abilities are just always up. Doom's up. It's got a 100-second cooldown, but at this stage of the game, heroes are tanky enough that sometimes it takes like, you know, the full 20 seconds basically for the Doom just to get a first kill. And then by the time you get to the base, with the Naga constantly push out the lanes, your Doom's ready to go again. So you almost have to kill Doom twice, or the same for the Bat Rider, who at this stage has a level 1 ultimate. As 430 setting up, he's found them all with a perfect song, but they're going to need a great epicenter to make this work. Chuan is thinking about it. He's got to find that opening. As a lasso comes through, connecting on Ohio, Just looking for Chuan to find his way into this fight. Doom onto KYXY, still waiting. Chuan with the patience here, but he's got to stop being patient and start finding kills. Chrono found him. Chuan was waiting for the opening. 430 is going to go down. He's dead for 110 seconds. There's no Naga buy. Oh, no, sorry. Actually did have the buyback. That was just the extra death timer. Ohio are forced to retreat out. So they do bring 430 back into this fight. And KYXY going to work with the life drain. Mushi, Exorcism. Wearing off fairly soon, but he has the second one. 430 gets the triple. It's clean up in IL-30 round 2. The Ghost return. Refresher at 8 seconds. Will it be a time for Mushi? He needs this refresher. He can't afford to go down again. He does not have buyback for 3 minutes. The buyback cooling down for 3 minutes. The death timer for 2 minutes. And this just could be it. IG might take 2 lanes of Rax off of this Glyph check. Glyph is available, so they'll have a few seconds here to slow this one down. Take a look at the team fight recap while we evaluate the damage that Team Malaysia just suffered. Buyback situation is extremely bleak. Only pugged up with the buyback. Fortunately, he can life drain all the illusions, but IG may just jump him and kill him off. Yeah, life drain's there, but the burrow strike comes through. KYXY, BKB from Chuan. Life drain out of the hero as Batrider looks for his jump in. Yeah, jump in and go. On to KYXY, the Force Staff was there, but actually couldn't disrupt the Batrider because he was BKB. This means he can pull one way out of the fight. KYXY now trying to turn, giving him the life drain. Chuan just gets his guts eliminated as illusions are busy, forcing heroes back to the well. IG unable to capitalize on that aggressive fight, and well, they do force out a Pugna buyback. They are not actually able to take an objective. Still looking to crack this Rax. 47 minutes in. Great hold once again. Whoops. But I do worry a bit about Team Malaysia's team fight, just because their supporting cash just doesn't cut it right now. They just die too quickly, honestly. Earthshaker can't get in for a good Echo Slam because he's only got a blink, and he's always beat Radiance Burn. It's a lot of AoE damage flying around. The Shadow Demon gets off good disruptions, but this could be the trump card. 430 is going to look to play it now. He's picked up the Refresher as a bit of a luxury item here. So he goes for this before picking up a Butterfly. I'd say the most common build we see is instead of this, like players like Eternal Envy will get the Butterfly. Maybe we will occasionally see a Daedalus, although generally the Diffusal Blade adds a lot of value. But then from here, that's where you go for the Necrobook and the Refresher. It's normally after that point, but yeah, he's gone for just this as a true 6 item. As Ohio gets caught out, Disruption was attempted by Net, but unable to get it off, and now hopefully can over the Fissure manages to get the Disruption going. Ghost will be deployed. KYXY trying to hold the line, and they are potentially turning this one. Echo Slam, dropping heroes low. And it's going to force 430 back up. BKB Mushi chase him out, gets off the Yules. He won't put a TP out easily. Can the Ghost kill him? They will! He even used the Refresher. Now it's 430's turn to be dead for 2 minutes on the sidelines, 3 minutes on his buyback. Ohio chopping one on Cheesebug, but he gets nuked down. The Pulse Nova damage shreds him with the BKB down. The Mask of Madness is his undoing. It's gotta be Mushi who finishes the job here. He'll crash through multiple heroes. This time he's got Refresher ready to go, and it's straight to the bottom lane for Team Malaysia. Right back the other direction, looking for that second lane of Rax. It's eluded them for 49 minutes. They've gone blow for blow with Chuan and squad. Chuan and friends, but you could see the medical assistants being passed along from distance here. KYXY, he wants to sustain this push. He'll heal himself on creeps. He'll pass that life along to Extinct, and he'll do everything in his power, the little skeleton man that could, to keep this dream alive. Malaysia, this series would eliminate them if they lose, but for now they stand strong. They get up onto the high ground. They have the Ghost. Is there anything left of the Radiant Squad? Just a buyback on the Sand King who's already alive. The Lasso Mushi dragging him away from the Rax to create some time, but this is not going to be enough. They're going to lose at least this first lane of Rax, or second lane of Rax here, unless Chuan can turn it. No Epi though. He just doesn't have the damage. Doom's coming in soon. They have not killed off either Rax. They've just done a lot of damage to both. Focusing on the melee. Kill the damn Rax, Mushi. You can do it. He gets devoured though. The Doom finishes him off with a level death, and now the turn the other direction. IG Doom KYXY, Extinct whiffs his Enchant Totem. Not that it really would have mattered. KYXY gonna go down. They'll end up losing essentially their whole team. The other 2 heroes who died earlier in the fight just now respawning, and it's a lane of Rax. It is 2. Is it enough? That's gonna be the question. Alright, let's breathe. Let's breathe, boys. Oh my. I want to say it could very well be enough, because this Naga is a very good fighter, but doesn't really push that hard. Doesn't have the butterfly, which amplifies the damage of your illusions a ton. From the increase in stats, obviously, and even just the main heroes increase damage with a lot of right-click potential. They don't have minus armor for buildings. The only really building-killing power that IG have are Diabolic Edict. Now, let's be honest, this Shrek ain't living through too many fights at this stage of the game. He's got an Ogre Club and Treads, which is no fault of his own. I mean, he's been the 5 position, but... yeah, so basically all you really have to push is Naga Illusions. So you're going to have to win a convincing team fight to siege their base out. And if this comes to a base race, you better believe you should be putting your money, if it's not a horribly late trade, on the team that has the Death Prophet and the Pugna. But IG will take this opportunity to go into the Roche Pit. And this is not going to be allowed. Ohio jumping in. They wanted to stop this with the lasso, but he got off the Chronos time, holding everyone in place. Now they can go for the fissure, but do they kill anyone in the pit? That's the question right now. Ohio Extinct starting to really drop low. They're TPing Mushian now, but the damage is done. They fed away multiple kills in the pit, and the Roche will fall soon. Very, very soon. Song used by 430 just to secure this. Now dropping his Refresher Orb on the ground. The Courier is going to grab it. Good micro on the clutch as Mushi's pops an Exorcism, but he's got to kill someone with his 430. Has no Song. He does have Aegis, but if he dies once, he may die second time. Oh no, the Force Staff was short. He couldn't make his way up the cliff. 430's gonna die once. This could be twice. The creeps are doing the work. The throne's starting to fall. They gotta get back to the base. Time's low. Clock's ticking. Get back, IG. Can they do it? Doesn't look like it's Chuan dropping. Throne dropping low. Not quite in jeopardy, but will be soon. The ghosts of Mushi still doing their bidding. They'll hold the line. They'll hold the line for a few seconds longer, but Naga is dead. Again, no buyback, and that just might be it. That just might be the GG. 52 minutes in. Somehow, someway, Team Malaysia strike back again. Another buyback from Chuan. Again, KYXY just bleeding out to save his team. He's dying for our sins here. Now a blink and lasso initiation on to Ohio. The disruption's there again. Net once again on point, and Mushi will leap forward. It's an absolute bloodbath of the dire base. Cheesebug slapped down. Lua will be next. Caught in the chrono. Nowhere to go. And that's it. That's 4 dead. That's going to be GG for Game 1. Mushi, it's time to celebrate because you earned it, buddy. You and the rest of Team Malaysia most certainly did a 3-hero burrow. Everything Chuan could do to hold on, but it won't be enough. The Ghost will end this. The GGs may come, they may not. But Dota has no mercy for those who lose their throne. And Team Malaysia are 1 win away from keeping the dream alive and knocking Invictus Gaming out of WCA. Woo! Well, I don't call it a comeback, but that was certainly a game. That, my friends, was a game of Dota 2. Thank you for watching, guys. WCA 2004 continues in just a few moments. You are watching Beyond the Summit. I'm going to take a shower. I'll be right back.
Take my hand and guide me home. Break of day's almost calling. See the sunlight up ahead. All the stars are slowly falling. Take my hand and guide me home.
shining, 'cause the light's not fair. I'm talking to my darkest shadows. This love is do or die, but they don't care. I don't know why. I do to myself. It's not right, but I can't love no one else. No one else. But I can't love no one else. No one else. But I can't love no one else. But I can't love no one
All right, folks. Game 2 underway. Here we go. And we're back for Game 2 of this Best of 3 series. Of course, you're watching WCA 2014, the nearly $500,000 Chinese Dota 2 tournament. It's been a bit messy in terms of scheduling, in terms of match delays. Apparently, there were some problems with the Navi LGD match, but we've been very fortunate here. We've had some amazing Dota start off this series. Team Malaysia took it in a nail-biter versus Invictus Gaming Game 1. And now, with one more win, they would knock the TI2 champions out of the tournament. And, well, on top of that, they would keep their own dream alive of walking away with that nearly $350,000 first place prize. But anyway, with all that said, Game 2's underway. And I'm LDB on the Summit, of course. And I am joined here today by PPD, who just woke up. Bright and early for you, Peter.
I've been up all night watching Worlds, of course. So
that's a lie. You just told me that you were just woke up. So there was one lie. Which one's the lie?
I was watching a bit of Worlds, but I'm ready to go to Dota now. I got my league fix, so.
Okay, you're just selling out to whichever audience is involved.
Yeah. Well, I guess, but pretty excited for this match. I actually had IG in my top 3, so if they got bottom, they got last place, I'd be pretty disappointed.
So, yeah, they're not looking great. That last game, it was not the smoothest execution for them, and neither was it from Team Malaysia, but I think teams really underestimate the power of this core Pugna to shut down a late game Naga. Like those illusions just melted, and not to mention Death Prophet, despite the slight nerf to the ultimate cooldown, is just a disgusting late game monster. I mean, that was just insane.
I think DP is probably still one of the best heroes in the game. I think Terrorblade is kind of like a big question mark for a lot of teams, but he seems really, really good too. But I still think DP is like even better than Terrorblade. So.
Yeah, and it seems the teams are certainly on the same page with you there. We do see the Death Prophet bed out first phase here by Team Malaysia, so they will not give that one away, even though they're happy to collect it. And overall, Peter, it's 6.82, but for the most part, the picks do seem fairly similar.
Yeah, that's what we kind of talked about on EG. We kind of thought after all the, they reduced the bounties and the experience changes, back to almost to what it was at 6.81. So with a couple hero changes, the patch is very similar to what it was at like TI.
Yeah, and in some cases you even get less bounty, I believe, or basically, yeah, just the exact same as 6.81 at the very least. But even for any of those big streaks, it's just not quite the same. And there were some heroes actually changed, but I mean, there's a few like Razor who seem to have fallen off a bit, or at least in popularity, if not in actual power. I know Fear was saying he thinks the hero's still ridiculous, but
yeah, Razor's really good. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple new heroes that are getting some usage, like Venge got buffed, and she's getting picked a lot more frequently, I think.
She was already seeing a decent amount of play.
Yeah,
Navi was running her a lot. Some of the CIS teams really liked her. Teams liked to run her with Death Prophet for the Roche sneaks, but yeah, I guess she's stronger for the swap now, more so than just the minus armor in the early roaming.
Yeah, exactly. And who else is pretty popular?
I saw Cloud9 try to get creative in this tournament. They went for the Omni Knight PA dual lane. I don't know
the
if you saw that
Legion Commander as well.
Yeah, it was a cool draft, but they just got destroyed in the laning stage. So
yeah, sometimes you try and get creative and things just don't work out. I think I drafted a Pudge Spirit Breaker something the other day. Didn't really work out too well.
How can that not work out?
that when I was drafting, I had the same mindset. I was like, this is definitely gonna work.
Yeah,
things look good on paper. They just don't work out sometimes.
Doesn't mean you shouldn't experiment, though. That is for sure. And we'll see Team Malaysia with Mushi at the helm as far as the drafting goes. It's been pretty standard so far, but this is a guy who got very creative with RNG Esports back at TI3, and I wonder if we'll see him do it more so. Chuan will be getting a Sand King again, it looks like.
It's Pugna time for Team Malaysia. Let's see it.
You think so? Just that ward to end all blinks?
Yeah, it's really good versus Sand King, really good versus Skywrath. You could push early against Void. You could decrep the person in the chrono, but I guess that could be bad if they get Skywrath ulted.
Doesn't have the best synergy with Bristleback, I guess. Well, maybe with the new exit does. You could just keep on healing him while he's in the front lines.
Oh, yep. Yeah. There it is. 6.82.
Next level Dota. He did use it a few times to sustain their push, but it wasn't didn't feel game-changing. But in other situations, maybe it could be. My idea was well, they already have to swap out of the chrono, but I was like, okay, you get chronoed, Scarlet Mage ults you, that's okay. Pugna's here to give you low HP so you can live through the Mystic Flare.
That would be awesome.
But it didn't happen last game. I was disappointed.
Or they could pick Omni Knight, then you just repel whoever's getting hit on in the chrono, and then GA with Aghanims as well, anywhere on the map.
Yeah, but that doesn't look as cool as the Pugna reverse life trade.
That's true. I've seen I've seen it in a pub once. It looks really good. It's like green or something, or it's wait, what's the original color of the?
Now you're getting me, dude. I am so sleep deprived. Now you're getting.
I think it changes colors with Aghanims.
Yeah, it's one's green and the other's red. I believe the normal one is red and the heal is green. I'm pretty sure.
But, yeah, that sounds right.
So we do see a Bristleback. Obviously, he's tanky, which is nice to have against this Mystic Flare Faceless Void combo. They've got the Venge to deal with the Chronosphere initiation if she's able to get defensive swap out. And also they have another tanky Cord Viper. And now Team Malaysia will go for a Witch Doctor. So let's talk a little bit more specifically about the draft. This IG draft looks very kind of stock and standard if you want to run the Void, Peter. But what do you think about Malaysia's draft? Is this a good way to deal with it?
I really liked the early Viper pick. I thought they may have gone Centaur instead of Venge. But Venge seems like a pretty good pick if they knew IG was, favored the Void Skywrath combo. Bristleback, I'm not the biggest believer in this hero, but it seems like I think them and IG pick it a lot, maybe. Or I think Newbie plays it as well, actually. So it seems like it's really popular in China, so maybe there's a reason for it.
RTK used to play it a ton for VG.
Yeah.
He's gone from the scene for now, at least.
He left his footprint though.
That's
Bristleback.
True. Did that hero actually get touched in the last patch?
I don't think so.
I'm always like, oh, okay, I think I know all the changes.
The game changed a little bit. There's a lot of I don't know what the word is. Under the table changes that you don't notice that can make certain heroes pop up again, even if they have no specific balance patch changes, like Blink Dagger gold increase or Tower. The glyph thing that can change which heroes are strong, which heroes are not as strong.
Yeah, or even the thing like having the double rune spawns. It seems like it's just making dueling mid wisps like way stronger than what they used to be. I mean, they're already good, but
yeah, it's supports that can control the runes, or mids that can get to the runes quickly. You know, it makes them that much stronger. And that being said, they pick Quap, so that's definitely a mid hero that can get to the runes really quickly.
Yeah, and there isn't really great lockdown for Queen of Pain in this game. There's a Venge Stun and a Cask, which if it bounces back and forth to her can be good, but they're not the team with the Chronosphere, and I wonder what Malaysia's approach to this is. Are they worried about the mobility of the Void Skyrat, or sorry, Void Queen of Pain, or are they more, you can try and, you know, dodge around us and be cute and, you know, play the spread offense, but we're just going to deathball you with this Witch Doctor heal, our Venjara, our Bristleback with like an early Vanguard or something, and our Mech Viper.
Yeah, that's an issue I think for IG's lineup is they have all this magic damage. So if Viper and holy OD, if Viper and Bristle and I mean Venge is pretty tanky, Witch Doctor is pretty tanky. Like if those heroes get their items, it's gonna be pretty tough to kill them. They're gonna really need like a really good epi, I think.
And we see the Mushi OD. The hammer has been brought to the battle. Be a Weaver to round things out for IG, so they go for
that's okay.
An interesting Tricore here. Another hero that, well, there's really not much lockdown for unless this OD farms a Hex. That is the one issue for Team Malaysia.
Yeah, they lack a lot of like instant stun. Like Witch Doctor, Avenge, both their stuns have travel time, so Weaver or Quap or Sand King or even Void are going to be able to get away from those.
So, well, obviously this OD would be great to match up against the Queen of Pain mid, if you can get that 1v1. And I wonder if they just maybe, do they just like throw June mid perhaps instead and just give Queen of Pain a different lane to farm? Or what do you think about the laning stage here for IG?
For IG, they have a couple different options. They can roam around a lot on their two supports because the other three laners, you know, can be off lane, mid, safe lane. They can kind of survive their lanes no matter what, I think. Or they can try and just defensive tri lane and just win that tri lane. But if Malaysia goes aggro, it's going to be tough, I think. Because Venge and Witch Doctor are both pretty tanky in lane.
Yeah, especially at that early 1 point in heal from the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, I hope he goes that build. I really don't like the Maldic build that I'm seeing more frequently.
I saw it in the female All-Star match. That did not go well. Let's just say for either team. It ended on kind of a fun.
I missed the female All-Star match.
Yeah, it was. I was disappointed. Yeah, I did. I mean, the thing is, there are girls who are actually really good at Dota, but these girls were not. So that was disappointing. But yeah, well, with that said, we'll introduce the teams here. Going to the offlane will be June on the Faces Void. Of course, 430 going mid on the Queen of Pain. Up towards top blue will be your Weaver. Chuan, the Sand King, and that does leave Cheesebug on the Scarth Mage. And Miwa on the side of Team Malaysia. You might remember them as RNG Sports because they are pretty much the same roster. Well, in fact, identical roster, but a new face as far as their logo goes. You've got Extinct handling the Vengeful Spirit. They dropped down an early Sentry, going for a D-Ward. Ohio, your Bristleback. Net, your Witch Doctor. That puts Mushi on one of his old signature heroes under the OD mid, and at least KYXY is the safe lane Viper. So, for anyone just joining us or who didn't watch the first game, it is a 1-0 advantage to Team Malaysia. It is an elimination match. Loser goes home, and IG got to win 2 in a row to stay alive here at WCA.
Yep. I think not making it through this series would be a big disappointment for both these teams, especially at a big tournament like this. Yeah,
and especially for Malaysia after the epic win they just had. If they go on to lose 2 games, that's just depressing.
Yeah, I saw some of it, but I'll have to go back and watch the full game to appreciate the epicness.
They're going for this little cutesy, I wouldn't call it a fake back, but like pretend like you have a solo offlaner and then show a lane all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's classic. The support comes to zone your offlaner, and then boom, he's got 3 heroes in his face.
Now, let's see. Cheesebug is kind of hanging back though. He seems a little suspicious about this, and maybe it's because of they're not seeing supports in that bottom jungle right now. Are they going to make their move in? No, they're going. No, they're not. Okay, nothing there.
Yeah, it's tough when your pole's blocked like that. Like when you know that the enemy supports aren't doing anything, so it's like they're smoked mid or they're smoked top.
Yeah, or they're AFK. So it's option 3. Which apparently Havos just walked away from his computer in the other series. So meanwhile, mid lane, jump on Mushi. He's gotten really aggressive, and he's gonna pay for this. This should be your first blood. Go in the other direction. He'll try and throw out a few more solitary auto attacks, but a desperately needed solo kill in a normally very difficult matchup for Queen of Pain. And with that, Mushi, well, he loves to dominate these 1v1 matchups, but that's where you can be punished for your overaggression. And they might go right back mid. They're already headed that way.
Yeah, Odie is not a good hero, so I'm a little worried for Malaysia.
Do you care to expand on that? Because this used to be a very popular hero and wasn't directly changed too much.
He doesn't do anything. Like, he has a right click, and then a big ultimate when he's like level 11, but...
He used to be popular. Is it they're just too aggressive now, you're saying? Like, it just doesn't fit in the current playstyle?
Yeah, like, the meta changed to all this, like, tower pushing and team fighting, and he's, like, just this weird hero that, like, dominates a lane and then builds these huge items that are, like, you know, these 5k items.
Yeah, and if he gets those, then he's ridiculous, but, I mean, you can say
Midas
that
was a
pretty
big
much
thing
anyone.
on him. People, like, Mushi, I know Mushi and Arteezy love their Midas, but, like, even now Midas, like, nobody buys Midas this patch.
Yeah, I saw Bulldog. Bulldog got away with it earlier in his Nature's Prophet, but it's even for Bulldog.
Yeah,
it's like
I've seen
it's a
some
rare
Furions
sight.
do it, and some Weavers do it, but other than that, not many Midases.
Yeah, certainly not. Well, he's not off to a great start with that death, and 6 against the Queen of Pain, 6 and 5. In good news for Team Malaysia, Ohio doing well in the offlane, 13-3 for him, and this is without the support spending much time after that early failed level 1 game. KYX by farming well, so I mean, everyone's farming fine, and they do have a very strong push lineup. They're going to start getting their levels out now, but, well, for the time being, you just can't feel happy when you pick this OD to dominate Queen of Pain mid and you give up a first blood.
That being said, he'll still have a good time in lane. He'll be able to catch up with the CS, probably.
Rotation coming from Ohio, moving through the dire jungle. No, just scouting out for support pulls. And those supports are busy stacking for the Sand King. They're going to make their way back mid. Mushi's got to be careful. He's using this Astral offensively while up on the enemy hill. It's a very confident play from him. He does have boots online. She's no boots, but has the concussive shot, and Chuan does have his own, so if he gets like just about here, they can probably catch him.
I think they're gonna need smoke or boots or something. I think they need to get Sand King level 3, and then he can just start doing this massive stack.
June getting harassed off, but it's not so easy to bully him out of the lane. And yeah, that Sand King for Chuan, only level 2, so this will not really be killable for one more level, but he's already halfway there. Let's see a clutch for the bottom rune. It's a haste for net. Oh man, if that Void got it, it could have been very bad for him. Simultaneously, and the top rune Cheesebug will secure the glorious bounty rune for the Queen of Pain mid. I love that rune.
I actually really like the bounty rune. I think it's kind of weird that you can fill your bottle at 2 places, but when I'm playing support and I get a bounty rune, I'm so happy.
It's just so satisfying too. Even when it's not that big of a deal early game, like it's like basically 1 creep. It just feels so good.
It's 1 creep solo experience.
That's
like
true.
It's
for
pretty
support.
big.
It is pretty valuable.
Yep, and it gets me that much closer to my 12-minute boots.
Well, rest in peace, 5-position Warlock.
Holy shit, that was a rough game.
It was painful to watch. I'm not gonna lie.
It was probably worse to play.
Yeah, I probably was. That's fair. I was trying to think of a retort, but I got nothing, Peter.
Nah, that's fine. That being said, Team Malaysia is farming very well in their lanes, which I'm surprised that Bristol's farming so well.
They're really making no effort to zone Ohio out at all. Chuan's purely off in the jungle. He's still not level 3. At this point, he really needs to leech that experience, which he's 1 creep from it. He's probably annoyed about that. He was ready to start running back, but I'll have to wait another wave for this.
He's got a vid booster. I think he's going for the Vanguard.
That makes him really difficult to bring down at this stage. Chuan just wants that creep, man. Alright, there you go. Level 2 Sandstorm. Now he's going to go jungle. So still a decent track for the Blink Dagger with quite a massive stack for him to farm. And
Mushi Dagon Rush?
yeah, is that the solution here?
Probably a 4-staff, but one can dream.
The OT Dagon. Oh my. They changed his they changed his Astral, right, in this patch?
Double damage.
Did they?
Or sorry, his Essence,
Oh,
sorry,
no,
not his
they did.
Astral.
Yeah, they changed that.
Queen of Pain. Oh, sorry. I am... Did she just...
Screen.
Stack?
Yeah, she cleared the stack. Wait. Yeah, she
I
cleared
think she
the
has the
stack.
ult to clear the stack. Okay. I was like panicking, and I'm tired, so I just started clicking randomly on heroes brainlessly, and it's like, where is... I'm like, this has to be mid, but yeah, she was...
Can you hear their ultimate, like, globally?
I don't think so.
Or can we just see because we're... Or do we just hear it because we're casting?
I think so. Yeah, because we have omniscient vision of all the players.
I was like watching mid and I hear like a scream. I'm like looking at bottom.
I was bugging out. What the hell's going on in my Dota? Yeah, just using it to farm. But bottom lane, June is watching his tower slowly drop down. They'll tick him with the Wave of Terror and force him off the lane. Doesn't have the Chronosphere yet, but it is coming soon. It's been a bit of a slow push to develop here from Team Malaysia.
Yeah, it's a shame they don't have Quapple. You could use the Chrono and kill him.
Yeah, it's too bad that was used to clear a stack. Which, it has a pretty damn long cooldown at level 1, man. Or sorry, not a level 1. If you don't get the Aghanim Scepter. It's 135 seconds. That is at least a tier 1 down bottom lane. No glyph available any longer. They can obviously re-glyph to prevent the tier 2 push, but Team Malaysia, I guess with enough rotations, will be forced back.
Here we go.
They're bringing in numbers. Chronosphere ready for June. He's caught out too. Mushi's there though, just casually astrals him. Chuan can burrow strike to follow this up, and he's got the level 3 burrow, but it's only going to be net he catches out. No, just going with Sandstorm. He doesn't want to commit in. He wants to look for that 2-hero burrow. He catches the follow-up hero. Extinct going down, and nothing KYXY and Mushi can do. We'll just walk away. Ohio, just no TP. Too low to fight, I suppose he felt, and just completed his Vanguard instead. Teleport scroll just now. Oh, he already used it to TP out, so yeah, nothing he could have done there.
Oh, for her, he got the rune top. Blinked in. That was nice. That was a really good play by Chuan there. He didn't like stun the Witch Doctor, which a lot of players would have done. He just kept looking for the next kill because he knew the Witch Doctor was guaranteed dead. Yeah,
even winding through the trees, there was nowhere for him to go. Meanwhile, IG on the smoke. They're looking for a gank of Mushi mid, and he's barely outlast hitting this Queen of Pain. Obviously has more denies, but that's to be expected, and narrowly will dodge that one. Just happen to kind of rotate off at the right moment. We'll settle things down in the other lanes. Luo now, with the great farm already, is going to make the rotation towards bottom. He's got 48 CS, farming extremely well, and going for that early kill at Tread, so harassment build from him, going to time-lapse out some damage, and well, Arcane Boots for Chuan. He's not rushing the Blink this game.
Yeah, he picked it up at the side and he used it on like all 5 heroes, so it kind of got its worth out. But I'm not the biggest fan of the mana boot sinking. I think you can just rush Blink now that Blink has no mana cost.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if your whole team desperately needs mana, which to be honest, most of these heroes aren't going to build arcanes, so it's not bad. Yeah. But yeah, they don't have a great initiation outside of Chrono. That's the one worry with not getting the Blink right away.
Well, Odie is actually pretty good against Chrono, or against the Chrono, because you can just Astral one of the players.
Oh, Lua, you gotta be careful, my man. He walks right into net, and he's already used his time lapse earlier. Are they gonna get off that initial stun? They do, but it's dodged by Sakuchi. No detection, no true sight to catch him while he's fading, and this is gonna force a 4-hero rotation. Mushi comes bottom. He has picked up that 4-staff, but they're gonna be pushing in right when Chronosphere is online again, and Queen of Pain has the ult. So they have mech here. But if somehow that mech isn't used, this fight could really go south.
They're gonna see him walk up. Okay, they have that sentry down, so if Quap tries to walk up invis, they'll see him. They'll see her.
No, they might not see 430 if he ambles around the other direction. Let's see which path he takes. If he heads the southern route, sweet trouble. Chronosphere, that'll catch out just net. The Witch Doctor, not the best Chrono from June, is extinct. Caught a bit out of position on the backside of this fight by the Queen of Pain. Dropping low. KYXY has the mech and the hammer drop by Mushi, but it's rather piddling as far as Mushi hammers go. That's for damn sure. Luo on the run. Now the Queen of Pain ult nicely delivered, but it's the stinking Witch Doctor heal keeping everyone alive, allowing them to at least try and sustain through this fight, but there's just too much follow-up damage. They end up losing 3. It's a massacre in the bottom lane. It's probably going to be a team wipe. A 4th is falling. Ohio's got to turn the tides of this one.
Bristle's got this.
Bristle is... I'm not sure about that. Well, he's going to live, but... does he get any more kills is the question. Seems they could just all run away.
Sinking buyout.
They're trying to bait with Extinct. Stun will come through. And now the turn with the Bristleback auto attacks. Nice teamwork here by Team Malaysia. One more Quill Spray, one more Quill Spray. Gets it off. Gets that extra Sand King kill and salvages what looked to be an absolute disaster of a fight. They did buy back on the Sand King.
He will not be getting a. He will not be getting a blink very soon. After that.
Yeah,
he actually has 20 or 30 gold after his buyback. So
they used 2 buybacks there. Like, I'm not sure what the plan was with those. Honestly, they were pretty late and far away from the tower to rejoin the fight. But well, Peter, now the push comes from Team Malaysia, and they're in good position. Your Bristleback's up to 5k net worth all of a sudden.
Yeah, I'm hoping he picks up a cloak. I feel like a cloak could be just a nice casual cloak could be really strong here.
Yeah, especially because if they just live through that Chronosphere, the fight gets a lot harder for IG.
I mean, Bristle's not going to die in it right now. Like he's way too far. He's got his Crimson Guard at like 12 minutes. So, oh, they're going to be so scary to team fight.
What are your thoughts on this item in general? Do you like it? What situations do you see it being good? Because there's a lot of debate. I've heard some players basically say like, they think it's worthless or like very situational, only against like illusion-based carries, basically, and or mass summons, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's a good. Oh, here's a fight. That's a good rationale. A lot of like illusions and like Rasta wards and Venom wards and stuff like that because you have the built-in Vanguard. The damage block is interesting. I don't think it's that bad. It's not that much to upgrade after the Vanguard, is it?
No, and you do get that casual buckler along the way, which can be pretty nice. So
yeah, it's only like 1600 more after Vanguard. So I mean, it's something to build after. Like, say if there's a game you want to build a Vanguard, which there's very little games you want to build a Vanguard.
Oh, June, he's going in for the tower tonight with the Chronosphere. He'll get it. They almost swapped him out in time to prevent that from working, but that's happening. Luo is pushing the bottom lane. This will be defensed by KYXY, and simultaneously Mushi doing a bit of defense of his own top lane. Has now completed his power treads, which this is one of the poorer Mushi ODs I've ever seen, and with 2 deaths to his name and no Midas that, like you mentioned, he loves to go for. He is definitely slowing down in terms of his normal expected farm, but the team's doing well, Peter. They are 5-manning effectively at this point, and it seems like IG just want to be split pushy whenever that Chrono's down.
Yeah, this can be how OD can be actually useful. So if you just team fight and you Astro whoever gets Chronoed and get like early items like a Force Staff, maybe he'll go. I'm not sure what he'll go next, but maybe Atos.
Uh-oh, Tron, this is not good. Caught out by a magic missile. They had a Sentry Ward there to greet him, and now he tries to channel Neppy. That's not going to happen either, Tron, and oh, down he goes. He just felt kind of desperate, I guess, and another death for a Sand King. You added to that the death and the buyback, and I mean, this is going to be like a 20-minute blink potentially, if he even gets one.
Maybe next game.
Oh man, I'm betting he really wishes he skipped his Arcane Boots now. That's for damn sure.
I get so mad at my Sand Kings in pubs when they try and do stuff before they get their Blink Dagger. I'm just like, please, go farm.
Looking for Mushi mid. No. They knew he could force F and try and dodge out, and they had no Chrono to lock him in. And so Team Malaysia, they'll push him to top lane. Ohio's here, net, back him up. These supports are starting to feel a bit under. Still a level 5 Venge, a level 5 Witch Doctor, and we're now 15 minutes in. They at least need that level 1 swap, and well, for the time being, just not getting it. Luo is really kind of ratting it up on the bottom lane, just cutting the wave, trying to...
Yeah, something's gonna happen here.
Yeah, there's gonna be a little skirmish. Teleports, will they come? Chronosphere to start it off on a KYX, but doesn't really cover the rest of the tower. In fact, everyone just TPs right outside of this. The Mech Crimson Guard combination will keep KYX alive. Oh, this is all going to shit. Hell in a handbasket. They gotta run. Mushi, will he find anyone else retreating out? Looking for the Queen of Pain, perhaps, but 430 will make it out safely. He'll force Steph in. He's gonna get an Astral here, but unless he thinks his hammer job. Oh, he just hit a creep. Yeah, that's not happening. He could be tushy with his team right now.
So IG's got to make it to late game, I think. I think they'll be okay, but they have a death balling issue.
Yeah, you're Well, I mean, it's just they got to use the chrono like for a crucial. At least get the pick off. You know, that's just a disaster when you're up against the death ball and you waste your chrono. Don't even get a single kill out of it.
Deny all towers with chrono, then sit your Skywrath into base, and then have your 4 like mobile heroes go farm the map.
Radiant's top tower has
That's how they're gonna win.
There you go.
Yeah.
Still waiting to see if they jump in on the bottom lane, and also perhaps some action coming top, but no, not for now. KYXY just letting this bug like devour his innards. All right, he'll finally kill it off.
It's free money.
That's some next level, Peter, that you're proposing.
Sometimes you gotta get creative.
Yeah, use that 2-minute cooldown teamfight ult that sets everything up to get your tower to nice.
I'm not saying it'll work, but I'm saying it'd be interesting to try.
Yeah. It's a $500,000 tournament with an elimination game at stake. The time for that,
Hey,
you think?
That's how you win tournaments, man.
Okay.
You gotta be bold and brave.
Okay. Well, I can't argue with it. I can't argue with you.
Thank you.
I mean, I could, but I won't. Team Malaysia will push in bottom. They leave the bristle back up front, and with extra warpath damage, he is chopping away pretty rapidly at this tower. Like you said, IG, they just need to stall, get to late game, get some items out. June's still walking around on treads. Necrobook number 1 has been picked up with 430, so his split push will amp up a bit. And then Team Malaysia will group. She straight BKB for him, it looks like. I mean, is there any chance? What's the new Ags? Oh, it always triggers the mana drain.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
Probably.
top tower is under attack.
I didn't even realize it was an axe for OD. That
It used to be like one of the worst Ags of the game.
definitely an axe.
It's still not. I haven't actually tried it, but it still doesn't sound that great.
I've never seen it.
That used to be the thing to do.
Does it make it look different?
I don't think so.
It dropped all like the ultimate was red.
You know, in Dota 1, like when Juggernaut got his Ags, like his sword went like crazy. And in Earthshaker Totem, the same thing. It's like this giant golden glowing totem. But Ags upgrades don't have that effect in Dota. I guess Valve wants to give those sorts of things through cosmetics rather than through in-game items. But they'll go in now mid lane with a Force Staff to Astral Imprisonment to start. They can follow this up with a cast potentially, but the Scarlet Mage Silence will prevent this engagement, and now June looks for an opening. He comes in from the left, trying to find that perfect chrono. Oh, you can't group like this, Team Malaysia. You're gonna have to back off. 2 caught out in the chrono. The courier's gonna be killed off by Luo on the backside of the engagement, while the defensive Astral used by Mushi will end up keeping Ned alive. Then they might be able to turn this fight. Viper going hard on June. Will almost finish him off. Luo just gets exploded, and a complete airball of an Epi. The end will end up hitting, but these defensive Astrals for Mushi are buying them so much time. By the way, their Bristleback's just AFK farming top lane. They're winning this fight without him. Who cares? We don't need Ohio, says Team Malaysia. Well, maybe they do, as those. They're going to end up losing their Viper. Maybe get a 2-for-2 trade. Another Astral to come through. Ohio can start stacking up the goop, but they need a magic missile. They're short for it. And 430. Oh, he has no mana. Okay.
No stick.
430's down as well. They did get the courier kill as well to make that a maybe an even fight in terms of gold, at least for IG. Okay, not an even fight apparently.
That was a crazy team fight.
Not sure if it's counting the courier kill. I think it is. Well,
Doesn't
Peter,
it tracks net worth, so probably.
Do you think that do you think they're getting to late game at this rate?
I mean, maybe. I mean, pushing base is really tough.
But they got the Crimson Guard. This is the ultimate base.
They do have the Crimson Guard, and Bristol is pretty good at hitting buildings.
Yeah, this guy packs a wall up.
They avenge too to boost the damage, and I don't know. I'm not sure. I think it's close. I think it's still really a close game. I think anyone can win.
Okay, well, we'll see if that's true. Gold-wise, it is still very even. Only a 3,000 gold lead, a 500 experience lead for Team Malaysia. And they do seem to have a sense of urgency about this. They'll take the tier 2 top. They don't want to let Luo spend too much more time farming. His Liquid Sphere about to come out. And they'll now TP to defend mid, so looking for clean exchanges, and it appears they'll get them for now. Now the BKB from Mushi also comes out. Another very strong mid-game timing type item.
Bristol has like almost 5k now. Oh, straight for heart. Okay.
If he manages to complete that, I don't know what IG do about him.
He will complete it.
Roshan
He's
has
close.
fallen to the dire.
And IG will manage to sneak a Roche while that's going on. So they create a little space with the Weaver here. Oh, Luo could be in a bit of trouble. Force Staff. He's waiting for this Astral to cool down. 2 seconds. No, it's too late. So they use that opportunity when Luo's pushing in bottom lane to sneak in, and who actually grabbed the Aegis? It was the Queen of Pain. So this will buy them some space. What's your game plan now, Peter, if you're Team Malaysia? Do you fight against this Aegis? Do you just farm it out and wait for it to end and then go?
I think you fight against it. I think you have everything you need.
Bottom lane, they've gone in with the Chronosphere, but Mushi gets swapped out almost immediately, then BKBs walks back into the Chrono. Well, that's just unfortunate. Force Staffing himself forward, and nobody can get a range of June here. That did not exactly work out as planned. But he does end up living.
Going mid.
Meanwhile, mid lane, KYX also dropping low. Ohio's going to arrive. One more Sky with Mage Duke. Not enough to take him down. The Queen of Pain Dagger is going to bring him very, very low. Mushi thought about denying him. One more auto attack. Can't even get Chizbug. While Net is being pursued to the ends of the earth by this aggressive Weaver. Swarm thrown out. He's going to stick up and heal up, and he'll barely survive through this. I don't think we'll see any further pursuit. Yeah, Luo heading back towards bottom.
Yeah, they have this OD is like such a defensive hero for them this game. They're just using it to help their teammates survive through all the stuns and all the burst damage that IG has. And
Yeah.
he wasn't looking for the deny there. He was looking to say, hey, are you going to tick out? Do I need to astral you so you can survive? It's
Okay.
it's actually working pretty well this game. I kind of like it.
Yeah, and I mean, you combine that with the swap as well, and even like just the other heals and the tankiest of the team, and everyone becomes very, very difficult to kill.
Yeah, I remember a while back when OD was more popular, there's a lot of teams that even like we did like some Shadow Demon plus OD combos, like as like a Shadow Demon support and then OD mid. And then when you went to team fight, like no matter who you went on, they just get banished, and then you have to like go on someone else. And
then while you're doing that, you know, they're getting their back into position, and Mushi, well, not going to be banished there.
He did not get banished that fight.
Yes, well, Extinct's going to throw Net to the Wolves. I think he might end up going down for this. Kaz comes through, he will fall, and then the Burrow String goes back the other direction. But KYX in Ohio might just be too strong to go down regardless. He's chasing all the way into the base. Mushi will arrive. He says, I have to end this aggression. 430 leaps forward again. Still looking for the courier. Can he get one more auto attack to pop this Aegis? Is it even going to matter? Yeah, he dies in fountain range. Oh, no. A lot of damage when he respawns before he can blink out. No, maybe not. No, actually, literally 0 damage. So.
Oh, the courier scout. Now they got the Astral off. He has no TP.
Can they lock him down, though? They have 0 actual stun, but they're using the courier to get vision. The 430 can't auto attack. They'll end up potentially bringing him down. Oh, he's done for. They've penned him in, and they slaughter him at long last.
How did Ferrari get into the wall?
It's not often you see 430 here, but his team's yet to take the tier 2 in any lane. I mean, this is normally the zone where he'd be focused. He got baited in.
Yep, Pudge hooked him in, he got trapped. What can you do?
Dismembered in the well.
Yep.
Yep.
Nothing you could do.
Well, Team Malaysia now, after that interesting exchange, it's basically an even game for them in terms of gold. Experience starting to go the way of IG, in fact, and they have picked up a gem here, so they'll look to reestablish the map control, have a way to at least see Luo, though killing him is a more difficult matter. But it is starting to feel like IG are finding their openings, Peter. That can't be denied.
They're getting their items. They're getting their, their Lincolns on Weaver, Necro 3 on Ferrari, and in team fights he's just throwing it on top of the Bristleback, so you have this like seamlessly unkillable hero, but you drain all his mana, and then what does he do?
He prays for magic stick charges. That's pretty much all he does.
Yeah, exactly. Chicken with his head cut off, just running around in team fights, trying to hit people.
And they're very elusive, this IG lineup. Sakuchi, Time Walk, Blink, Burrow Strike, and Blink Dagger. These heroes are everywhere. So they can just kite this Bristle back to the ends of the earth if he doesn't have someone to help him out.
I think it's go time for maybe Zags, and then I mean they got to go pretty soon.
Don't tell me 430 is going to get a courier kill. Oh, he is.
That's for that's
2 health. Meanwhile, fight near the pit. Luo gets caught out. He just gets melted. They break the Lincoln Sphere and shred him. Is this the time to just try and force it? Meanwhile, June is split pushing top.
Yeah, I think it is. They have a gem on bench now, so I don't think IG knew that. So they lost. They lost the Weaver, which is pretty big.
He does have buyback available, so we'll see if he's at least forced to use that. For now, they do push in.
Smoked use for good initiation from IG.
This Bristleback is 3k health. And you might be able to kite him when he's chasing you outside your base, but when he's smacking your buildings, there's not much you can do about it.
Necros are down too, so they really, I don't think they can fight. I think they have to give up their axe.
They are trying to cut the wave though. 430 is doing his part just to prevent this. The Chronosphere comes through, but the Bristleback will get off his Crimson Guard, keeping a hero alive for a long time. That Extinct will swap out Mushi, who BKBs, looks to turn. The Witch Doctor ult begins to go. Look at it go indeed. And well, Chuan forced back, blinking out 430, will dodge away from a stun, but yeah, although a few of them live, it really won't matter. Their base is in shambles already. This Heart Bristleback at full HP, everybody now back to that status. They can just go top. Peter, is this 2 lanes of Rax? Is this game? There's no Chrono. There's really little for IG to do. Epicenter's been used. Queen of Pain ult now dropped, and it just doesn't matter. Mushi's farming the Necro Book while his teammates are fighting, and Queen of Pain's gonna jump in to try to turn this. Bristleback, way too big though. This guy is a beefcake. They've killed off 4. No one can man fight against him. He's going Luo and diving him back towards the well. And does he think about a casual? Oh, he's just chilling. He's gonna drops the wand. He does a little shopping and, you know, taking items out of the cart, putting some back on the shelf, and he's like, okay, I guess I'll go back to base now. And then he completes a Sanjin Yasha upon his return. That's pretty filthy.
Yeah, he's untouchable. They didn't have the Necro that fight, so they couldn't like drain his mana or anything. Like that was. But I think Bristle might just target it and like focus it next team fight.
Yeah, that team fight Mushi was loving that Necro. He spent like a solid like 3-4 seconds to kill it off. Well, they did take 1 lane of Rax. IG stemmed the bleeding for now. Roshan to respawn in anywhere from 1 to 4 minutes, and I guess the question is going to be, do Team Malaysia even care about this next Roche? Or do they just say we can push top now, if IG go for Roche, then that means they're sacking a lane of Rax, and then they're down 2 Rax.
Yeah, Roshan doesn't matter. Just go for the buildings. You can push bottom, and then it's harder for them to Roche, I guess.
That's true. And bottom, towers, well, actually both towers are equally healthy. So yeah, that's definitely an option. I thought they did some damage to the tower, but yeah, Bristleback was the last man standing at that point. Forced Steph in onto Luo. Oh, they needed like a swap to follow up that magic missile. Net's there, but gets off the initial cast. There's still a time lapse though. Not sure if they're gonna have the damage for this. He's just.
They might get him.
Swap. Can they get a swap off? The turn onto Net. Mystic Flare now deployed as he tries to retreat out, but he goes down. Then a Crota on 2. Ohio's here. He wants to give some of his teammates the damage block from the Crimson Guard, but well, he'll still lose a buddy along the way. They lose their healer, but so they push forward regardless. Do we see a buyback from that Witch Doctor?
Luckily, no, he's level 8. He respawns in like 5 seconds. He's got a level 4 heal. That's all he needs.
Yeah, it's actually a benefit to be that underleveled at this stage. I'm really liking this Crimson Guard against like the Chrono. I mean, it's not a perfect solution, but just blocking any bit of damage just to like save your teammates, it's like a super. It's like the Crimson Guard plus mech is just like a super mech essentially.
I mean, it's just the pipe for physical damage.
Yeah, it's working out pretty well. Chuan does have an epi ready. It's a level 2 epi, but he's got to pretty much go now. He's going to channel it, and he jumps in. He only connects on Mushi. Can they kill him off in time? They do manage to burst Mushi down, but Ohio is standing strong in the middle of this one, and he's slaying Necro Books. He's now chasing... Well, where's he going to go? All right, he wants Jude. He's finally found a second target, and he'll quickly deal with that one. Focusing on Luo now. Look at those smacks! That Mace Pack's still almost at full HP. He is running a bit low on mana here, but even through the time lapse, Luo may go down to this. Oh no, they'll be forced back for now.
He's hitting for almost like 400 damage.
That's just brutal. And this, he just doesn't lose HP. Like that's, and now he's gonna blink. So he could just blink in and chase this Weaver down, I guess.
Interesting. Blink, okay. I wouldn't have guessed that.
This is a confidence item. He's also clarity himself just to get out of the pit that much quicker. So eager to get back in the fray.
Oh, I would have liked Yule's. That would have been nice. On the Bristle.
Why Yule's exactly?
Like mana regen, movement speed. Another like you can like Yule's up the void or someone.
Okay. Oh yeah, against the Void it would be pretty nice.
I'm a fan of Yules on like every hero.
KYXY is going to get caught top lane. If he has buyback, this could be the opening to just buy back and go down bottom lane, but he'll mech up and try to live for time being. Do they try to just force the game with the chrono on cooldown, or do they play it a little bit safer and angle for later on? We'll find out soon. Chuan. Oh, he blinks out right as the stun's about to connect. Oh, and then finds Ned as well. He ends up setting up a kill. What? No, not... Oh, maybe. That Astral. The heal. Is it enough to keep him alive? Chizzbug is not. He'll end up going down. Net dropped low, but the heals are saving the day. How are Team Malaysia surviving through these fights? Bushi just BKBs to slaughter the Necro Book, and that whole engagement was just ridiculous. Like, Chuan forced us out, then the magic missile's about to hit him, then he blinks forward. He manages to burrow strike the enemy Witch Doctor while running desperately from 3 heroes. Almost gets the kill. Then the Witch Doctor's Astral by Mushi, kept alive through the heal and the Astral Imprisonment, and then the fight turns the other way and they kill the Skywrath in exchange for the Viper kill they got earlier. I mean, what was that, dude? That's a crazy sequence of events. Well, you got an Aegis.
Oh, I thought they were trying to give the Aegis to Bristol there. I was gonna be like...
Pretty sure he's not dying this game. We'll get the Astral top lane. Mushi arrives and... with this BKB, the one nice thing we've seen is the Necrobook isn't that scary anymore. He can just BKB, focus it down, and take it out of the fight right away.
Yeah, he's down to 7 seconds though, so... It's getting lower and lower. He's gonna have less time to kill that Necro.
This is IG on the ropes at this point. Giving up the Aegis, it's only a 6,000 gold lead, but
I don't know. I think they the tier 2 top and they did some damage on tier 3 top as well. I think doing the Roshan actually maybe hurt Team Malaysia. I think they should have just gone for another Rax. Like they could have pushed in mid and then just gone straight for the exposed Rax bottom.
Well, that Weaver is certainly echoing your call, as he's gonna retort with a tier 1 mid to boot. So gold will swing to back a bit towards IG. I do worry just a little bit, though, about Ohio. Like, Basher, I mean, he's already had 3,400 health with Bristleback, with 17 armor, with the mech bonus armor, with defensive swap, all the heals, etc. And now he's got the opportunity, if he gets 1 bash, just to kill anyone on IG. This is going to be a tough hold, and they're not really split pushing top that quickly.
Team Malaysia breaks high ground, it's going to be really, really tough for IG to fight.
Well, they just let Ohio walk right up. They'll go for a burrow strike. He's going for the 2-fer, but Chuan only gets 1. Now the goo begins to stack. And leaping in with the blink dagger, Ohio gets the bash, gets the kill. Somebody kill this damn armadillo already. Chronosphere, it's a complete airball. A PGG, and that might just have done it for IG. June's on the way out. He's not going anywhere. OD ult will fly it. It also does basically nothing, but there's just no stopping Ohio. This is a one-man wrecking crew. There's an epicenter that comes through. It may kill off both supports even. Nope, just 1 smack. He's plus 272 damage. And now, even with the Queen of Pain, everything thrown his way, he's just not dropping below 3,000 health. This guy's unstoppable. GG. But he's not done. He wants to farm them in the well. Oh, this Bristleback. Unbelievable. I've never seen a Bristleback go that hard. Holy.
When I said IG had a chance this team fight, I'm gonna call that caster optimism, because that was ugly.
I don't know, Peter. I'm starting to really question your credentials for this commentary, man.
There was no chance for that team fight. Like they tried everything. I don't know what else they could have done.
Well, Team Malaysia, maybe that old orange esports magic is coming back for them. Live here, they knock Invictus right out of the tournament. They are done, and on home soil too. And with that, Malaysia move on. They will play Cloud9 tomorrow. Not sure what the schedule will be. I believe LGD won the other series, and this is not a fully updated bracket.
Whoa, spoilers.
Yeah? Were you planning on watching those games?
I'm definitely going to watch all the games.
Okay, just kidding. Not V1. Alright, we'll end the spoilers here. Peter, thanks for joining. Any shoutouts before you go?
I don't know. Shout out to Team Malaysia, keeping the bracket dream alive. Just a rough day 1. Happens to the best of us.
Well, wise words from a wise soul. And with that, guys, you can follow me on Twitter at PPDDota. Myself, if you like, at LDDota. Thank you all for joining us for day number 2 of WCA Dota 2 coverage. We will return tomorrow for day 3. That's the big day. By the time tomorrow's over, I believe we're down to either 2 or 3 teams, but very few. A lot of teams are going to get knocked out. We've said goodbye to 2, and we'll say goodbye to quite a few more on day number 3. So thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Sunlight begins to fade now, and I feel like I'm losing time, but I don't know how I'm here. The sunlight has turned to gray, and I feel like I'm losing love again. I don't know how I'm here. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel somewhere you're looking down. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel somewhere you're looking down. 'Cause it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna breathe. And it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna need. And it's you that I wanna need. And I know now we're getting older. The world we built is slipping through our fingers. We're running out of time. But you are the one I've chosen, and I won't lay still, living left behind, and by this love. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel somewhere you're looking down. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel somewhere you're looking down. 'Cause it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna breathe.